The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme. One day into Group D, and Ireland 11 and Hungary setting the pace, and in particular last night we had records getting smashed with Lewis Deploy getting the highest ever individual score by a batter in a 10-over match. But right now anything can happen. Day 2 is moving day. Tomorrow is finals day. Only one can stay. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the Dream11 European Cricket Championship, and it starts right now.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Good morning to you, buenos dias, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome back to the Costa del Sol. It is Group D, Day 2, and we're pretty close to the halfway point of this entire tournament. 4 weeks of cricket here. It is the Euros of cricket. 31 nations involved. So we have 5 more matches today in Group D. At the end of the day, the bottom team will drop out of the running. The top 4 teams will return tomorrow for finals day. And of course, only one team here in Group D can return for Championship Week in just over a week's time. So we are starting with Group D Match 6. It's going to be Turkey taking on Austria. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Got Tyrone Peters stepping in today. He's with 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Good luck, guys. Austria to call.
Andalusia.
Andalusia's the call, and it's European cricket.
Betting first.
Turkey will bet.
So Turkey have won the toss and they've elected to bat first. Well, again, it's a bold move. I think that this Austrian team, they started with a bit of a blip yesterday. Probably didn't play their best cricket against Ireland 11, but did recover later in the day to put some big runs on the board and come away with some points from day one. But talking of Turkey, again, it's their first ECC. You can see that they've had a bit of trouble dealing with what's been thrown at them so far, but they had a pretty tough draw yesterday, I think you'd have to say, by having to take on the Ireland 11 and then Hungary late last night, and yeah, that was a bit of a tough one, particularly for the bowlers to deal with Lewis Deploy, who scored 163 not out against them in a team total of 220. But today's another day, and so I think with Turkey, just some players to watch out for. Gökhan Alta, of course, he's quite experienced, and Mesut Öztürk as well is one player that I'll be looking out for. These guys, they're going to give 100% no matter what. I think it's just a matter of dealing with the Austrian bowling first up, trying to get that 120 plus, I think, and making a game of it so that you've got something to defend. For Austria, like I said, bit of a disappointing start for them, but they did walk away with some points with a win over Finland yesterday. And for them, I think it's just a matter of trying to push into that top 2 with some good results today. And we know they might be missing a couple of key players. They've also got some very good players in there, particularly the captain, Akib Iqbal. I think he is a sensational cricketer. Weather-wise, well, a little bit of cloud around this morning, but not too much. Once again, wonderful weather as anticipated for Day 2, as we're expecting a maximum temperature of 29 degrees, currently about 23 to get going. Well, Corey Ruckers is here once again. Corey, looking forward to working with you this morning. Turkey winning the toss and batting in match 6. It's over to you. Let's get ready for the start of the day.
Thank you very much, Vinny Sandhu. Good morning or good evening, wherever you're watching from around the globe. We've got T10 action coming your way. It's moving day in Group D, and the weather conditions are perfect for cricket. The umpires and the players making their way out to the middle, and really looking forward to this match. It should be good. It should be a bit of fun, and well, can the Turkish team get some runs on the board and maybe cause a little bit of an upset? Good opportunity to welcome back everyone, wherever you're watching from, especially on our network partners and everyone on the chat. These are the two lineups. And Austria, 1-1. They definitely played a better second match against Finland last night, showed some of their batting prowess. And they will need to also improve a bit with the ball. Been slightly expensive so far. Look out for Akib Iqbal, who will open the bowling. 94% chance on our supercomputer. That's pretty fair. You would imagine that they should get a big win here, but by how much? I don't know. So we're almost set for ball one. Looks like third man and deep backward square are the two boundary riders. Akib Iqbal at the top of his mark. It's Friday. We're all set to go. Just waiting for the umpires to get into position and say play. Says play. Here we go. Ball number one. At the body and out. Just. I can't believe he's almost dropped that, but that's out. It was at the body. He gloved it straight to 45, and, well, he almost drops the undroppable, does a Sheikh Safi. A bobble, and looks at his hand. Not too sure he was just ready for it. It was a good directed short ball. Straight to the man, and 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, a bit of a, I'd say relief, because that might have been one of the worst drops we've ever seen if he dropped it. Unfortunately, not a great start for the Turkish batting lineup. It was a well-directed short ball, and that is insult to injury as the duck comes out. And, well, Spring Productions haven't read the room well there. Tough for this team last night. They copped it last night, it has to be said. World record T10 score on the network was made by an individual. They did well with the bat though. Turkey up. Much more improved, I thought, and will take some good things away. Can they build an early partnership? Oh, that really ties him up for room. Well bowled. And that's one thing, I think, if you keep it at that back of a length, it's not something they get to practice too often or face some serious fast bowling. Another ball back of length, and there's the second wicket down. And, well, it's a brutal start for Turkey here. And that one high on the bat, goes straight to the fielder. Akib Iqbal just doing what he needs to do. And that is 2 wickets down to start us on a Friday. And unfortunately, not getting enough wood on that one. Straight to the fielder. And the second one will have to go. Simple catch over the head, and it does give that middle to lower order a bit of a chance to try and get some runs. And professional program, ICC event, so there will be no duck noises today. And I just feel for the Turkish team right now. They are going through some tough times. They really are. Can this man, Ozturk, get out there and make some runs? The deliverer of sweets and goodies. Good luck. Nice looking shot, little bit of a yes, no, and over the zealous bit of fielding as that throw gets thrown straight to 45, missing the keeper by a couple of metres, just showing that the cover fieldsman does have a cannon, but not much direction. Akib Iqbal's a talented bowler, and 2 wickets for no runs. He might be looking at a bit of a bag here. Hits on the pad. They're going to scamper through. That will open proceedings. That'll be a leg by. Oh, close to a run out with a direct hit also. So there's the first run on the board to start Friday. Ozturk probably didn't think he'd be out there so early, but sometimes early wickets do happen. Last ball of this very good first over from Iqbal. Could be a double wicket maiden here. Shot. Well, there you go. That's what they can do when they're on, and he's moosed that for 6. What a shot of confidence off his very first ball. It destroys the double wicket maiden, and what a great strike. So the first over ends with a bit of a bang, and the score is 2 for 6. We have a look at the tail of the tape and what has gone on so far. And overall, it's gone the way we sort of thought. Spain, Jersey and Italy getting through. I think there's a few question marks in this group, though. Who can cause an upset over the favoured Irish? And then England are here on Monday, Scotland next week, and then it's Championship week. As we get into the next over, Ozturk cops that one in the thigh as well. The Turkish batting lineup improved a lot last night. They only made 51 versus the Irish, and well, against the Hungarian team looked a lot more assured of themselves. Hit quite a few boundaries. Full ball, hit hard to mid-off, and no run on offer. Hit it too well, if anything. Zadran, another right arm seamer. Wonder if Austria will bowl any spin today. They've been lacking a bit of spin options, trying to stick with pace on. Oh, they go for a tight one, direct hit. Oh, it's a bit of sloppy fielding there from Ahmadzai, running straight past and kicking it backwards. So, one more to the total. Brings Elak back on strike, who started with a bit of a bang off his very first delivery. Shot! Well, I don't know what he had for breakfast, but he's hit 2 bombs. And Elak is saying, don't worry about the early wickets. I'm here. I'm ready to compete. There's the kids out watching the game, enjoying themselves as well. But what a shot. That made a boom off the bat. And the Grey Nichols looking fabulous. Wow. What a start from him. 2 destructive strokes, has to be said. And 4 more. Well, he's playing a game of his own at the moment. I'll have whatever he had for breakfast. Obviously, a lot of positivity in his stroke play, a little bit of luck with the edge, but you create your own luck. And he is 16 off 3. What a start for him. Credit to him as well. You see 2 wickets go down at the other end. You've got to stay positive, and that's exactly what he's doing. Full toss now, and that's moves through the offside. This is the greatest individual performance we've seen so far from a Turkish batter. He's 20 off 4. And who would have thought it? What a brilliant start this is. And, well, never write off this Turkish side. There is definitely some talent in there. And they're such a calm bunch as well. Enjoying the experience. Obviously, it's not always going their way, but improving every game is what we want to see. Not too sure why the table is coming up, as we're still got plenty of time to chat away, but, well, for me, it does look like there's two teams at the top who are really firing out impressive net run rates as well. That's one thing for Austria, you would have to say. They need a big net run rate boost. I think the umpires and everyone just taking a bit of time here to get in place. Akib Iqbal will continue for the third over. That'll probably be signalled to wide. Can they somehow get to 100? It would mean that Austria still want to try and win this game as quickly as possible and get their net run rate boosted as well. But at the moment, not a bad start for the Turkish lineup. Some good pace though, isn't it? Iqbal has been the pick of the bowlers this morning. He really does get it through when he gets it right. Slower ball, and Ozturk he's feeling himself in. A little bit of a difference to Elak, who's 20 off 4. He's 1 off 7. Bit of an odd couple scenario. Another wild play and miss. So nice bowling from Iqbal. He's reading the room, I think. He's understanding that probably back of a length is the right length. They don't get to face too much of this fast bowling on that side of the wicket. If you pitch it full, though, they do have the ability to smack it through the gaps. That one fuller, as you can see, they're a lot more comfortable when the ball is full. And that one is defended into the offside for a single. Well, it does bring Elak back on strike. Oh, slow ball, well bowled, and he does make an adjustment just to clip it out to the leg side for a single. So they move on to 25, and a really good recovery considering they lost 2 wickets for no runs to start this T10 international match. Plenty of cricket coming today. We have some very hotly contested matches, you'd imagine. Well bowled, really well bowled from Iqbal. So he'll finish with very good figures of 2 for 9. Does the captain, he's done his job. That was an adventurous stroke, but obviously, once again, once it's back of a length, they just not as comfortable. And at the end of the power play, they're on 25 for 2. We have a look at that power play and that second over going for 15. Just shows they do have the ability when they get everything right. There's some power in that middle order. And one pushed into the offside. They'll scamper through for a single. Direct hit might be trouble. Misses. Just the one. Can they eke their way to near 100 and maybe have a shot? You never know. As I welcome back for this morning for the first time, Mr. Sandhu. How are you? Good morning.
Very well, thanks, Corey. And what a spectacle we've had here in Group D. Crazy start and then counter-attack coming from Turkey. You get a wide down the leg side this time. Morning to all the viewers, or good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're watching from. I know we've got viewers all around the world. Wow. I wonder if we're ready to talk about last night yet. I was lurking, I was watching, and we saw history, didn't we? But yeah, Turkey, to their credit, they're a team that'll never stop fighting. You can kind of see that here with Elek, but Ozturk at the other end finding it really hard to get going. Again, can't get that on this one. It'll be a leg by, so I mean he's staring down the barrel of 2 off 11 at the moment.
Yeah, some days you just can't get going. feels like that for him at the moment.
I think, see, that he goes early, doesn't he, with the backing away, and so Dita knows he can follow him and try and beat that inside edge. Yeah, but, yeah, let's deploy. Quite incredible. 163 not out, including 23 Maximos, both records. And we'll see Hungary taking on Ireland 11 in the second match of the day. Of course, 5 matches today. Oh, French cut, misses 4. So Elek makes his own luck here. He's been the one shining light of this Turkish power play, and now moving into the middle overs. Turkey move up to 34.
Yeah, he is genuinely a shining light at the moment, Vinny. He's batting really well. This is a little bit of luck, but just love his intent and how he goes about it. Not too deterred by the early wickets. Still trying to get on with it.
Yeah, definitely. And you've got to do that, I think. Turkey can't really sit on their hands. A bit of fake footwork, but the swing was real. The contact wasn't. Itibasha Dida bowled really well last year in tandem with Javid Zadran for Austria, and kind of they owned the middle overs in a lot of the games. Although Austria didn't qualify. Good to see kids out here this morning once again as part of the cricket school project.
Oh, they love it. Once they see themselves on TV, Vinny, look at them. Big waves, big smiles.
Yeah, they're really enthusiastic. The slower ball knocked down the ground just for a single. Anyway, so how was it last time? I felt the mood of the ground. It was
almost after, I think after the 3rd or 4th over, when he started to click, and both batters started to click, he started to think, okay, something crazy could happen here, and then just kept building and building and building, and yeah, it was a treat to watch. Some humongous sixes, Vinny.
Yeah, massive.
Oh, another inside edge.
Yeah, well, take him where you can get him. Ozturk needs a bit of luck, doesn't he? So he gets his first boundary. Dita goes for 11 in the 4th, and it's 37 for 2.
Yeah, good little comeback this. And credit to them, they are always fighting, as you mentioned, Vinny. One thing that's important about this game as well, Austria, if they do want to try and re-sneak themselves back into a potential double chance, they're going to need a big win here for net run rate. And at the moment, well, if Turkey can get to 100, it's going to be difficult for Austria to get a big net run rate boost.
Yeah, we saw that situation play out in Group C, didn't we, where we had 3 teams all tied at the top of the ladder, and so net run rate did make the difference. But Turkey recovering to an extent. And it looks like we're going to get Karanbir Singh now in over number 5. Also want to say a quick hello to our good friend, Quinton, who's watching from Austria as well. Quinton Norris.
My only concern for Austria is just watching them go about their business. I don't think you can win this competition with so many overs of right arm, sort of medium fast. Just lacking a little bit of variety. And even Finland last night, at one stage, we're going at 17s against them. So I just think there's a lack of bowling variety, but there's such brutal power hitting. They're going to have to rely on the batting to get them over the line in most games.
We're still quite surprised we haven't seen more of us and Yusuf in his left arm spin.
It seems like not much variety. So they're going to be relying heavily on that batting unit, because I think other teams will enjoy facing 8 overs of right arm medium fast.
Quick hello to Rob Lever. Nice to see him in the comment section. He's dropped in a question. This is hit. One bounce, pretty well handled down there by Basir Khan, and they'll get a single. His question was, Turkey seem to have a few less expats than other teams. Is it a conscious choice? I don't think it's a conscious choice. I just think there's a few unique things about Turkey and their setup. They don't have a lot of domestic cricket that goes on compared to some of the other countries, so that's one thing. Swing and a miss. Oh, next bowled him. Oh, it's hit the top of the stumps. Yeah, no one can believe this, but Karanbir noticed, and now Elek's going to notice. He's going to have to walk back. It's a real bail kisser as Karanbir tweaks the mo and says, you got to go. It's 39 for 3.
Yeah, it just looks like it flicked the bails on the way through, and yeah, no one really knows besides himself, and well, that's out bowled, Vinny.
It is. Yeah, it's a shame for Elek, who struck the ball pretty well, but once again, it's the change of pace that does the trick. Have a look at this a little bit more closely. Yep, just top right-hand corner of the stumps. And this will show it. Yeah, he tried to adjust his shot for the slower ball. It's Karanbir gives it a bit of the chuck of the foot there style as Elek goes, but not before compiling a pretty nice looking 28 off just 11 balls. And so it's 12 including the dismissal, 39 for 3. Yep. So it gives us chances the players take their strategic timeout to welcome you to the box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Rutgers. And, well, for once, you're looking like my boss, not the other way around, because it looks like you've skipped Peacock Friday again. Care to explain?
I've also got the footage in Rome about 3 weeks ago when Vinny told me Peacock Friday was every second Friday because of this new rule. Well, this is the second Friday, Vinny, so you live with what you say.
It would have been the first time you've ever listened, but what I was trying to say is that, you know, Peacock Friday, probably when we've got 2-week series, is when it's not a finals Friday. But anyway, let's get off that for a second and talk something a little bit more serious, which is our partnership with the World Food Programme, which is a UN-backed organisation, and our participation in the Share the Meal initiative. And we'd love you to get involved as well for as little as 70 cents. You can feed somebody that can't feed themselves, and I know that 1 in 10 people every day aren't comfortable as far as getting enough nutrition and sustenance. So if you'd like to just scan that QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, it's like 2 or 3 clicks, as little as 70 cents, you can help with the fight against hunger, something we're very passionate about, and it's something that every day we're getting a little bit closer to our goal of 44,182 meals. And that's because in 4 years, we have scheduled 4,182 cricket matches. All right, so Karen Beer, let's come out and finish his over.
Well, just to also take that quick moment as they only get the one there. Just a quick shout out to the Dutch team that are playing today. A couple of good friends of ours, Vinny, and good luck to them flying the flag for European cricket over in India. And hopefully you do well, Scotty and Maxie. Good luck.
Yeah, I know we're keeping an eye on that as well, aren't we? Let's see more of the kids getting involved, and yeah, I'd really love to see some returning faces as well with some of the kids now having been here 2 or 3 times. I really enjoy being here at the cricket, and a lot of them taking it up outside this program as well. Weekends here in Costa del Sol, there's a lot of junior cricket. Women's cricket has been taking off as well. Includes Magic Spray Mary, by the way. This will take us to the end of the 5 over mark, 40 for 3. So the powers that be have handed us the Group C All-Star team. And, of course, Group C finished on Wednesday night. Any thoughts there, Corey? I mean, Delawakan, he's bolted in, hasn't he, from Denmark, but couldn't quite get them over the line.
I'm just trying to think if anyone missed out or...
Joy Pereira, I noticed, didn't quite make it in the end.
Not sure Mahmood bowled much enough. Tough to tell. Can't really remember the group. We're already in Group D.
I will say there were some pretty outstanding individual contributions. Bilal Masood gets the nod from Estonia, I noticed in there, although they did have 4 different half-centurions during the week, which was a great performance from them. Anyway, Ishak Safi to bowl the 6th. The first one goes straight through Romeo Nath. Of course, Ishak held on to a catch eventually on the first ball of the day, didn't he? Bit of a juggle job, and in the fine leg position.
Yeah, that was a bit of a juggle job, but right now, I think Austria will be pretty happy with this start, but they'll be wanting to restrict them to under 80 so they can try and chase these runs nice and quickly.
Ooh, jams this out, hits a couple of times, I think. Romeo, but he will get a single.
Right, single for Romeo there.
So we've got one eye on this game, and I'm sure Austria in particular will be watching the result of the next one as well.
Big game next one, isn't it?
And Hungary. A lot of buzz, and yeah, a few interesting opinions as well. I suppose on Deploy playing for Hungary, but we'll come to that in a second.
What's the opinions, Vinny? Oh, that's a no-e.
Probably. Yeah, was this called on the field? Yeah, I think it has been. I went up straight away from the Sheriff Charles Croucher. So yeah, even though Ozturk's advancing here, it's pretty high. And normally batter gets the benefit of those. And so Safi is going to have to deliver a free hit. Yeah, some people saying, you know, obviously he's playing professional cricket and 99.9% of the others in this tournament aren't. But it's an international match, so it's no different to, you know, Ronaldo's playing in America. He can still play for Portugal. These kind of things. There's a free hit, but he can't time it up. And so Yeah, I think it throws a spanner in the works
Well,
for
the
sure.
English team will have a couple of professionals, so will the Dutch. So will the Scottish. I think Ollie Hares is listed, and he just played in the he's the opening bat for the T20 team at the moment for Scotland. So
Definitely.
some teams definitely have some professionals, and that's just the way the
That's
cookie
just-
crumbles.
I suppose a bit more than luck of the draw, but yeah, fantastic to see Les here. It also gives him a chance to play with his brother, which I bet he doesn't get to do that often these days. Zena's in the team as well.
If you get called up for any country, you just get called up.
Yeah.
That's it, black and white.
Your nationality is your nationality. Of course, some players do qualify for more than one country.
If the Greeks give me a call next year, Vinny, I'm there with bells on.
Yeah, I'd love to commentate you playing for Greece.
Be good at.
I don't think I got to commentate you back too much when you were playing.
I'd enjoy Championship Week when we get them through.
Start playing some shots. And this is hit straight to cover, no run. So Safi, despite losing the handle on one ball, has been pretty steady here for Austria. And so I was just going back to the Turkey team makeup. They've got a couple of things as well. There are some people that played for Istanbul KSK in the club competition that probably don't qualify on the criteria. So that's one thing. The other thing is it's a big jump from club cricket to international cricket as well. So we saw the Turkish club knock over a couple of big clubs. This is up in the air, and it kind of runs around a little bit, but he does field it cleanly in the end. One hand, one bounce. That's out in the backyard. So, yeah, we saw them beat COYMS, and we saw them beat Oeiras from Portugal as well, back in the ECL. As we get to the end of the 6th over here, Turkey 45 for 3. But, yeah, it's a big jump, isn't it, from club cricket to international cricket. And then the other thing is with Turkey, because they're not in the EU, sometimes they do run into some problems getting visas and the paperwork, and these are added complications, I suppose, which can unfortunately mean that people are unavailable for the tournament that would otherwise be in the side. Anyway, Ozturk used 18 balls for 9. He'd want to make sure he can turn this into something more. Faces Dieter in the 7th.
It's that sort of length that they've been very, very consistent with, and that's exactly what you need to do. Just big banging that length and making it difficult for the Turkish batters.
Yeah, Julian Dawson in the comment section saying, yeah, if you're qualified to play, you're qualified to play. End of story. And Terry as well.
We found Daniel Doyle KA only 2 years ago, and he's helped lift the level of Spain so much because all the other players see his fitness levels and how he goes about it, and they want to also imitate that.
Oh, this one really takes off. Oh, that's pretty close. I think he's just back. It bounced off Arslan Arif to, I think that's Zishan Arif, his brother there, and then he just pings down the top of middle stump. The question is, did Ozturk get his bat back in the crease in time?
Yeah, direct hits are always close.
Uh-oh.
He's gone.
Uh-oh.
That's out, Vinny.
Good night, Charlene. And look, for Ozturk, maybe it's a humane way to end his innings. We just could not get going, could he? But, well, there you go. The brothers combine in an unlikely way to run out Mechet Ozturk. He's going to have to go for 9. And, yeah, sensational throw, dangerous throw. Almost bounced into the backup fielder's face. But it's Mechet that has to walk back. It's 45 for 4.
Yeah, he just never got going in this innings, did the man on your screen there. Unfortunately, Ozturk, he always gives us good sweets, but couldn't get too many boundaries. And maybe that's a blessing in disguise for the batting unit.
That was a real bail breaker, wasn't it? Zishan throwing the stumps down. Terry echoes your sentiment, saying, yeah, it's beneficial for all of European cricket, having players around him that he's playing with and against, and improves their standards. And also just gets more eyeballs on European cricket. So, yeah, it just probably sticks out because there's no other professionals in the Hungarian setup at the moment. But like we said, with Scotland, with Ireland, with England, the guys that are on the Netherlands, of course. There's guys that are either professional or on the cusp of being professional. Dieter gets hit away into the gap, and that's going to be 4. Well, that's a nice start, isn't it? As Turkey once again fighting back, and it's Mohammed Turkman that gets off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Starts with the boundary himself, and a few of the players have gone away early in their innings. And still fighting hard, this team. A lot of respect for them. they enjoy themselves out here and trying to improve game by game.
Dina, I think for me, he needs to go full, straight at middle stump here. Tries that, turns into a full toss, but very straight fielder there. Basia does the fielding.
And that's the 50 up. Can they get another, say, 30, 40 on the board? They've just got to go away after this time, work on that sort of back of a length shots to play, maybe a run down to third or step inside and flick it over the leg. So that's the one thing they can take away and actually work on, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what the videotape's great for as well. Yeah, you also got people playing on TV, thanks to ECN, that probably didn't have that experience before, certainly not this level of production, so they can really pick apart and improve their game. Last ball, the over. Swing and a miss. Yet again.
No, I think the bail's off. It's bold.
Is that another bail kisser?
Yep.
It must have been. So the 50 comes up at the expense of a 4th wicket now. Turkey up 50 for 4.
5th wicket, Vin. Yeah, just clipped the bail and, well, it was another sneaky wicket. Let's say that, Vinny, because you didn't spot it at first. And another bail kisser. Have a look at this.
Microphones turned up because that's a couple I haven't heard. Oh,
just kissed it.
It's exactly the same spot, isn't it? So, yeah, just have a look at the footwork here. It's a long way outside.
The top of leg bail again.
Yeah, it's a hot spot, isn't it? So, yeah, you're right. Fifth wicket now. And 7 overs down, Turkey are 50 for 5.
So another wicket will go down. And, well, the Australians just doing what they need to do. They'll want to wrap this up pretty quickly and then chase this in maybe 3 or 4 overs for a big net run rate boost. A lot easier, a lot more simply said from the commentary box, but they're going to have to go out there and get on with it. 72 days since the first ever women's event here in Cardamom. Super looking forward to that. That'll be a lot of fun. Just a week of cricket action.
5 teams. As this is hit in the air. It's a bit of a teaser for both the fielders, and it's a wipeout job from McKee, but he can't chase it down in the end of boundary. It started at the 8th for Turkey.
Looks like they are going to be onto a spin bowl as well. Madzai comes in, who bowls a little bit of right arm off spin, it looks like. So they have got a bit of a spin option.
Madzai plays his cricket for Donnerstadt in the Austrian competition. And this is in the air. It should be a simple return catch for the bowler, and he takes care of business. So Turkmen goes 4 and out in the 8th, and Turkey loses 6 now. It's 54 for 6.
Good to see Austria use some spin. You've got to have at least one spinner in this format just to change the pace and make it a little bit more difficult for the batting unit. And he gets himself a wicket. Nice return catch. And another one goes down.
Yeah, Madzai, pretty clever cricketer. Can hit the ball a long way as well. This is a really good look in super slow motion of his action. Yeah, and the intent's there. I don't think there's been a lack of intent here from Turkey, really. I just think they've found it hard to deal. And you talked about that kind of heavy length. It's nicely held. As Turkey lose another 54 for 6. Yeah, so Turkey just found it hard to compete, I suppose. Their first ever ECC. The only team making their debut in this series out of this group. We saw Group B had 4 teams playing for the first time. And look, if you'd like to get interactive with us, why don't you send us a message and get me at Mr. Maximo. You can get Corey at crutgers_28 on Instagram.
I want a new photo, Vinny. Might be time for a new photo.
I'll have to have a word today. Anyway, guess what? This isn't an instant replay. This is real life. And it's another caught and bowled. So Ahmadzai is racking up the fantasy points, that's for sure. As Bashir is the next man to go. And we'll have another Derek on the Turkish scorecard, 54 for 7.
That's why you've got to have a spinner in the lineup, especially against teams that maybe are a little bit less experienced, I should say. Playing spin, there's a bit of an art to it. And if you take the pace off, they have to force everything. And good fantasy points. The old double caught and bowled in an over. Ching ching.
Yeah, sure is. And Well, Ahmedzai, pretty happy there's no fielders around. Gave him the ability to finish off his own work. Yeah, so Turkey, with the exception of Ishak Alek, really struggled to make a difference. But Bachir, we'll see more of him in the second innings. Right now, he's got to go, and the score 54 for 7.
Well, new batsman's taking an age to get out there, Vinny. I would love to have the shot clock up.
You're probably right. Even Derek's walking quicker than him at the moment. Now he's got into a bit of a trot. Of course, there are
You reckon we'll ever
restrictions.
get, you reckon, like, see, he's not ready. This doesn't count. His gloves aren't on, so I wouldn't even count. But do you actually think that we'll ever get a timed out? One day?
We'd have to one day.
I look forward to that day.
Yeah, there is a restriction on how quickly or how slowly you can get to the crease before you're in danger of getting timed out. I think penalty runs would be the way to do it, though, because we penalise fielders for being slow with penalty runs. I think it should be the same. Anyway, Altun makes the most of it after gracing us with his presence. He starts with a single.
Yeah, just the one, just the, well, energy sort of falling out the back end of this innings, losing a lot of wickets in a small space of time after a bit of resurgence.
Ahmedzai with 2 wickets in the over. He almost has a third. I think the foot stays down. It's Gökhan Alta, the captain, who negotiates the last ball but can't score off it. 8 overs into this innings, and it's 55 for 7.
55 for 7. So Austria just doing what they need to do. They will come out here and try and chase this rapido. And you can see 2 early wickets, a little bit of a partnership, and then the wickets have been falling again, so the run rate's been getting a bit lower.
Yeah, 4 wickets in the last 2 overs. And you've got Zadran steaming in over number 9 coming your way. So Turkey out. You talked about it yesterday a lot. About how Turkey they'll be looking to kind of compete against themselves a little bit, I think, as far as their batting scores. Here's Sahel. Well, this could be out if he hits. Well, not handled cleanly by Arslan Arif. Zatran, instead of the big ping, he goes a little back flick, and I think if the keeper takes this cleanly, it could have been run out.
Yeah, definitely could have been run out. Opportunity missed, you have to imagine. A little bit of a fumble from the keeper as well. I think if he took it cleanly, it's still out.
Probably. But yeah, had to rush there, didn't he, Arslan Arif? Nice little back flick skills. It was an interesting turnaround from Gian Altun. Anyway, Zadran, he's just looking to blow a stump out of the ground here, I think. Swing and a miss. So it all happens in the ninth, as we like to say. But in Turkey, haven't had it happening in the first 8.2, that's for sure. Except for Alek. I mean, he really lit the ground up with some sparkling stroke play early.
Yeah, he did. He played some beautiful shots off his first 2 balls for 6 and got them going a bit.
Ooh.
Oh,
He's bowled
no
him.
way.
Oh, that's
Oh.
unbelievable. It's bounced down, hit him, it's bounced once,
I
it's
don't
bounced again, and it's spun sideways into the stumps, and he's bowled, and he's...
I don't think he realises either that still counts as out. That is super unlucky.
That's unbelievable, actually.
It's spun sideways. If you watch it from front on, Vinny, it actually took an unbelievable turn.
I mean, it's a bit like when you drop food on the floor. He was hoping the 3-second rule would
Look at
save
this.
him.
Look where the ball is. It's missing the stumps, and then boop. Oh, yeah. Oh, you just, when it's not your day, it's not your day. That really took a 180-degree turn.
Well, one day you'll laugh at that, Altun, but probably not today.
You
He's the
don't
8th wicket
often
to fall.
see that.
It's 55 at 8. Literally, it spun at right angles.
Yeah,
didn't
it did.
It bounced on the...
Look at this.
Bounced on the bowling crease.
He hits it down, and it's going away from the stumps. So you're like, okay, that should be safe. And
But you know what it is? When he hits on the way up, it hits him, and that's where it creates this spin, which means it's going to spin back towards the stumps. And, oh, well. Just when you think you've seen it all, you'll see something different. 55 for 8. As this one goes upstairs, and Attempted prod is unsuccessful.
Yeah, while it's a topic of conversation, I think it's great for these sort of teams to always have someone that comes in from the outside. I think that it just enhances not only the play on field, but off field, even the warm-ups. They come and give their energy and what they can do. I think Germany's been really good at finding a few seriously talented county players, Dieter Klein and a few others. Also with the Italians have some really talented players around the world. And then when you mix the local talent with the new Residencia players with people that have heritage, you create this nice little bubble where everyone enhances everyone. I mean, I can only go to DDC. He's done so much for us off the field, not actually as a batter, that has helped everyone's level lift.
It's sharing his experience.
It's such a great thing to have.
Yeah, definitely.
And LDP, I imagine, is doing the same.
Epek. Third time lucky for him. Oh, well, he gets some bat on it. He's going to try for a run. He's going to get a run. As Alta wears the ball, but he will have another run to his team's total. It's 56 for 8 after 9. So Shrug has a very good point as well, saying he's very pro-deploy playing and so on and so forth. But what if England decided to play an entire first-class team? Would that be good for competition?
They can.
Yeah.
It's totally up to them. Well, they play 4 or 5 that have first-class experience.
Yeah.
I mean, with the bigger nations, everyone it's up to their own. So you would say, okay, I'll go through Ireland. They go development. They don't bring anyone that's got a huge thing. Netherlands, very different. They actually bring most of the summer squad members that miss out. So they're basically players that are playing high-level cricket.
Definitely.
Scotland, a bit of a mix. They'll have a bit. England, a bit of a mix. And is that everyone? Yeah. So Ireland, out of the sort of so-called 4 big T10 teams, so that's a 1 and a missed run out, they are the team that Ireland go a little bit more development, and the other 3 mix it a bit. But I'd say out of all, Netherlands go the most stacked. Netherlands bring players that are playing the Windies and England.
Well, I'll tell you what I think the board should be doing. This ball from Ahmed Zahir, which is a swing and a miss. Oh, that could be out, you know. I got a feeling that he's out. And the bat foot comes up and comes back down, and I got a feeling the timing's good.
Yeah?
Yeah, my spider senses are up. Look at this. Up it comes.
Oh, he's going to be too quick.
Early?
No.
Oh, no, he's just got the toe down. Okay, but you want to do what's best for cricket in your country. So it's not really in the English system's interest to play their entire limited overs team. This will be over hits as well, but it misses. You know, you're trying to give opportunities to guys for them to play a different kind of cricket. Same with Scotland, same with Ireland, same with Netherlands.
Well, same at even the lower nations. So I'll give 2 examples, Denmark and Spain, because I had a good chat with Freddie Clocker and so on the bus. They brought players that they want to see how they go on TV and things. Same with Spain. We always bring a couple of debutants. Even for finals week, we're going to bring some new boys because we want to see guys how they go. I mean, T10, you want to win it, but T20s are still a little bit the caveat. So it's always good to have a healthy mix. Oh.
There we go. Little kind of stand-up sweep. Jeez, we've seen some long-range throws, haven't we? That one hits the stumps.
Yeah, they're going to have a look at that because he didn't slide his bat, so you could get one of those situations.
I thought he's in easily.
Oh, he didn't.
You're right about him not sliding his bat. I wasn't really watching.
Oh,
yeah,
he got the foot. He got the foot in because the bat wasn't down.
Yeah. It shows there's only 2 types of running, good running and bad running. And if you get home, it's good running. He's a bit worried he's going to get hit by the ball there. Anyway, Alta, can he get a run?
Oh.
He can get more than 1. He'll get 6. Maximo! I still think Gokhan's batting a bit low because this guy's come out number 7. He gets a full toss and he pounds it. So Turkey finished with a bang, although it was probably more bust than bang throughout the 10 overs. They're going to finish 65 for 8.
Yeah, 65 for 8. It was a poor start, then a little bit of resurgence from the middle overs, and then a big collapse at the end. And Austria just did what they had to do. And if I was in the Austrian camp, I'd be saying, boys, we need to try chase this in 3 overs in the power play because they need that net run rate to improve quite a lot.
Yeah, you're right about that. And credit to Turkey as well. They bat out the overs, looked at one stage that they may not. It's Alta and Epek that walked off. And Turkey, they cracked the 1-ball barrier in the end. The sheriff out there, Charles Croucher and Nilkesh Patel. But it was a disastrous start for Turkey, wasn't it? The first ball was a proper juggle job from Ishak Safi, but he held it in the end. It didn't get a lot better, to be honest, because then there were 2 out before a run was even on the board. Derek had a busy start to the day, didn't he? Ali Turkman going for a second bowler. Yeah, but credit to Ishak Alek. He did strike 28 off 12 balls. 2 big maximos and 3 fours in there. Plays really nice shots. That was a pull shot that he got right out of the screws. And the kids were loving it, of course, as part of the Cricket School project. And Alek, while he was there, you felt that Turkey might be able to crack the ton or something close to that. As Richard Ozturk at the other end just could never really get his timing going. A few lucky ones as well, as you'd expect. But Karambir Singh ended up surprising everyone with that slower ball that just kissed the bails, and when Alek went, the runs went with him really, Corey.
Yeah, you're right, the runs did go. The kids were still having a great time, and that's what it's all about, Vinny. And overall, Austria just doing what they need to do. There was a very sharp run out. Direct hits always a lot closer than you think. Stumps being dismantled all over the place. And, well, but few and far shots in between that went to the boundary. But still, they're trying to improve game by game. That's what's good to see. Another bail kisser, just flicking the top of leg bail. Another wicket had to go. Loving the slow-mo shots. Good to see Austria play a little bit of spin for the first time. Amadai took a double caught and bowled in the same over. I really think you have to have that as a variety to make it a little bit more difficult for the batters. Yeah, you have to say, Austria just did exactly what they need to do. They'll need to chase these runs quickly. And besides the very end, where there was a bit of chaos and a bit of funky cricket, one of the more odd dismissals you'll ever see. Look it out! Oh no, it spun back onto the stumps. Quite remarkable dismissal. That took us to the end of an eventful first innings.
Yeah, and so ultimately, Turkey are fighting it hard against an Austrian side that are hoping to make a better start to their day than yesterday. 28 from Alek stands out, doesn't it? He did strike 2 balls out of the ground, and the only other Maximo came off the very last ball from his captain, Gökhan Alta. Reasonably disciplined, I think, for Austria, although you kind of felt they were always in control, so they went under a lot of pressure. And 3 Derricks in there. He was kept very busy in the first innings of the day. As far as the bowling went, 2 for 9, Akib Iqbal did a very, very good job. He was multiple wicket taker, so was Ahmed Sai, who had 2 caught bowls to his name as well. Sahil Zadran as well as Dita and Karambir with a wicket apiece, but no one really getting whacked around too much. We'll take a break then, back in around about 7 or 8 minutes with the chase. Austria 66 for victory, and I think Corey's right. They'll be trying to get them as soon as they can and give their net run rate a bit of a boost. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckus, Rico Full. We're with us later in the day as well. We're the Dream Crew in the Dream Brox, and you're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com. And the official charity partner, Share the Meal, by the United Nations World Food Programme. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Great to have your company as the action continues here in the Euros of cricket. Right now, this is Group D action, and it's Austria versus Turkey in match number 6. At the end of the day, we'll have to say goodbye to whichever team is in 5th position on the ladder. It's always tough, but comes the breaks here in a competition which is moving very, very quickly. Almost at the halfway point now of the Euros of cricket, as we have 4 of our 7 Championship Week teams decided. The 3 group winners in Spain, Jersey and Italy so far. Also the defending champions, Netherlands, 11 straight through to Championship Week as well. Netherlands in action in the World Cup today as well, so a very proud moment for European cricket as a whole. There's some of the Hungarian guys, and weren't they impressive last night? 220 put up on the board. Battle of the Greens coming up in match number 7, Ireland 11 versus Hungary. So Austria chasing 66 to win. It's Ali Turkmen to get us going. First ball just knocked out for a single. So yeah, Austria, for me, it's important that they win and win well here, because they'll be hoping for a top 2 spot. They do have a big game coming up later in the day against Hungary as well. So very, very interesting set of scenarios on the cards here. In the air and over the top, this will be 4. And pretty nice shot from Ranjit Singh. They'd love to get him going at the top of the order. Now Austria, yesterday, their batting did get going in their second match, but it kind of failed them against pretty stiff examination against the Ireland 11 first up. Ali Turkmen draws a false shot here, does just loops over the top of the fielder. Pull back just inside. They will come back for 2. Yeah, Austria certainly got the bat swinging when they put on 175 against Finland, but that was after a pretty bad start. So no other way to put it. Not a good power play. They were 21 for 4 at one point. But the last 7 overs, certainly Austria got on top, but they'll be hoping that their top order can fire, because yeah, between all their top 4 batters, they only scored 15 in that big total. And this time, again, someone's into the body. Imran Asif had a very good European cricket series earlier in the year. Short and pulled away. Really good shot. Maximo! Just really too short to bowl that kind of length. Or too slow to bowl that kind of length, I should say. It took off a little bit from Turkmen, but he got absolutely whacked. That's a bit more like it. Austria to 14 with the ball to go in the over. Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia. Good to have you with us as usual. Push and run. So Asif will retain the strike with that single. End of the first over, and the score is 15 without loss. Still waiting on the golden ball, aren't we? We hit the 50 last night, now 51 matches since the golden ball. And just wonder if and when it will happen during this tournament. Golden balls, pretty close to a 1 in 100 shot. About 1 in every 100 matches is tied, maybe like 1 in every 90. I think we might be ticking over after this one, with Turkey only managing 65 runs on the board. Mentioned Ozturk to bowl over number 2. He'll be hoping to provide a little bit of a something with the ball. First one chopped down and up, and well, almost creates a run out due to some indecision there. The Oz Turk, he's a very, very passionate cricketer. He'll be frustrated with the bat. He wasn't able to really get going at all in the first innings. This is cracked away, and that's going to be 4. So, Imran Asif, very strong off the back foot. And the result's another boundary. Good decision. Didn't try and keep it down, went over the top. No outfielder patrolling that part of the boundary. Now goes front foot as he anticipated to be a bit more pitched up from Ozturk, and that one leaves as well. Maximal. And so Austria certainly looking to make quick work of this. Next ball into cover. They won't get a run this time. Rare dot ball. Hello to Lamar Momand. He's watching from Sweden, I'm sure, Lamar. Nice to see you in the comment section. James Stewart. I'm wondering if this one's going to be over before he finishes his sandwiches. Well, it depends how many sandwiches you got, James. Hello to Jules Udebridge as well. As Sif just pushes this down the ground for a single. Turkey out. We have this game this morning, and we'll see them later on against Finland in match 8, which could be the game that decides who goes through and who doesn't, depending on how Finland go as well later on tonight against our 11. Just missing a leg stump, but takes a finish of the over for Ozturk, who goes for 11 in the second over. Austria are 26 without loss. So, Austria cruising at the moment. Hello to all of our Austrian friends as well. Of course, we generally get to the Seebahn Cricket Ground in Vienna for a series every year. We spent 2 weeks there this year. The weather came good in the end. It was a little bit drizzly for a bit, but we were very, very well hosted at Vienna Cricket Club for that series. Vienna's a beautiful city. One of the few cities where there are kind of wineries within the city limits. A little bit of trivia for you. Yes, it's going to be Turkmen who comes back and gets cut away. This will just be a single. Turkmen get away to cover, just get a single. So I suppose you can't criticise the rate they're going. I thought maybe we would have seen a bit more all guns blazing, but I think also there's just an issue that the top order haven't fired even when they did put that big score on the board yesterday. So they're just trying to get a bit comfortable as well, trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. This is in the air and it's dropped. That was a chance. And it was Ozturk down there. Look, it wasn't an easy one. Never really got that far off the ground, but he'll be disappointed not to hold on to this. As Corey Ruckus comes back into the commentary box. Yeah, Corey, always tough for the Turks, but we would have hoped they could have taken that chance. Oh, edge, and this time it's taken, so didn't have to wait too long for another one, as Ali Turkmen is able to get the edge of Imran Azif, who goes to an acrobatic catch up in the circle.
What a catch, Vinny. A big edge goes flying, and he takes it to his left, and well, they didn't have to wait long to take the next opportunity. Well done That's a wicket. That's their second wicket of the competition. And a really smart catch. It's never easy when it flies off the edge. He made good ground to his left and holds on to it.
Yeah, nicely done. Stop, drop and roll job from Mohammed Turkman. So, Austria, again, we've got some questions to answer, I think, about their top order. I think at some point, you have to get the guys that have been in form in this series up there as they lose their first wicket. And, well, you mentioned the importance of net run rate, and yeah, these two teams obviously found it pretty tough going, although Austria did get that big win over Finland last night, but even then it wasn't a good start they made. Turkey, they've probably got one eye on that game against Finland in match 8 as well.
Well, I think Austria have missed a bit of a beat here. They need to keep going and get on with this raid a bit more. They need a big boost because the Hungarians and the Irish are miles ahead on net run rate. So
Yeah.
if they do tie for a second spot, they might just fall into third anyway.
Yeah, true.
Nice looking shot into the offside just for the single.
Basir Khan getting a hit at 3. He does seem to be in decent form. He did bat 5 last night, made 32 off 16. It was a case of the first 4 and the second 4 last night against Finland. Top 4 only making 15 runs, but then 5, 6, 7, 8 making 32, 52, 41, and 16. And that's how they got to that big score. That's the thing about international teams versus club teams as well. Tend to bat a bit deeper. And this will be the end of the third over, into the power play. Austria 31 for 1.
Yeah, that's what I mean. When you want a big net run rate boost, you want to try and chase this down in, well, probably 3-4 overs. If this ekes out to 6-7 overs, it does hurt them. They'll probably get the win, but at what cost?
Yeah, so what we're talking about is, let's say that Ireland beat Hungary in the next game, and let's say that Austria beat Hungary in the game later on.
That swing's going to be too much to catch up because the Hungarians brutalised the Turkish team last night. So these are the small things you got to think about in tournament play.
So it depends on if you have a big win over Hungary, because that'll have a bit of a double whammy effect. Ozturk bowls himself out here in the 4th. First ball.
I get a traditional 2 here, Vinny.
It is, I think. Been a bit of a handoff a couple of times in the field. Yeah, yesterday against the Ireland 11, I think it was match number 3. Interesting that Turkey elected to just bowl the 2 bowlers, when Ireland were chasing down something.
Why is that
in the
interesting?
60s. I just thought, if you know you
Low runs to defend, you bowl your best too.
get your money's worth, I guess. Dragged to the leg side. Austria, we know how destructive they can be. And yes, I know they're missing 1 or 2 key players in this top order, but they'll be disappointed they haven't hit the ball as well as they would have liked.
Yeah, they're just going about their business as steadily as they can. It's down the leg side, wraps him on the pad, and, well, direct hit, he's in trouble. Oh, he doesn't throw it. Oh, poor old Romeo, whatever you want to call it. Just held on to the ball. Could have had a shy then, Vinny.
Yeah, didn't shoot his shot, did he? And I think when you're not getting too many chances or even half chances, and you probably do.
Shot.
Yeah, that's almost taken out the umpire. And it's perfectly bisecting the 2 fielders that are deep and straight. And so Basir gets that one rocketing off his bat to the boundary.
Yeah, lovely cricket shot. Really nice shot. Full straight, and he collects it beautifully. So it goes for 4. And, well, they're just going about it steadily. They will get these runs. It's a matter of when, not if.
Down the leg side. Romeo does make the stop. Got a bit of breaking news, Corey.
Yeah.
That we recently passed 1,000 Maximos in this tournament.
Oh, wow. Already?
Already. We're not even at the halfway point.
I can't imagine we've had a lot more this year as well.
This one's hit down the ground, and Just a single.
Yeah, still going about it pretty steadily, Austria. I mean, who do Austria have later today, Vinny?
They play Hungary.
They got Hungary. So, I mean, you get a big wicket early. They're not... No, I then would say that game's pretty 50-50, really. I don't think they're that far
Austria,
behind.
Well, they did lose to Hungary earlier in the year in the ECIs once, but they typically are favourites against Hungary. I suppose the LDP factor has kind of thrown everything.
It throws a bit, but I'm telling you, just cricket averages and law of averages. Against Finland the other morning, Vinny, he did edge a few. He skied a few versus Turkey last night, landing pocket space. You're not always going to click. That's just the way it goes. 4 overs complete, 42 for 1.
So I noticed that Tim Reedman, he's just letting us know in the chat that he donated £5.20 to save the meal. I'll share the meal. And £2.80 for ECN as well.
Thanks,
lots of
Tim.
love to Tim, and lots of love straight back to you, Tim. Sharing the love, that's what we like. And thanks to everyone that has
donated
to share the meal. It does make a genuine difference. 100% of that money goes to the cause.
I'm sure all the moderators have been helping out, definitely. Time for some spin. Pulled away to the leg side. Will just be a single. Yeah, I just think missing a little bit of a trick here, Vin.
Yeah.
You know, look at the table for me. Give me the net run rates.
Yeah. I can give that to you. We're seeing Yilmaz now being used, so a bit of a change of pace.
There we go. A little bit short. Bye-bye ball. Adios pelota. And that's a nice shot for 6.
Yeah, need no invitation, just a fraction short. And it was swung away into the jungle. You know, Austria had a net run rate at the start of this game of minus 0.65. And then Hungary plus 10.8. But admittedly,
yeah, so let's say Hungary lose to Ireland.
Yep.
And it's a bad loss, and then Hungary play Austria. You have to then make the big swing, which I reckon it's going to be too much of. It's going to be too much of a swing now. They needed to really thump this game home, but it's going to be a win, but not a, you would say, a shellacking.
Yeah, true. At the moment, so let's say they chase it down in, let's say
next 4 balls.
Yeah, let's say 5 overs. Let's say they get 17 and 4. They've only really gone kind of 130. It's like a 70-run win.
Yep.
Whereas when Hungary won last night, that was more like a
140.
120.
What did they get to in the end? It was a late night, Vin.
It was. Yeah, the exact margin.
130, 120?
Yeah, something like that. Yilmaz. No, that'll be 6, and that'll get him 6 close up. Maximo picked up and sent over the trees by Basir Khan.
Yeah, throw another ball on. That's gone as well. Don't even bother looking for it. That is gone.
131 runs was the margin last night. 220 to 89.
Oh, here comes another ball. Tyrone Peters out there bowling that on. That's a nice shot for 6. That's more like it, isn't it?
Yilmaz finding it tough. I suppose because it is tough. But Basir, he's in form. You bat him high. And Ranjit Singh's the one for me. Just cannot seem to get going. 10 off 9 at the moment. Wide. Just misses the leg stump.
Yeah, just slipping that one down the leg side. So 10 to go now. I think it might go this over if Khan has anything to do with it.
Another one. Has that come over the stumps? All right. So not given a wide. It must have been because the umpire felt that some of it went over the stumps, not to the right of the stumps. Anyway, probably all academic. Well, this one is similar, but it's going to get a different result. Maximo Basir, very quick to get inside it. And I know it's slightly different kind of bowling. And yeah, it's hazard pay over there. But we saw Turkey constantly backing away, where I think the play is to get inside the line of it and open up that leg side. That one disappeared and almost took out the stage with it.
Yeah, almost did, didn't it? There's the kids out back. There's Daniel Doyokayan, the red floppy, and teaching the local Spanish kids how to play a cover drive, hopefully.
Puts a lot into it.
He does,
Every
he
day
loves
he's out
it.
with the kids.
He loves it.
It's a real role model for
Well, that's
them as well.
That's a great example of why getting someone from overseas who wants to do more with cricket,
Yep.
it really does help. 4 to go, Vinny. They've lost a few balls this over, that's for sure.
This could be the last ball coming up. We said it might be 5. Exactly. It might be if this is a boundary. And that's hammered, and it's going to be 4 runs. It's game, set, match. And Austria use exactly half the time to get there. We thought maybe they could have done it a little bit faster, but I suppose still it's pretty comprehensive. Yilmaz goes magical in the 5th, and Austria win it 66 in 5 overs, defeating Turkey 65. Again, tough one for Turkey, but they can turn their attention to game number 8, where they're going to take on Finland. So a battle of the teams that are without any points at this stage, and the way things are looking, that could be the game that decides who stays and who goes on finals day. As far as Austria, well, it's a step in the right direction, isn't it? But they have a pretty tricky clash with Hungary coming up in match number 9. But the next cricket you'll see here will be in around about an hour and 15 minutes. And it's going to be a sensational contest between 2 teams that won both of their matches on day 1. And of course, what I'm talking about is Ireland 11 taking on Hungary. That game starts at noon GMT, which is 2 p.m. in Central Europe and 5:30 p.m. in India. The toss will be done in around about 15 minutes, and you can stay tuned to the comment section, or of course, EuropeanCricket.com to get that toss news. Let's have a look at the start of the second innings. I've got to say, everyone getting in on the action. A little bit of indoor cricket there as well. And, well, why wouldn't you want to get involved? Because we just passed the 1,000 maximo mark. And Austria were looking to add a few extras to them. Imran Asif and Ranjit Singh sent out there to do the job, chasing 66 for victory. And so it was kind of a matter of when, not if, wasn't it, for Team Austria, who had a bit of work to do on their net run rate, I think, after yesterday as well. I've got to say, I love some of these super slow-mo shots as well. Turkey never gave up. They dropped one, but then they caught one. And that was a good one from Turkmen, who was climbing up and to his left to hold on to that with 2 hands. It was Imran Asif going for 22 off 11, but really it was the only highlight for Turkey in this innings. Rasia Khan came out. He looked very, very good again. 31 off 10. 5 of those 10 balls going to the boundary or over. And along with Ranjit Singh, got them there. But yeah, Ranjit Singh, 1 boundary and 9 balls. Again, they've got some questions, I think, to answer as far as what their opening combination looks like. And I know Ranjit can do some very good things, but hey, sometimes you just got to go with who's in form. Basir, maybe for me, he's a guy who can push all the way to the top. And against Hungary, you know they're going to probably go to spin the middle overs, so you've got to make the most out of the power play. 22 for Asif. Up the top of the order, Ranjit with 10 off 9, like I said. Basir, though, leads the scoring from number 3 with 31 off 10 balls. And Turkey, once again, it's the case that they weren't really able to put enough runs on the board in the first place to make a game of it. As far as the bowling went, Ali Turkmen with the wicket, created 2 chances. The second one was taken, and Ozturk, not the worst figures ever done for 21 of his 2 overs. Yilmaz found it tough going in the 5th. In fact, that was ultimately the last over of the game. So with the next match coming up in around about an hour and 10 minutes, it does give us an opportunity to give you some bonus content. And we've got Daniel Weston in the ECN studio. Get to see his interview with Phil Littlejohns of the Isle of Man, and it'll be a bit of the story behind the story. So yeah, that's going to come up next. I'll be back in around about an hour. Rico Full will be joining us for the first time today. Big clash between Ireland 11 and Hungary coming your way in match 7. Until then, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo alongside Corey Ruckers. Enjoy this bonus contact, and then we'll be back with more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
So Phil, what were some of your first memories of cricket?
Yeah, so first probably memories playing cricket with cousin and brother, driveway cricket, alleyway cricket.
Were you playing with a tennis ball or?
With a tennis ball, we start with a tennis ball, and then I think the cousin had the idea of just putting some tape around it,
Yeah.
which nowadays more like tape ball, and it swung, and then try not to break a window, not to hit across the road, but then off the back of that, then we probably have 6 cousins, probably 7, 8, brother in between, and then whether or not we could bat left-handed and just mix it up. So
was the tape on half the ball?
Tape on half the ball, so it did both ways. But like you said, it was we probably was like 82, so probably 1990, 1992, something along those lines of just batting a ball and just having a bit of fun.
Yeah.
And then
were you playing with your club or school? Where did it start for you?
Started with a club, and then that kind of fed into school cricket.
Okay.
So we just learned just to have fun and play and enjoy it, and then it kind of grew from that into who could hit it the furthest, were their neighbours in, and if we hit it in the garden, were they gonna kick off with us or not? So that was probably the first memories of being young, and then we obviously developed into watching cricket. Became more popular then, early 90s on TV.
Yeah.
Learning into that from the Ashes, the one days, Jayasuriya, pinch hitting, and then following it on to the Gilchrists and your Haydens, who were probably before their time the way they hit the ball then. So, and then fortunately we lived in Swansea, so Glamorgan played in a ground, St Helens, quite famous for the 6-6ers.
Yep.
And we used to go down. At the times you could just walk down with about £1 to get in and watch, and then you watch Glamorgan then win what was the Sunday League then in with the ECB. So that were probably my first memories of growing up, and then going into a bit more structured cricket.
Yeah, and then what took you to the Isle of Man?
So yeah, I had a friend who met his wife was part of at the time in Warwick University, who they then became teachers, and then they had a conversation whoever got a job first.
Yep.
So Pete's wife, Nay, got a job in Ramsey on the Isle of Man, and
Yep.
Pete, we were playing cricket at the time, got a phone call and he said, I think I'm off to the Isle of Man. I went travelling then for a couple of years, came back, and he's like, why don't you come and live with us on the Isle of Man? And
Yep.
I was like, yeah. To be fair, my parents were all into it and said the only thing that changes with people, names and faces. Boys will talk about football, cricket, rugby. So I moved across, and then became my adopted nation then of the Isle of Man. So I think I've done 14 years there.
Incredible.
So yeah.
And so what are your first cricket memories in the Isle of Man?
So we have the MCC come over and then play. They used to play the national team.
Yeah.
So that became, let's go and have a little watch. And then as soon as you said you could play cricket, clubs one of the boys was like, you're playing. And then so we had watched the MCC, seen the likes of like Ollie play then back in the day, and then we then started 50 overs in the Isle of Man, playing that. When the weather's great, it was great. I think my first game was down by the airport. It's usually misty. It's not the warmest place on earth, and you just thought, have I made the right choice moving across? But yeah, like you said, from then on, it's home from home really.
Yeah, and you have many turf wickets there?
So yeah, we've got 2. So you've got 6 main clubs really, and you've got two turf tracks there. A lot of it is on AstroTurf, just the volunteer base to put it to, and the cost to upkeep them. So like you said, we have got a place called King William's College, which has got two squares and an Astro.
Okay.
So they've done like ICC tournaments over there in the past.
Yeah.
And then a lot of then AstroTurf, and like you said, so we can just get the games on. To be fair on that.
Cricket's being played in schools
by
kids as well. It's part of the structure.
So probably to take any other questions. Like the school program's massive, run by like Greg Wright, Sally Green. They do a lot of work within the schools. We've got a program called like Manx Youth Games. So you can there's about 6 or 8 sports, different years from like year 2, 3, and 4 play cricket.
Okay.
So there's probably about 100, 120 kids go to the they play north, south, east and west regions. There's 2 in Douglas, so there's 5 teams. 120 kids were down a place called Cronkbourne last year, so that's a great starting block. Like you said, it's fun, it's everyone bowls, everyone bats, get kids involved, so it's a great way for them to lead into it.
Yeah, wonderful. Now I've been talking to Greg, and it's super excited to have Isle of Man as part of the structure now with what we're doing obviously here, but moving forward we want to work more with you, because we see it as a cricket culture, and cricket history there is so strong, so it's wonderful to have you here. Yeah, and then so it's T10. T10's a new format for the guys at the moment.
Yeah. So massively new format. So we have a cup competition called the Tinker Cup. So the first innings is 10 overs, and then the second innings is 20.
Okay.
So we played, I think it was 3 games of like T10 this year. But then leading into this, the boys organised like Super 2 games just to get a bit of practice, because 20 overs coming down to 10 is. I just haven't been out. I haven't sat and watched this now. Is a massive culture change, the way they go about it. 100's not going to win you a game, so it's new, and hopefully it'll be up to Isle of Man Cricket and the senior league committee then to decide whether or not we bring a 10 over league into it, to give boys the opportunity then to.
Are you playing
the skills?
Are you playing midweek cricket there as well?
Yes, we play midweek, 20 overs, and then on Saturdays then is 40 overs. Like you said, I think the days of people committing 7-8 hours on a Saturday now with family, it's really hard to do. So whether we can change that to a 20 overs on a Saturday and play T10 midweek, I don't know. But like I said, these ideas have been branded around, and I haven't seen the boys out there 3 games. I've competed in them. Yes, they've come up against a very good Spanish side, but they've gone about it the right way. And learn, and a few of the 17, 18-year-olds have got to learn to develop that skills, and without giving them the opportunity to play it, you're going to struggle to probably compete with the next level, the Spanish, and hopefully then the French in this afternoon.
Yeah, well, I've seen they are very young, but they've adapted very, very well. They've adapted really quickly. So it's impressive.
Like you said, I think Greg's done the majority of work with the bowlers, especially Ollie, Nathan. We're always going to go. They always try and hit the ball 4 6s, but like you said, it's bowling that's going to win you this game. Can you take wickets? Can you bowl those like dot balls? Are absolutely priceless ones. So like you said, there's lots to do, but like you said, the boys are in great spirits, and I've learned so much in 3 games from, and even just watching another, what we watched 3-4 games, just watching how the other teams go about it. So it's pretty exciting. It's just like you said, it's whether or not they want to, and hopefully they want to continue with this T10 journey as well.
Yeah, no, that's great. And what's the best thing about cricket in the Isle of Man?
Like you said, I think you get the chance to play. He's going to catch it. Sorry, he's sorry. So he's distracted me then catching that ball.
So there's been a few.
So the best way cricket, like you said, you can play national cricket. Whether it's now T10 or T20s. Like you said, some of the tournaments we've been to, ICC, you don't get this opportunity. You have to be the best of the best in the UK. And like you said, I came with the Isle of Man, played, qualified, and then you get this chance to go away and you're representing the Isle of Man on a national journey, on a national programme in a major competition. So like you said, I think sometimes you are 10 games away from a World Cup qualifier. Like you said, when we come against you guys up in Sweden, the next goes to a regional, and then you're playing. So the opportunity is massive for it. And like you said, I've played different sports, but I think cricket, team game, but with solo performances, you've got to learn to enjoy boys doing well around you, and put performance in. And if someone doesn't do great, you have to pick them up. But also you have to support the boys who were doing really well. Like yesterday, watching everyone clap Ollie in was pretty special, to be fair. And like you said, for him, probably the eldest in the team, inspired him to actually really enjoy cricket again, which is good. And like you said, even for the young generation, they get to go to under 15s, under 17 competitions representing the island. You just get so many opportunities for such a small island. So
and you get to train together very often.
So the boys have trained all last year, all through the winter, all into the summer. They can train each week, which I know the likes of France, Germany, to get everyone together is is very limited.
it's
But when
limited.
you've got an island 18 by 13 miles, you can
Yeah.
train.
Do you have indoor centre? Or?
We've got an indoor centre, yes. You've got the National Sports Centre, so that's got four nets. It's not massively long, so it's more bow machine working on your skills. So
Yeah.
you can do it. It's then working on a program of how do you get the best out of these guys, that they don't just get fed up with each other's company for seeing each other all that time. And then, like you said, but you have the opportunity to drive that culture and develop skills where other nations, being so geographically bigger, just don't have that opportunity.
But it sounds like there's a really tight community there.
Yeah.
But are there some big rivalries between some of the clubs?
Oh yeah, like you said, some of the boys. There's probably 5 or 6 from Crosby. You've got Ollie and one of the other boys, Kieran Court from Peel. They are 4 miles apart.
Right.
You're friends, but you're enemies. But you've also got to enjoy that they play this. But yeah, you can go on. You can play hard cricket, but you got to play. We play good cricket. You just want to be good people on that pitch as well, because it's so small. As soon as you do something, everyone's over it. So like you said, it's your teammates one week competing against each other, then Wednesdays and on Saturday.
Yeah.
But then the week after, you could be back training for the national side. So
Sure.
it's juggling that as well. So like you said, we try and take the club world to one and keep the national side as completely different, and try and limit we've done this on the weekend. It doesn't matter. Let's work on helping each other's skills in this one going forward.
And your women's cricket team has been doing excellent.
Like you see, the women's cricket team. The women's cricket team has gone from nothing to. I think they're somewhere third. They were 30th. I think they're 33rd in the world at the moment.
Wonderful.
My other half part of that, and having not played cricket, Greg, Sally, another one of the guys, Eddie Beard, coaching, have transformed talented sports people into playing cricket, and it's still got a long way to go. They've got a really talented girl, Lucy Barnett, who's been away into the Central Sparks in the UK. I think she's 16 or she could be 17 now. So she's a real promise. But like you said, the girls have got this opportunity as well, and that's growing, and seeing a softball league develop and then a hardball league develop on a Monday night. That's great for any female growing up, kids, and there's something to play as well. So that's really taken off across the Isle of Man.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. No, I'm so excited to see it. It's groundbreaking what you guys are doing there in such a small place. The community is so important, but it's fascinating to see the rivalries that happen in such a small place. You're very lucky to have the education, the schools that are around to give some infrastructure as well in the place. But I'm so impressed with what I've seen in the last few days. It was great to have your women's team on the ECN earlier, but now to see the boys come out and hit hundreds off 30 balls, it's just it's incredible cricket. Yeah, but well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Phil.
No
Appreciate your time.
Cheers,
and good luck in the next few days.
Cheers.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Australian Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Very bright day. It is Peacock Friday as well, with the kids here from the Cricket School Project, trying cricket, watching cricket, loving cricket. And guys, what's the name of your school? ¿Cómo se llama tu colegio? And it's great to have them here. And right now, big game coming up. We have Ireland 11 who are taking on Hungary in match 7. Well, this is the clash of the two undefeated teams. Let's see who wins the coin toss. I know Charles Croucher is in the middle with the two captains.
Cheers, good luck. Thank you. Okay. Hungary to call. European cricket's the call. So we're going to bat first.
So the news from the toss is that Hungary have called correctly and their captain Vinod Ravindran has no hesitation in batting first. Well, you know what we're going to see now. We're going to see some LDP. Let's deploy. What an innings last night. A record-setting innings, 163 not out. Their highest ever individual score on the network, and they set up a huge score of 220. But, I mean, he's going to have a few different problems to deal with here. I think Ireland have a good mix of bowlers, fast and slow, different options. And I just think whoever wins this, obviously, is going to have one foot in the door of the double chance, and whoever doesn't, they might have a tricky encounter a little bit later on today. Well, I know that you guys are pretty excited to get this game going. It is Ireland 11 versus Hungary. Let's go to Rico Fool now in the commentary box for the first time today. It's time to start the game. Let's go. Vamos!
Sí, vamos niños, vamos. Hola a todos. Muy buenas tardes. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Great to see the school there, the Colegio de Valle del Azar. Nice to have them here at the Cartama Oval as part of the European Cricket Network's Cricket Cool program. Thousands of kids will be coming here at the Cartama Oval during this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Well, one match that they're certainly going to be excited to see, and I know the fan zone is filling up pretty well, is Ireland taking on Hungary. Two teams unbeaten so far. You can see a 2-0 record, and two teams, well, that have provided plenty talking points. None other than, as you heard Vinny Sandhu make reference to, the innings from Limas Deploy yesterday. He was absolutely sensational. He scored 256 runs in the day, also took 5 for 22. But of course, it was that century of his that was quite amazing. 163 of 40 deliveries, and 63%. Opposed to 37 is what the win predictor says in favour of Ireland in this one. But I think all the talking point is going to be is what is going to be the plan to bowl to Limas Deploy. He was just sensational. I mean, the amount of records that were set yesterday were incredible. I'm sure that you've heard about those already, but it was a magical day out there in the night sky of Cartama last night. And well, it was amazing to be part of it. Myself and Corey, we were thrilled to bits with something special, and I know all the people around the ground as well. There was a buzz around this ground yesterday. It really was. The thing is, what can you do today? Remember, yesterday is yesterday. Today is another day. Anything can happen. Very good afternoon to everybody on the chat as well. A lot of people tuning in to what they believe could be the cracker. A lot of people already saying that this could possibly be what the group final is going to be. We wait for our official timekeeper, Frederica Constant, to give us the thumbs up as we get ready for the start of this match number 7. Umpires out there, Ali Assad, Jerome Peters. Ali Assad says, let's play the battle of bat versus ball. Here we go, first delivery. Ali Riley beats the captain of Hungary, Vinod Ravindran, at the outside. The other thing is, of course, we're talking about Louis Deploy. Don't forget this man, the captain, on both occasions that Hungary have played. There's been a 100-run partnership, 113 between these two against Finland, Then, of course, last night, that partnership was 178, which is a record partnership for the first wicket here in the European Cricket Network national teams. So that was quite outstanding. Another one outside the off. But we do know, and we said this yesterday, that the line that will be bowled by Ireland here is going to be very different. It's going to be a heavier length. These guys get the ball to come up a lot more. You're sort of playing the ball almost quite often at chest height. So they're not going to get too many of the short dibbly-dobbers down the leg side. Riley, good start from him so far. And that's a nice shot, but he may have found the boundary, man, and a great catch. Sensationally done. Well, he's put there for one thing, isn't he? It's the short ball, it gets fired in, and Vinith Ravindran, well, he goes for it. And the field placement is spot on. That's a good catch taken out there. Brilliantly done. Just have a look at the technique here. He knows he's close to the rope, so he takes the catch, and just to be safe, fires it back up in the air, it gets back inside, takes the catch. Have a look at this. Watch the feet here. Outstanding alertness. A brilliant catch. That will be the end of the captain, and he's going to go for a 3-ball duck. And that's Carson McCulloch taking the catch. There's going to be a duck there for the captain of Hungary. Vinith Ravindran will go, but really good catch. Good alertness from Carson. And Riley picks up the wicket. So Ollie gets the breakthrough. And it's almost, well, not almost, I'm pretty confident that was the plan. He set him up nicely. Outside the off, outside the off, outside the off, and then boom, short ball into the body, goes for it, and nicely caught there on the boundary. So Ireland, at the moment, executing their plan well. Tut saying hello to everybody. Yes, it's Prakar Thakur. Hello to you, Shrug, and Simon Walsh, and everyone else. Wayne as well in the chat. Lovely to have you all with us. Oh, great delivery. This could be another, or is it off the, if it's off the body? It comes back in a fair bit, this from Ollie Riley, but I think this just catches him high up. Yeah, high up on the body. Goes through to the keeper, but no bat involved. कितना दोस्तों ठीक ठाक है किधरों देखते हैं सानू मैसेज भेज दो सारे जाने ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਨੇ ਫੈਨ ਕੋਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ beats him again. What a cracking over this is. No run so far. Are we going to see a wicket maiden here in the group? Hasn't been that many maidens in the championship. Yes, a big welcome to everybody watching in the Indian subcontinent via fan code. Namaste, Salam Alaikum, Sasri Akal, Aibawan, Vanakum. Nice to have you all with us, and I hope you're enjoying the cricket. Wants the single and we'll get it. So it won't be a maiden, but it's going to be a tremendous start. The first over comes to an end, and it's a cracky one from Ollie Riley. Just that one run that comes from it, and also picks up the wicket of the Hungarian captain. And also with the single being taken there, that means that Lewis Duploy still off strike. That's one thing that you can, I think, me personally, can do better. I think if he's your best batter, the one who's more likely to get your runs, maybe he should face the first ball. These are the teams that have got the golden ticket so far. Spain, Jersey, Italy, all winners of their group. Spain and Jersey didn't lose the match all the way through. Italy lost their first, and then after that went on to win every one and got stronger and stronger as they booked their place in the Championship week, starting on the 16th of October. Of course, the reigning champions, Netherlands, are there. Speaking of Netherlands, wish them luck, playing, of course, in the World Cup that started today. That's nicely played. There's going to be 4 runs. It's a lovely shot from Rasik. Once again, it's that ball that's coming up into the body, but he's able to guide this down nicely. A nice little touch here from Rasik. And gets it wide of Sims Lynch. Yeah, nicely done. Good bit of cricket. They are bowling that good length though, aren't they? The call it the heavy ball or the heavy length. Adam Kennedy, the bowler. And didn't give him that much width either. That just was a very good shot. Oh, and he comes back with one a bit fuller. If you watch Kennedy coming into bowl, watch how he uses his crease so well. Bowler's crease. That one, he went a little bit wider and darted the ball back in. You've got to be careful of that. Hello to everybody that's been watching via Streamster in Austria. I think you'll all be happy with that performance from your team. Another good win for Austria. A little bit too full, wants a single, will get it. So Rasik now passing the strike back to Lewis Deploy. He gets ready to take his guard, the left-hander, left-handed, as is his brother, also in the side, Zemus Deploy. And of course, hello and good afternoon to the Deploy family that are here watching as well. It was lovely talking to the non-playing brother and sister, and also father. A very proud family yesterday, that's for sure. Goes full and too full. Gets played away just for the single though. Bit of a hollow sound from the bat first up that time. Just trying to get that Yorker length going. He's 2 attempts at that on both occasions. Just gone a little bit over full. But no boundary as yet in the inning. So it's a very good start from Ireland. They seem focused. Not making too much noise. Just going through the motions at the moment. It's firmly hit. That's going to be 4 runs. And there's your first boundary in match number 7. And it is Sheikh Rasik that gets it. I was speaking to Corey about this guy yesterday. So many good players that entertained us in the ECIs and European Cricket Series in Hungary earlier this year. This guy, for me, was outstanding in all departments and all areas. He's a very talented player. Let's see if he can get going here. Starts with a lovely boundary. Now gives himself a little bit of room outside the off. He'll take the single. And that's good. That's what you've got to do. Play your shots. Get the boundaries when they're there, but don't shy away from taking the singles. Rotating the strike is just as important, especially when you've got that left and right combination. It will be the end of the over though, so he will retain the strike. 2 overs complete. 12 for 1. Ireland just don't seem to be, they're making a lot of noise really. They're a team that very professional. They know what they're good to do out there. The captain, of course, leads them very well, Sam Hubinson. So at the moment, they probably hold the upper hand. Can they get another good one in here and complete a good power play? And, stops his shot. Well, he's going to have to run hard here. Could be gone. Oh, he really should have been, I think, here. I think he's running into trouble. He gets called by Deploy, but Rasik, he was on the back foot running here, and I think this is a missed opportunity. You've got to hit him from there, I think, and he misses. And that's a bit of luck there for Rasik. And a fine time, and that close bit of action there, well captured by our partner, Spring Production, to welcome back into the box, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Difference between hitting 1 stump and 3, isn't it? As Deploy is on the charge and can't catch up with this one. Got to say, just haven't seen a lot of games, as I know you have too, Rico. There's only one time in the entire game that the batting team can choose who they want to face, and that's the first ball.
Yeah.
And I got to say, when you've got a guy that's just broken pretty much every record in the book, the fact that he's only faced 2 balls halfway through the 3rd over is a bit criminal.
Yeah.
And I think on the balance of probabilities, you're just more likely to face more balls in the power play if you face that first one. Now, this is in the air, and this really should be out. It's a big moment in the game, and it's Harbinson who takes the catch. So Deploy started with the strike, and he'll only score a single run here in match 7 as Ollie Riley does the trick, and Hungary lose their playmaker. It's 13 for 2.
Yeah, he wanted to go big, didn't he? I mean, we saw the ball before when he came down the wicket. This time, he stays more on the back foot. He gets it high in the air. The catch has been taken. And the big wicket, the wicket that every team in this group want to take when they're playing against Hungary, has been taken. So Lewis Duploy will go for 1 of 3 deliveries. And it is a captain, Sam Harbinson, that takes the catch.
Yeah, and Harbinson had time to order lunch and have it delivered, didn't he? While that was in the air, it was really high, but he kept his cool. Couldn't have judged it any better. And this is this format of the game, really, in a nutshell. It's one mistake cost you a wicket, and Leas has to go for just the one, but still going to go back to the fact he didn't face the first ball, and maybe this could have had a different feel had he done so. Look, some people also, they prefer having a bit of a look at the bowling first, kind of seeing what's on offer, but still, credit to the bowler there as well, Ollie Riley. I think he gets a lot of bounce, got great natural attributes. Talked about the youth in this Irish side, and he gets the big fish there. Dara Peretti comes to the crease at number 4.
Yeah, Dara Peretti, another very good batter. He was just sensational in the European Cricket Series in Hungary, but for some reason in the ECIs he never really clicked. I mean, he sort of fell apart a bit. I mean, his batting didn't click, his bowling went a bit awry, even his fielding. But he is a talented player, and this will be a wide.
Having said that, when he played in Austria in those ECIs, he did have a very good series.
Oh yeah,
so it's not that he's not capable at this level. We know that he is, but yeah, that's the nature.
Yeah, I think he was
this game. Yeah,
he was player of the series, wasn't he? That he just was outstanding with taking wickets and with his batting as well. But he is a very good player, and now, well, these two have to go a very good partnership game. This is what a lot of people want to see. If Lewis Duploy is not there, what can Hungary do?
Pitches up this time. Dara Peretti a little bit sheepish coming on the front foot, edges it onto the pad. I want to say quick hello to everyone, of course, watching on Viaplay in the United Kingdom and Ireland, of course. And I think you might have mentioned everyone watching on stream set in Austria. Happy with the work this morning. Of course, we're also on many other international broadcast partners. Sports TV in Turkey. I know that in Turkey out there, very, very excited to watch their team, even though it hasn't been very easy to watch sometimes. But yeah, these guys are giving 100%. Ready again, it seems a bit late on this. I think that Ollie Riley probably needs to have a glance at the rule book, particularly the LBW law. But still, leg by, it's a decent result for the Irish.
Only one to appeal, wasn't he? But yeah, that is going down leg side. Hey, just wanted to check. You were mentioning Turkey. Yeah, well, it's nice to see a little bit aerial action over there. Maybe we'll see 1 or 2 helicopter shots as well. But just checking, you got your Turkish delight.
I did, and I'm looking forward to tucking to that a little bit later. Those guys are very, very generous, aren't they? Such enthusiastic cricketers. Right here, right now, it's a battle of the greens, and Riley has one more ball, which he whistles past the shoulders of Sheikh Razik. So Hungary failed to fire in the power play. It's 15 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, firing blanks at the moment. Just that one boundary was there, which was a beautiful shot play down the ground from Razik. But he gets beautiful pace with the shorter delivery. So Ireland, a very promising start. I mean, that graph looks prettier than it actually is. 15 for 2. Yeah, I mean, I want to give big shout out to Turkey. This is going to be a huge a learning program for them. But once again, Vinny, it comes down to the next match, doesn't it? I mean, that is their final.
Seems like it.
Up against Finland.
Theoretically, Finland could lose the next game and then knock off Ireland 11 later on tonight. But similar scenario than we've seen in the last couple of groups as well, with that match 8 being essentially an eliminator before the eliminator. But anyway, time for Gavin Hoey to bowl, and I've got to say, I really like the way this guy operates. Apparently he hits the ball a long way as well. We haven't seen too much of him with the bat yet. Reverse first ball, and it's almost an acrobatic catch. Instead, it is going to be a boundary. Everything happening as Hoey comes into the attack. 4 runs.
Well, it is a sensational effort, isn't it? I mean, this is why your flexibility comes into play. I think he'll be probably disappointed having got there that he hasn't managed to hold on to it.
Harbinson already took a well-judged catch to remove Leas Deploy. Goes full horizontal Superman there, but can't reel it in. And this looked like a bit of a wrong-un from Hoey. And that's why I really like him as a bowler, because he's pretty accurate, but also he's got those variations. He's not afraid to use them. So I think the left-handers who would normally probably enjoy playing a leg spinner, the fact that they know there's that one that goes the other way, it just has them a little bit in 2 minds. And it's difficult for them to go for those big shots.
Yes, field change here now to the right-hander. So Harbinson comes across. They put the man on the 45, but inside the circle this time. Nice tight ring out on the offside.
Another one that bites in.
Yeah.
And you can see Razik, I don't think he picked that, but saw it off the pitch. And really fun to watch a talented wrist spinner with those variations go about their work.
Yeah, and the thing about him is he's got a bit of zip about him as well, doesn't it? It's not, you've got to play it pretty quickly.
Wow, hello.
That's a wide ball.
That's going to be 5 wides. It might have been over a man that was standing on the shoulders of the batter. And Hoey's saying, hey, you know what? We've got a few fast bowlers in our team. Put me in there as well. He needed a trampoline there, didn't he, Seamus Lynch, between the stumps. And well, there's 5 bonus runs to Team Hungary.
Wow. I mean, how about that? There's a bit of grizzly action there for you. Bangs this in and he beats everybody. But yeah, wide. We're lucky to get that even on the camera. So, yeah, huge bonus runs. That's a minimo for everybody.
Wow. Speaking of variations, it's just getting bored about bowling too well, perhaps. Now that leg spinner, which is knocked down in the infield for a single. Talk about expect the unexpected. Where did that bouncer come from?
I've got to say, I mean, all the pace bowling that we've seen, I mean, Hoey just produced one of the balls that bounced more than anybody else.
You're probably right. But you're right about him being quick through the air. So as a batter, you're thinking, which one is it? But you don't have that much time to make up your mind and play your shot. This is fraction short, pulled away for 1.
Yeah, so at the moment from the batters, it's very much ticky-taka, just taking the single. So those 5 wides will be very much welcomed. You can see that the win percentage going hugely in favour here of Ireland at the moment, the way things are, 89% to 11, but can change very quickly that.
Razik faces up, last ball the 4th. And is tossed up, he goes for it and kind of has to grapple with the sun here up, and he does. So well held, as it's a proper little ice cream cone, isn't it? But it is reeled in. That's Ollie Riley that takes the catch, and Sheikh Razik is going to have to go. 3rd wicket to fall. Again, clever variation from Hoey. He actually gave that one a little bit of air. Such a clever bowler. And Hungary have lost another one. It's 27 for 3.
27 for 3, end of the over. And, well, sometimes, you know, you are superstitious. Well, I tell you what, I wonder if Razik is. If he doesn't like the number 13, well, 13 runs, ball number 13, and that is the end of him. And, yeah, it's got to go, and that's a shame because Razik is one man that we know can be pretty destructive, but we know Hungary have got plenty of batting, so there's an opportunity for another deploy to come out there, and it's going to be Zima's deploy.
Yeah, some people probably feeling or thinking, why Hungary being so defensive here? I don't think it's so much they're being defensive. You just got to give credit to the bowlers.
Yeah.
The bowlers have got it right, and you could see he almost had no choice but to go after that one, even though he may not have been 100% sure which way it was turning, but he saw it was tossed up, so he just had to kind of throw the kitchen sink in it and hope that it went. Instead, it went pretty much straight up, and well taken by Ollie Riley, even though it almost got away from him.
Yeah.
This will bring Zima's deploy, like you said, Rico, to the crease, into the over as well, 27 for 3. And one thing I've really liked about this Irish 11 bowling attack is the amount of variations they've got. And it's not like when you get to their 6th, 7th, 8th bowlers that they're part-timers. They're genuine bowling options. So they've got a lot of different looks that they can give you during the 10th. And now we're going to see John McNally in over number 5.
Yeah, he's just not 100% happy with the field at the moment. He makes some reference towards his captain, who says, no, go with it for the moment. I think he was talking more about the 3rd man, maybe perhaps wanted him back.
Stays up. First one, fairly straight. Just turned around the corner for a single. Got to say, in the Irish 11 warm-up, I've spotted them playing a bit of hurling from time to time.
But did you?
You know, yeah, so I finally picked one up. I can't wait to have a proper crack at it.
We've got to capture that on a bit of camera. Next time, spring her around.
I'm a huge fan of hurling. I've only seen it, though. I've never actually played it. And
maybe they'll let you have a go.
yeah.
That'd
Well,
be
I
good.
didn't ask them. I just picked one up and started knocking it around, but I didn't have anyone to play with. They were involved in a pretty intense game of touch rugby at that stage. Turn around the corner again. So McNally.
I think they must be
straight.
they must be loving it. Can you imagine? I mean, if you come from a part of the world where it is wet muggy and raining at the moment. To be here in the middle, in the Spanish sunshine, here in the Costa del Sol, they must be loving it and playing some very good cricket at the moment as well. What a place to be at the moment for the Irish boys.
Yeah, they sure are enjoying it. Having chatted to a few of their players and obviously playing some pretty good cricket as well. Similar kind of ball. McNally tries to manufacture something, but the result's only a single. Yeah, I think McNally, you know what you're going to get from him so far. 3 fairly straight deliveries on a length. I think time's coming, though, as the overs tick past, that Hungary have to look to manufacture something, whether that's a little ramp shot. I mean, he's giving you length 3 balls in a row. But you can't just be happy knocking singles at this stage.
Yeah, Mork's back to his mark there, John McNally. They've got an array of, you're right, they've got an array of bowlers, all bowl differently, different variations, different lengths, different pace. Gives himself a bit of room here, and that's a nice shot. Good, aggressive, assertive shot, and that's what you need to deploy. Brings up a boundary.
Yeah, and it's what we talked about. He makes a little bit of a step outside the off stump and sets himself for that kind of sweep up and over the fine leg. Maximo time. Hungary would like a big one out of the X Factor Zemus deploy.
Yeah, the word first Maximo in the innings as well. And, a nice shot as well. I like the way that he got into position very early, plays that away. He just has a check to see if that field has changed at all. It hasn't. They're keeping it the same.
I wonder what McNally goes to here. Does he try and go fuller, maybe a Yorker? Does he go a change of pace, or does he just stick to what worked the first 3 balls of the over? Goes for a rolling cutter and then cops it in the boot, and they're going to take it on anyway. And it's kind of a race to both ends, but Hungary scramble the single.
Yeah, well, he gets the big boot on it, doesn't he? And then afterwards, well, he has to run after it. He does. And you know what? I reckon this is closer than what you think. As he gets the throw in, I wonder if you get a better look at this on the side, but this could have been close.
I think by the time the throw came, he's probably just in, but pretty interesting the way that Zemus saw McNally, saw where he was and said, well, I think I can race you. And pretty good over, really, all things considered from McNally. Concedes 10 and takes us to the end of the 5th over. And the score is 37 for 3. I want to give a warm welcome to all of you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm feeling a bit floral, and you are too, on Peacock Friday.
Peacock
Rico,
Friday.
Group D. We've seen records smashed. We've seen unpredictability. We've seen some incredible individual performances and team performances. And once again, different group, different flavour, but the action keeps on coming from the Euros of cricket.
Listen, I'll say this, right? There's a fair bit of cricket, as you know, that's happening around the globe at the moment, but all eyes seem to be on the European Cricket Network, because this is where it all happens. It's no surprise that this format, this type of cricket, this international series is taking the world by storm. It is, because we're seeing everything here. It's incredible.
Yeah, for sure. And I think definitely a part of a healthy cricket diet at the moment. Of course, we're bringing you pretty much 10 hours of cricket today, and yeah, with some very interesting matchups as day 2's kind of moving day. We'll see the double chance decided as well, the teams in the top 2 positions. We'll see one team bow out at the end of the day as well, most likely the team that doesn't win the next game. But yeah, every group gives you a different kind of flavour. Obviously, Leah's deploy last night was absolutely incredible. Yeah. But Ireland 11, you look at them and they are kind of a galaxy of stars in a way, but they complement each other really well. So I like to see them mix up their batting order a little bit in the second game yesterday. They'll probably go back to Lynch at the top and Tim Tector today. But really, every matchup has something to offer, and I'm really enjoying this group.
Yeah, this time round, I mean, Ireland, of course, lost out on the group final last time to Spain, didn't they? Yeah. When they scored 134, but Spain got there. You can see that this time they're focused. If you look at them in these group matches, they just think, okay, we're not getting excited this time. We're doing it step by step. We're getting into the final, and this time we want to get that. We want to be coming back here. And you get that feeling from them.
Yeah, and you can speak to their coaching staff and their management as well. And they've said, look, this time we know what to expect. You know, we picked a squad that we think is going to do the job. We just have some more experience in the guys as well, the guys that have been here before. A lot of under-19 national representatives and the under-19s have been doing really well lately. So right now, doing a bit of a number on Hungary, but it's only just beginning, and we know never judge a game in the first 5 overs. All right, 6 is going to start right back to the wall, and team catch time as the Irish combine beautifully. It's Doherty to Jared Wilson. And it goes so far, but it's not far enough for Hungary. It's 37 for 4.
Oh, well, have a look at this. Well, here we go, folks. HCL software, play of the day. This is quality. Quality. And this is what the good teams bring. You know, we were talking a lot about how a lot of the teams can learn from the big fish. We talk about what you can learn from their batting styles, from the bowling. This is what you can learn from the fielding. Sensational. Absolutely brilliant.
And the thing there that makes a difference to some attempted catches like that is that he knew exactly where his teammate was. His teammate Wilson knew exactly where to set up and stand, made himself a presence kind of in his peripheral vision. So he was able to hand it off as deploy. Zemus has to go for 8, but brilliant piece of catching. It's 37 for 4. And I'm going to say it, I think it should come in, a bit like run-outs, you credit the last 2 players to touch the ball. I would love to see team catches also kind of acknowledged with half catch each to those 2.
Yeah, how can Doherty not get anything for this? I mean, look at the work that he puts into this. That is just incredible. Fantastic catch. I mean, we have seen some good ones, haven't we? We've seen some good ones here at the Cardamom Oval. I remember one from the Netherlands that happened right in front of us here, which involved, of course, their captain, Sebastian Bratt. But that one there, that's fantastic. What a catch.
Brilliant teamwork. It's Mars Baiji coming in at 6. Yeah, it was great work by Doherty, wasn't? And all he has to show for it is a stern handshake from his teammate. He's got nothing on the stats sheet. But anyway, excellent bit of organisation and teamwork. Oh, that's a good ball. We just weren't sure which way that was going to turn. It turns past the outside edge of Mars Baiji.
Yeah, Hoey, he has bowled well, hasn't he? There's Gavin, and it's those variations, just keeping the batter guessing.
Well, he tries to go down the ground, but it could be all over. No, he's dropped it.
Him.
Wow, you wouldn't expect that from Tecto. He gets 2 hands for it. Mars Baiji will get a run.
Well, Marzi got a duck yesterday when he was, I think, run out, but, you know, he sacrificed his wicket for the good of his team. Well, we thought he was going to get a pair here, but he gets dropped. And you wouldn't have expected that, not after we just saw a brilliant catch. But, well, doesn't get taken by Tector.
That's the wrong end, I think, that time. And swatted across the line and 4 runs. Well, nice shot by Darragh Peretti. Well, there's the old adage, if you can't pick it, sweep it. Darragh Peretti gets into the gap and a badly needed boundary for Hungary.
He gets the boundary, ball to go in the over. And Gavin Hoey, of course, got to be a little bit disappointed that he doesn't have the 3 wickets to his name. But, yeah, Astrid Darragh Peretti is one man that can change things here. Nicely played. And, well, Marzi, where's he gone? Oh, dear.
No way.
Oh, I cannot believe Mars Baji. Well, अपना Marzi ने ना पता नहीं केड़ा पूजा सवेरे कितना जेड़ा पूजा भी कितना ना चल पे orally. 2 chances they could have had to Bazi, and he had all the time as well, the fielder, just to easily get it back to the bowler. Tries to go for the snazzy little flick that's Carson McCulloch, and he cooks it.
Well, this one wouldn't have been out of place in the European Cricket Series, really, because he could have run it in, to be honest, but he just tried to flick it. He missed, and so Hungary get super lucky there. 43 for 4 after 6. I still can't believe that just happened, but
it couldn't happen to a nicer go though, Marzi. Really, he's had 2 lives.
He'll smile through it. 2 lives. He's only faced 1 ball. Anyway, time for Jared Wilson to grab the ball in the 7th. Very heavy lift first up. Darragh Peretti just doesn't quite seem himself. I think when he's been batting well, he's been a bit stiller. I don't know. That just didn't quite seem like him the way he wafts at that first ball. Yeah, so anyone that thought Leas Deploy was going to win every game and maybe take Hungary to the whole trophy without any dramas gets a bit of a reality check here in match 7. Darragh Peretti, I don't mind this idea, but he just can't execute. The fine leg was up in the circle, but the result's another dot ball.
Yeah, I think this is about trying to find a way to deal with the length that's been bowled here by Ireland. And with those 2 men inside the circle on the fine leg and on 3rd, well, one thing you can do is trying to get the ramp shot game, but you've got to be able to execute it.
feel the pressure getting to Dara Peretti a little bit. Really wants that big shot, but he can't get this one off the square. That's 3 dot balls to start the 7th over.
Yeah, frustration. You see he's running here, but this time you can see that Baiji says, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying in my crease. I'm not moving. So, change here. Interesting change. The man he's bringing both the men straight up and sending both the men that were behind. So the fine leg and third man back. So basically saying, okay, here you go. You want me, have me. Have me down the ground if you want me. Interesting.
Yeah, what's he eyeing off here? With that a bit on, but it's hard to do that. Such a short delivery. So Wilson with 4 dots. And this is the thing. Players of all skill levels, they'll have patches where it's just not happening for them, and it's how you deal with that. It's not particularly easy. They're already really trying to manufacture something but can't.
First team I've seen do that just for 1 ball. Bowl the short one, 2 men back, mid on, a long off came in. Now they've gone back. So he's back to what he was doing before.
Great tactics. Now this one will get away. Yeah, it's more of an inside edge than anything, but glanced finer than the fine leg. And Dara Peretti gets out of jail with the boundary.
Yeah, and you can see Wilson saying, well, maybe I could have just left the fine leg back there. It wouldn't be the worst of calls, really, because I think you could just keep your long on back, maybe, and to keep fine back there. But he wants to keep it the way it is. The 2 men stay back, 2 men behind the stump stay inside the circle.
Still a great over, no matter what happens here from Wilson. He gets up in the block hole. This is punched out to the sweeper, and that'll take us to the end of the 7th over. Hungary are 48 for 4. Well, don't forget, Rico, plenty of cricket coming your way on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we'll go back to the European Cricket Series at the end of this Euros of Cricket, but the first ever European Cricket Championship women's event will be starting right here at the Cardamom Oval on the 17th of December. And I know that's coming up pretty quickly, just over 2 months away. 5 nations, including the host, Spain.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I think the Spanish girls will be very excited to be playing here. I know that they've been here before. And, of course, you've got the Netherlands there, so Austria. And yes, I think that's going to be a fantastic series, isn't it? It really is going to be. That's starting on the 17th to the 22nd of December.
Early Christmas present there with the ECCW. Here's Carson McCulloch getting a bowl, and immediately he's greeted with Dara Peretti coming down the pitch and taking him down. Maximal! Maybe Ashworth can get going with that shot. Left arm spinner to left arm spinner. The ball disappears over the fence.
Yeah, Carson McCulloch is the man who had the opportunity to run out Mars Bargy, but he stands and stays inside the crease at the non-striker's end. A good shot there from Dara Peretti.
Slows it up a little bit, and Carson will do this from time to time, really take the air out of the ball. Next one's just a single, so Mars gets the strike back, and Mars, he had a pretty good ECS for the Blinders Blizzards that he was
really
leading.
Did, yeah, he led them well, didn't he, for the time that he was there before he went and joined you in Malta, because he couldn't stay there the 2 weeks. Yeah, hits the ball really well down the ground. Let's see if he can get hold of one. If he can, it will fly.
Short. He would have loved to have gotten hold of that, but he didn't. It'll just be a single. Yeah, had a great time in Malta. Mars part of the blue crew here. Very hot, though. We had the first ever Medina Cup and then the Valletta Cup T20 Internationals. It was Switzerland winning the Valletta Cup, and we'll see them early next week. I think they're going to provide a bit of a challenge for the England 11. Right, Dara Peretti wants it again. He's going to get it again. Maximal! So he likes this matchup. The change of pace working for the Hungarians as Dara puts another one over the ropes.
Yeah, lovely shot. Hits clean through this. Beautifully struck down the ground, out of the middle. 6 runs. Short, and will be another boundary. So this one was too short for McCulloch. McCulloch goes through these little spells. I know he's been here before. And sometimes, just sometimes, batters do take a liking to him. So it's not gone away. It's the most expensive over so far, and they're liking it, aren't they? Well, Dara Peretti certainly is. He moves into the 30s.
What can they get to here? Maybe 100 with a big finish. Wants to go again, doesn't quite get to the pitch of it, but it will be 4. So McCulloch goes magical in all the wrong ways as far as he's concerned. Good over for Hungary, looking for a big finish. They're 72 for 4 after 8.
A lot of noise being made there from the Hungarian bench, as that was the over that they needed. 24 come off that over of Carson McCulloch. And well, when you think about it, that is half the score that they were on before that over. They were on 48. They've jumped up to 72. So yeah, you're right. Could be eyeing up a 100 score here. The ball gets given to Scott Macbeth to bowl the next over.
He bowled well yesterday. Good player. First one cut, he's dropped.
He's dropped again.
Well, Mars, things coming in threes. More lives than a Cheshire Cat here. As yes, McNally that puts it down. Bit of an ankle biter, wasn't it? But it's one that the Irish team would expect to hold.
Now remember, if you go back to that final against Spain in the under the floodlights, it was the dropped catches that cost them that, really. They dropped so many, and here they are dropping things again. And Mars Bargy, well, whatever he did, whatever prayers he said this morning, whatever he had for breakfast, whatever pujas he did, has worked the treat for him, because he's had 3 lives. They haven't been able to take him, and he's on 3 or 5.
This is swept away. Long chase for the field. Is not going to get there. So Darren Peretti to 45 has clicked at the right time. Macbeth gets it slightly wrong. Drifts into the pads, and the result's a boundary.
Yeah, this is a good sign, though, for Hungary. Darren Peretti, I mean, you said it early on, he just didn't look comfortable, looked a little bit all sorts, didn't he? But he's weathered the storm, he's stuck out there, and now he's starting to play some good shots and helping Hungary to at least a score that he can try and defend.
I think he's thinking reverse here. He thinks it won't be outside his pads. No, maybe it was one to hit, because the field up in that backward point region. Darren Peretti to 45. Yeah, Marzi giving up 3 lives, but I guess on the scoreboard, he'd like to make it count. Just 3 or 5 at the moment, but he's got a good seat at the other end right now to watch Darren Peretti lift one up and out of the ground. Maximal! And a half century for Ashworth Darren Peretti off 25 balls. He stood up, batted Hungary out of a tight corner, still a long way behind in the game, but maybe that fighting 100 will come up. And you never know what might happen in the second half of this innings. Slight delay, missed out by Darren Peretti. End of the over. Macbeth, not a bad one at all. 11 come off it. And Hungary, with an over remaining, they're 83 for 4.
Yeah, well batted to Ashworth Darren Peretti, starting to show the signs of a batter that can really turn on the style when it matters, when it counts. And maybe he was a little bit rusty coming in to this championship. Well, this knock has done him the world of good, so that's a positive sign here for Hungary. What would be positive if they can finish the over, or finish this over well? It's the last. It's going to be Gerard Wilson to bowl it.
Yeah, 10th overtime. Strap yourselves in. How close can Hungary get to this 100? Well, first one's high. It's called no ball straight away at square leg, and they'll get a single. So an overcooked York there. Marzi is not particularly tall. You see that one would have hit him in the belt. So in ECN cricket, that's a no ball, and for a hit coming up.
Yeah, good call. So Darren Peretti has got a 50 to his name, 51 or 26, and now he's got the license to go big.
Yeah, he sure does. Got the immunity cloak on. Free hit time. And it doesn't beat the bowler. Frustration for Darren Peretti. It's been a funny kind of an innings, hasn't it?
Yeah, he seems to have done better against the slower bowlers, hasn't he? And Darren Peretti, if you look at where he scored his boundaries, it's been off the slower bowlers. So let's see if you can do the same here against Wilson.
Oh, it's a rolling cutter, and it's gone. Well, it's go gadget arms from El Machina, Seamus Lynch. And that was one of those edges, because it was a slow ball. It just seemed to hang in the air, and you could almost pick it like an apple off a ripe tree in springtime. And yeah, he kind of jumps and then realizes he doesn't have to dive. So Darren Peretti's luck runs out on 51. Clever change up from Jared Wilson. It's 85 for 5.
That's a good catch, isn't it? I mean, when I'm looking at this, I didn't think he was going to get there. I thought that the ball was going to go and beat him. I thought maybe he's gone a bit early, but he was able to sort of glide in the air and get that to stick in his glove. So a nice catch to remove Dara Peretti. He'd be very happy, though, with his half-century, and he gets a nice warm round of applause from his teammates, because if it wasn't for that half-century, well, they would be in a lot of problems.
Yeah, he can be really proud of that innings, and perhaps it kind of just gets him back in a bit better nick. This guy, though, I find it hard to believe that he's not batting a slot or two higher. Abhitesh Prashar comes in at 7. 4 balls remaining. Whacks the first one down to deep cover for a single. But, yeah, Prashar for me, he's probably in my top 5 or 6. I mean, nothing against Marzi, obviously, who has tried to get with the pace of it. But Prashar's a proven performer, I think.
Yesterday he came and I said to Corey, this ball will be a 6, and it works because that's what he does. He's a good hitter. Yeah, Marzi, look, 6 balls for 4. It's not really what he needs to be doing now. There, he'd love a boundary. That'll make you feel better. Goes for 1 down the ground, and he gets the boundary. Boom. Shaka. Look, yeah, that's more like it. That's what you need. This is what Mars Barzi can do.
Yeah, we've woken Marzi up there. He said, hey, your voice is carrying, and I'm going to show you what I can do. And he absolutely nails that. Picks a slower ball from Wilson. And just probably a comfortable length, isn't it? Now, they've got the fine leg back. He's kind of telegraphing a short ball here, putting deep square back as well. So, again, it's one of these one-ball fields, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you can also double bluff it a bit. I don't know if it is a bluff. By the way, at this stage, you don't really care where the fielders are, right? There's only 2 balls to go.
But we
He's
know
trying to hit it
Marzi,
hard.
he doesn't mind the short ball, you know.
Yeah,
so let's see if it is going to be the short ball.
It is short-ish. It hurries on to Mars, who will have to run, and he'll get 1. So last ball coming up, Prashar. Again, for me, considering they don't quite get the 100 here, I find it hard to believe Prashar's only going to face 2 balls in this entire innings.
Yeah, I think they need to change it up. I think, once again, nothing against Marzi. I know he's a proven performer. We saw him perform well in Hungary, but so did Prashar. But Prashar, the difference is for me, Prashar has performed here.
Yeah,
and
true.
last year, when Hungary was struggling, all their batters were struggling, it was Prashar that was really keeping his game for them.
Maximo sets 100. Well, it's wide, I think. Oh, I don't think it's going to be called. We'll have to wait and see on the call. They've said it's only a bye. And so that'll be it. Seemed short. Let's have a look.
That's a wide for me. As soon as this is bowled, I'm thinking that's over his head.
I mean, it did kind of keep going up after it passed him, so maybe that gave a false illusion, bit of a false sense of how high it was. But in the end, it will just be the 1 run. So Wilson goes upstairs and gets away with it. End of the 10 overs. And Hungary, we're going to finish 94 for 5.
Yeah, so finishes with just a bye. We were hoping to have a flurry of runs in that last over, but it was a nice tidy one. Only kept it to 11 runs. Only that one big over. That was from Carson McCulloch. Went for 24. And, Ireland, they were focused, weren't they? And they bowled really well. They knew what they had to do, and this was the first wicket. It was a great catch. Well, if you thought that one was good from Carson, well, there was better still to come. But that was the captain going without scoring.
Yeah, and it was a bad start, wasn't it? And it was only going to get worse in the power play as Hungary just struggled to get going. Of course, all eyes were on Leas Deploy. That was a close call there. But this was the big moment, wasn't it? Harbinson camped under the high ball, removed the Hungarian opener for just a single.
Yeah, massive moment. Of course, a lot of people were here to see how Deploy would perform after his historic performance yesterday. Then we saw that one from Hoey when nobody was expecting that.
Joel Garner made a brief appearance there. Always bounced it over the fence, didn't he, Hoey? But yeah, look, Ireland, I think for the most part, they'll be happy with how they went in the field. I do think there were a few little things that they would like to improve on. I don't think it was their best fielding performance. But ultimately, you can see the tactics are there, the bowling plans are there, and for the most part, they gave better than they got, didn't they? Ireland 11. That's the reason they're chasing 95. And curious to see what the batting would look like in the second half. I mean, this was the team catch, though, wasn't it? It was Doherty to Jared Wilson. Better help me out, brother. and his teammate was there waiting for it. Outstanding fielding, and it kind of sums up this Irish team. They look like they mean business this year. Tekla couldn't catch this one though. He's had a bit of a funny couple of days in the field, but for the most part, he's a very, very safe pair of hands. Darragh Peretti though stood up, didn't he, with a half century, and without those runs, you wonder where Hungary might have ended up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They needed Darragh Peretti to be at his best, and well, you saw, I mean, you said it, there was an excellent work there from Ireland, but also they would be a little bit disappointed with some of the fielding there, especially with the chances. Well, they didn't take Mars Barzi. That was a nice catch there from Lynch towards the end to get the wicket of Darragh Peretti, but not before. Darragh Peretti had made a very fine half century. So he kept things going for Hungary. I mean, he has given them hope, but you would think that Ireland would be very satisfied with the work. I think one thing that Ireland would have gone out there to do is to say, right, let's try and see if we can keep them under 100. Of course, that meant getting the big wicket of Lewis Duploy early, and they were able to do that. They got him out for just one. They also got Vinod Ravindra. Remember, we got talking about two batters there on previous to this match. On two occasions, they brought up a 100-run partnership between themselves, so they got them out with just the one run between them. So that was the hard work done, and then they had to stay focused. I suppose they dropped their concentration a couple of times. I mean, especially when they could have had Marzi run out for one as well. Carson, it was well, if he had walked to the stumps and knocked the bails off, they would have got him out. He went for the throw, went for the flick, gets it wrong. Bowler weren't able to take it, so he gets alive. There's the bowling figures there. 2 wickets there from Ollie Riley, bowled beautifully at the beginning. Just 3 runs of his 2 overs. 2 wickets also there from other bowlers as well. So yeah, a nice bit of work. That was Gavin Hoey, who of course surprised everybody with that bouncer as well. And I like Jared Wilson's bowling as well. Carson McCulloch was the expensive one there. So this is how it looks in the mid-match summary of this match number 7. Hungary batting first, but not really getting to the score that they'd like to get to. They've got to defend, and they've got to defend as well. Their bowling and their fielding has to be electric. It has to be spot on. And Ireland, well, maybe we might see a wobble from them, but at the moment, you'd expect them to go and knock these runs off pretty comfortably. Rico Full here. Well, you can join me back and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu in about 10 minutes' time. We'll be back to talk you through the end of this match. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back as we get ready to see the reply from Ireland. Hungary batting first and getting a 94 on the board to Ireland. Looking to keep their 100% record intact. Both these teams going to this fixture unbeaten in the 2 games that they've played, but one of them will face defeat for the first time, and the winner really would know that they more or less have sealed their spot in finals day tomorrow. And of course the main thing is to try to get yourself in the top 2 to get that second chance, and Ireland will feel that a win here or Hungary will achieve that. Prashar to bowl the first. It's a nice delivery played out behind point to the man on the boundary. Will take the single. Apitash Prashar bowled with some pace yesterday and he bowled in good areas. Let's see if he can get the breakthrough and try to apply a bit of pressure on the Irish. So Seamus Lynch gets off the mark. Doherty now face his first. Nice looking shot work to be done out there for the fielder, but he can't get there. Lovely shot. He just sort of punches this through the offside. Beautiful timing and placement. And the man that was on the boundary that stopped the first has got to go a long way round to try and catch up with that. Can't do so. Nice look there off Mars Bargy, their wicket keeper for Hungary. We've seen a lot of him, and also part of the ECN crew when we travel to various destinations around Europe. Prashar gets this one past the outside edge of Doherty, so that'll give him some encouragement. He's beaten the bat. To Julian Dawson and Wayne in the chat. Hello guys. And hello to everybody, guys and girls, that are on our chat. Making it interesting and exciting. Hope you're finding the cricket to be the same. Oh, well bowled, good delivery, extra pace. Bargy, a couple of balls there that he hasn't been able to take clean in his gloves. Both hitting the gloves and coming out, so he needs to get them warmed up pretty quickly. And, it's nice there. You see both the deploys giving plenty of encouragement to Apitash Prashar. Good delivery, good pace, good areas. Doherty. I won't like the fact that 2 dots are going past him. And he comes back with a lovely shot straight down the ground. It's a nice shot, really, isn't it? This is where sometimes we see that change in the field from a lot of teams when you've got a batter that does like to hit straight down the ground. They put that sort of Southern Cross field in, of course, in the power play. You're only allowed 2 men bat, but you can still have one very much straight. I wonder if Prashar is thinking that here now. What's he looking to do here? He wants to make a change in the field. I think he wanted to push 1 man back there because he was asking the sweeper on the leg side to come up, but he's being told not to carry on with what he's got. And that's a gunny delivery. And Mars Bargy, well, this goes underneath him. And, well, he's going to be disappointed, I think, that he doesn't stop this. It's not the best of deliveries, but it gets through him, and that's going to be a minimal. Oh dear, and that's not what you need. Prashar getting it all wrong. I think Prashar, not sure what he was trying to do here. I think probably trying to angle this in and tuck up the batter, gets it wrong. So that's going to be 5 runs. Didn't want to be conceding those right now. Takes the pressure back off the Irish. And trying to get it in the gap. Finds the fielder. He'll have a shy. And not a bad effort, well backed up. I'll take the single. It is the end of the over. And with the 5 wides and a couple of boundaries in it as well, Ireland make a perfect start. 15 without loss after the first. 52 matches since the golden ball, and a fine time to bring back into our commentary position to Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Nice to be back. And yeah, Prashar kind of built up a degree of pressure, didn't he? But lets the air out of the balloon with that big 5 wides. And I don't think you can really blame the keeper for that one. That was super wide. Getting it wrong, but having big consequences. Dottie's out there with Seamus Lynch. And Ireland will be hoping to make a statement. And every chance these two teams could meet again tomorrow on finals day, of course. Maybe more than once, depending on how it goes. It looks like it's going to be Cameron Wahid to bowl the next over. So, looking for a turning point. Ireland 11 just looking to go about their business. Here we go. With the second over, but not yet. Interestingly, the win predictor at the start of this game had Hungary 37%, but took a bit of a dive, didn't it, when Leas Deploy succumbed for just a single. Not a good ball first up, and that's going to be 4 runs. It was short, it was down the leg side, and it was put away.
Yeah, not a good delivery at all, as you say. And it just helped round the corner. They've got a man there in a catching position, but that's hit pretty fine. So it's going to have to go all the way down to where the kids were earlier this morning.
Geez, they had a great day. I know they've gone back to school now, but every day when we see the youngsters getting involved in cricket, the enthusiasm, of course, credit to the coaches. They do a very professional job with all the drills, the really engaging stuff they get the kids to do. And just love that enthusiasm and that feeling. But right now, it's not a great feeling for the batter because this is straight up in the air and it's gone. So Baiji barely had to move. And so it'll be a 4 and out for Doherty as it is a breakthrough for Cameron Wahid. And the score is 19 for 1.
Yeah, they get the breakthrough. It's a short delivery again. I mean, it's a brave one to bowl, isn't it? I mean, he went for the short one, but he straight it down legs up. But the difference between this one and last, this one is right at the batter. It's dead straight. He gets a good bit of bounce on it. The batter gets it high up on the bat. And, well, Mars Baji doesn't make any mistakes. So they get a wicket now. They've got to go on from this. So they're pumped up there. So Wahid gets the breakthrough. And it's the end of Liam Doherty. He'll go for 13 on 7 deliveries.
Yeah, and I think for Ireland 11, there won't be any sense of panic there, but Hungary will be hoping they can parlay that into something more. Well, there's the 13. Talked about it a little bit in the first innings. And Doherty is going to go for exactly 13 here in this game.
A little bit of magic spray happening there as well, it looks at Mars Baji having a little bit of magic spray action. Not sure.
Oh, yeah, it was the 5s that he got. He got aggressive low 5s, and he's had to put the magic spray on it.
Well, so Marzi hurts his finger celebrating. Wahid now bowling to Tekdor.
Cracking shot first up, picks out the fielder. Well, you know, occasionally you've seen celebrations go a little bit off. Happened the other night actually with one of the Belgian players, the smiling assassin Khalid Ahmadi. He rolled his ankle celebrating after taking a wicket on finals day, finals night. Yeah. Cracking shot, straight down, straight as the day is long, and Seamus is away, his first boundary.
This is just like being in the nets, isn't it? It's like the bowling machine, firing the mat, and you're just hitting straight through the ball, straight down the ground. The second one that's been hit, or darted straight back down. Not trying to get any real power in the shot. It's all about timing. He knows that there's no fielder there. You can see that he must deploy. Having a bit of a chat there with the bowler before he gives him the ball back.
Such great batting shape, doesn't he, Lynch? Now a bit of length on it. It's going to disappear over the fielder. Maximal. That one's gone up for an early lunch as Lynch moves to double figures in quick time.
The timing on this, exceptional. I mean, look at this. I mean, it's hardly any effort But it's all about the timing. And look, you see the fielders out there, but there's no point, no way Darrell Peretti's getting anything on that. That sails over him. That's an extraordinary shot for 6 over covers.
Got so much time to play it. I mean, if you look at the super slow-mo, I think he might have almost yawned before the ball came to him there and just eased it over the point boundary.
Quite amazing there. Even, I mean, I just had a look at that, the win percentage there, and even with that wicket, it doesn't really do any favours for Hungary. I suppose with the next ball being smashed for 6, Ireland 30 for 1, and there's still a ball to go in the second over.
Yeah. And just felt Ireland were keen to make a statement against a team, like we said, that possibly they will meet tomorrow. Still a bit too early to say. Wow, this is cracked over the onside, and that's going to go all the way as well. Maximal as Wahid gets the breakthrough, but also goes magical in the second. It's 36 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, look, easy hitting, isn't it? Just this time, hits through the ball once again. He knows all he's got to do is clear the infielder, and he does it with ease. 6 more runs, a magical over, and even though they've lost the 1 wicket, you've got to say a magical start for Ireland here. They've still got this 1 over in the power play, and I think Ireland are going to go after this. You know, they're going to go after this big time.
Case of the haves and have-nots at the moment. 3 teams with 2 wins, 2 with no wins. The 2 teams without any points will meet in match 8 coming up next. Finland and Turkey. It would seem that that would be for that 4th spot.
This match going exactly the way I suppose that Austria would want as well, because remember, they, after losing badly, they've come back with a couple of wins now. Remember, Austria and Hungary, match number 9 later today. That's going to be a biggie as well.
Steps across, but then continues to go offside. That one's across the road. Maximal. Great bit of improvisation from Tim Tector. I think originally he's looking for the leg side, but when he had that extra width, he wasn't afraid to change his mind and go with the line of the ball. Good batting.
Yeah. Look at the wrist here. Yeah, look at the way he uses the wrist, and I like the way he gets down to one knee. He holds the pose and he says, where's the photographer? Come on, take a few pictures. Click, click, click. Smile, please. Lovely shot. Pressure. Under pressure.
Now, it's more of an edge here, but it might still go, and it does. Maximal. That's Ashworth Darrell Peretti out there. Probably see him with the ball pretty soon. Tector. This one probably wasn't timed as sweetly, but still gets the result.
Yeah, once again, it's about, if you look at the blade, look at his hands, look at the way he angles the blade there. He just gets the angle on it. He knows where he wants the ball to go. He guides it wide of Darrell Peretti, but he's got enough power in it to get over him as well.
I think if I'm hungry here, I'm just trying to think of my bowling options. I think this game, for now, it's a write-off. I would probably strategically not bowl some bowlers that you might just want to keep up your sleeve for tomorrow against the Irish. So I'm thinking of the deploys. I'm thinking of even someone like Darrell Peretti.
Yeah.
You know, I suppose you don't want to give up, but I think you look at the game situation, it might be maybe that kind of factors into the thinking.
It's a good tactical shout.
Yeah.
I saw Zimas deploy, just marking his run up there while we were waiting for that ball to come back.
Oh, that's missed the pitch, I think.
Might be a no ball, Vinny.
No ball
It
off
is.
the pitch. And Prashad's just struggled with the control a couple of times, hasn't he?
Yeah, no ball course, and now, well, Tector will get a free hit, and he's gonna be looking to smash into this one as well.
Of course, Tim Tector, we talked about it yesterday, didn't we? Comes from a very, very famous cricketing family here in Ireland with his brothers Jack and Harry. Now there's the free hit, and it's eased away over the fence as well. Maximal! Well, Corey christened him Mr. T, and a pity the fool that gets it wrong to Timothy as he whacks that one a long way over the offside fence.
It's a lovely shot, and the sound of the bat also, I mean, that ball onto Willow echoed around this splendid Cartama Oval, making it look easy at the moment. But I just love watching his hands and love watching the way he's rolling the bat in those hands to get the bat to be angled in the areas that he wants the ball to go in. It's lovely to see. It really is. It's keeping his upper body beautifully still. Likes to bat from inside the crease as well.
Good decision making. Looks like he's batting now. He's really taking an off-stump, outside off-stump guy, just kind of daring Prashar to bowl at him. So he does, and he gets whacked 4 runs. Well, doing a bit more research, it looks like he might not actually be a Timothy before everyone writes in. This might be a rare case that he's just a Tim. But whatever he is, he's batting very, very well. Magical start. He moves into the 20s off just 6 balls faced.
Yeah, I had a feeling that they were going to really go after Prashar in this over, and they have done. I mean, just have a look at what we've seen so far in this over. 23 have come off it already in 4 balls. It's gone 6, 6, no ball, 6 and a 4. Look where he's standing now. Look how he changes up. So he was started inside. I mean, there are times when he starts way outside, then he jumps back inside. So that's all throwing the length of the bowler. That's what he's doing really cleverly. So he'll stand outside. The bowler is then aiming to get the ball in that area, thinking that he's pitching up. Then he drops back and he's ready to play the pull shot.
Yeah, there's a little bit of the cat playing with the mouse, isn't it, with Tector's tactics here.
Yeah.
He can pretty much stand wherever he likes at the moment. I think he's sky high on confidence. Prashar has sprayed him a little bit. Certainly not the best we've seen him bowl.
I'd like to see him try the straight bouncer, straight at his body, see if that gets him any success. Pitching it up. Probably, well, it could be a chance here. You'd expect to be taken as a really good catch, and Prashar, he does get the wicket, so well done to him. He doesn't go for the shorter one. He goes just for the same kind of delivery, but this time it's not out of the middle from Tector, and it's a really good catch taken. I think there's only a few players around here that would have taken that. Zimas deploy, a really good catch.
Yeah, excellent catch. It's bottom of the bat, I think. He just set himself. And pretty similar to actually the way that Leas Deploy got out in the first innings, but the right-handed version here, it was low on the bat, gave Zimas a chance to track the ball. Again, did everything right, taking this catch. So Tector gets it wrong once and pays with his wicket, but still leaves his team in a very, very strong position at the close, almost the close of the third over. The score is 59 for 2. That brings Sam Harbinson, the captain, to the crease.
Yeah, captain comes out. The over has gone for 23, but there's another wicket. And Abhitash Prashar happy to pick that one up. But yeah, the captain now comes out. Wonder what his approach is going to be here.
He'll probably look to attack. I think he's enjoying leading the Irish in this tournament. First time we've seen him on ECN, but yeah, Harbinson looks to do all the little things right. Looks like a good player to me. He'll drive on the up first up. Leas throws from the hip, and I think this would have been gone if it hits.
I reckon it would have been. And you heard a bit of the ooh on this one, and I reckon he hits this. I think he would have been short by, well, a few centimetres.
Yeah, pretty sure that it was gone. If he hits anyway, it will be the end of the over, and a very good power play for Ireland 11. 60 for 2 after 3.
See the graphic there showing you how it's going upwards. And 2 magical overs there. 21 coming off that one from Cameron Waleed, even though he took a wicket. And the same there for Prashar. Does pick up a wicket, but the over, it's a magical one. That last one going for 24.
Yeah, you can see the kind of hassle that Hungary were in, though. They were 48 off 7. And at that stage, we were wondering, what could they get to? Will it be 70 or something like that? Okay, they had that magical over, got a few more. Bit of respectability, but won't nearly be enough against this Irish 11. Here's Zimas Deploy getting a ball. A little bit short, cut away, but straight to the fielder and caught. It's Ravindran that takes the catch. So the move to spin pays immediate dividends, as that's Harbinson that'll go for just a single. The score is 60 for 3.
Well, spin comes into play, and Deploy takes the wicket. A good catch there from Vinath Ravindran. He's very good out there in the deep. We know that. He takes loads of catches, a handful of catches, because he's got good hands, and takes a catch. So, well, there's more joy here for Hungary. They take the 3rd Irish wicket. So this is all that you can wish for. Just keep plucking away, keep taking those wickets, and also it gives them an opportunity. And that's also the opportunity to look at what depth that the Irish have got. And the next batter that comes out is Gerard Wilson.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed, Sam. We just picked out the fielder, made decent contact, but also a pretty good catch by Ravindran, who couldn't really set. He was on the move, took about knee high. And so, you know, credit to Hungary. They're trying to keep their standards high as well. I talked about whether you might just keep a few bowlers up your sleeve for tomorrow potentially, but you know, ultimately They might like the opportunity to bowl to some of these guys as well and feel out the Irish batters, so it kind of works both ways. As Jared Wilson comes out to bat for Ireland 11. Batted so well in the final last year, actually. Doesn't have the burden of the captaincy this year, but he's still having a very good tournament so far. Bowled well. A fraction short, pulled straight, and Sheikh Kazik does the rest, just a single.
Interesting field. I don't know if you can have a look at this field, but you basically got 4 men for the ball being hit straight. So it's quite exceptional.
Like
You've
a
got
4-man wall.
Yeah, 4-man wall,
Straight
and
down
then
the
you've got
ground.
very, very sort of wide mid-wicket as well. But that means that shots like this are on, and there's no protection back there. That's the only downside of it. If you got this field, you've got to bowl to it.
Yeah, you're right. It has to pitch up, and you don't want people going sideways. That's kind of what you're getting at there. So it's kind of it's a fairly traditional field with traditional long on, long off, then deep mid-wicket, deep cover, kind of ring of 4, and then you throw the deep forward square leg in there. But I think at the moment, Ireland, they don't really care where the fielders are as well. If they see it up and drivable, they'll be trying to drive over those outfielders like this. And right on cue, the machine comes to the party. Maximo brings the Irish 6 closer to that target.
Yeah, well, thing is, though, you can have this field, you can have any field in the world, really, but if the batters are hitting it over the top of you, well, you can't stop it. That one's just a little bit too short, isn't it? I mean, you've got to be, what they're trying to do, should be trying to do, is getting to drive and just miscue, so you're hoping that the batter gets a miscue on one of those 4 men that are pretty straight are there to take the catch.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Well, that's probably one of the biggest of the day. That's a long way back. Archaeologists will be looking for that ball in centuries to come. As Alan Makina, he clears his pipes and whacks another 6.
Oh, this has been absolutely butchered, hasn't it? That is an almighty hit. That is travelling. And, well, you can see that one, you're right, it's going to take some finding.
Oh, now it goes offside. This is some hitting, isn't it, from Lynch, who's got 39 off 8 balls. That's pretty much 5 a ball, which is pretty good going in anyone's language. It's the end of the over, 83 for 3.
Well, he smashes that all over the place. It's another one of those magical overs, isn't it? It gets the ball just gets mashed all over the place. What a big hit that is. What a great over. 23 come off it. So even though Hungary have picked up those wickets, the last 3 overs all going magical. 21, 24 and 23 of the last 3.
Yeah, Taylor 2 worms. I don't think they'll meet again. And so, well, they are going to go to Lias Deploy in the next over. The next match actually starts in about 45 minutes, Finland versus Turkey. I do feel like that will be the match that will decide who stays and who goes at the end of the day. And so, news from the toss as well, that Finland have won the toss and are batting. So, yeah, their batting certainly looked up. Nell and Cherries looked pretty good for them. Jordan O'Brien with some runs in their last game. But just 12 to win now for the Irish. Full toss first up from Lias, but doesn't get punished. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, Lias Deploy is going to have a bowl. Yeah, I'm sort of with you when you were talking about which bowlers to use and maybe keep, maybe somebody like Lias Deploy, maybe don't bowl him. I mean, when you look at the match situation here, does it make a difference? No, just hold him back. Don't let the Irish have a feel for it. Well, they're going to get a feel for it as this one gets blasted high and mighty. Well, that's another monster strike that lands at the top of the hill. Manos, arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 más. And now with the score on 90, they're just 1 hit away.
Yeah, time to boil the kettle, I think, because it'll be an early afternoon tea here. Lynch, the only question is, can he bring up his 50? And if he does hit a 6 this ball, it'll be the equal fastest 50 ever. And it'll be the fastest 50 ever on this Khartoum Oval. Because at the moment, he's 45 off 9. Can he do it? Oh, you bet he can. El Makina ties the fastest 50 record on the European Cricket Network. 51 off 10 balls. And also, it's game, set, Maximo as Ireland 11 do it with plenty of balls to spare. In fact, 33 balls to spare. Bit of a belting, but a bit of history as well for Seamus.
Oh, this is just awesome, isn't it? Incredible. Well, we were talking last night, myself and Corey, saying, records are meant to be broken. And there's another one for you. That's the fastest international 50 that we've seen. And if I'm right, that joint fastest we've ever had. Incredible stuff. What a knock there from the captain, Seamus Lynch. And, of course, what a comprehensive victory there for Ireland. Once again, just showing us that they are a force to be reckoned with. We thought this was going to be maybe a closer game, but the Irish taking the key wickets first, especially that one, of course, of Limas Deploy, and then finishing the job off in style.
Yeah, and equals the 51 of 10 by Shiraz Ahmed from Pakai Care against Badlona Shaheen back in the Barcelona Bash in November 2020. And really, the thing about this is if he kept going, might have had the fastest 100 mark under attack as well, because the machine, he likes to whack boundaries. We like to watch it. Prashar, though, missed the dartboard a couple of times. And certainly didn't make things too easy for his keeper there, Maz Bayaji. And ultimately, Hungary had a couple of good moments and a couple of wickets there. Now, this was the catch, but it was followed with an aggressive low 10 that caused Marzi to be attended to with the magic spray. Ultimately, the whole Hungarian side might need the magic spray after getting a bit of a burn here. Ireland doing a number on them in match 7.
Loving that scene. I never noticed that before because I was looking out for it. When he gets a high five, you can see the wince of pain there from Azbaji. And then, of course, we had to have some of the magic spray out there. I hope he's okay. Hey, listen, I thought those gloves were pretty strong. And I thought wicket keepers were hard. Well, maybe not, Vinny.
Yeah, well, there's always exceptions. Zumas Deploy, though, took a nice catch over his shoulder. They did get 3 wickets, like I said, but it was all academic. And look, that was a nice catch as well by Ravindran to get his opposite number, Sam Harbinson. Zumas Deploy breaking through with his first ball. So Hungary, 10 points per effort, but no points for the result. And in the end, Lynch finished it off with a succession of violent blows. Leg side, offside, it didn't matter, as he brought up the equal fastest 50 ever on the network. 10 balls to reach 51. And he puts the gloves in the helmet and says, that's the job done, guys. Let's get some snacks and get ready for later on tonight, where they'll meet Finland in match 10 of this Group D. Lynch 51 of 10. The machine living up to his name. Tector with 23, Doherty with 13 in there. But really, this innings was never going to go the distance. And in the end, only 4.5 overs required to chase down that target.
Yeah, well, there you go. Another magical moment on the European Cricket Network. You saw it here on the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Seamus Lynch, the captain, does a wonderful job there, doesn't he? Not the captain, of course, but a wonderful, wonderful job. He's called the El Machina, the machine from Mr. Maximo. Well, he is a bit of the machine, isn't he? Superb knot. That was outstanding. 50 coming up in just 10 balls. Of course, it was also a 50 in this match from Daryl Peretti. Well done to him. But the rest of the batters just didn't click for Hungary, which meant they got to, well, a blow past score, 94. And they were going to have to be at their extreme best if they were able to defend that for Ireland. Well, they weren't messing around. They wanted to bat them out of the game in the power play, and they did that indeed. And in the end, winning that match with 33 balls to go. I think a lot of people thought that was going to be a little bit closer. It was not to be, so well done to Ireland. Good victory for them. And of course, the next match, that means it's going to be coming up in just under 40 minutes time, and that's going to be an important one. We're already talking about this match. Maybe it's going to be deciding which team finishes fourth, because it is the last match, the last opportunity that Turkey have got to get a victory. If they can't get it, well then I suppose it's going to be maybe goodbye to them, because Finland look like they're going to do it.
Okay, well, in the meantime, we've got a little bit of time, so you can stay tuned from ECN Plus Tactics with some videos from stories behind the stories. Dan Weston is going to continue that series. We'll be back, though, like you say, Rico, in about 35 minutes for that final before a final between Turkey and Finland. Until then, it's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Enjoy this extra footage, and then we'll see you soon for more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
So Saravana, what were some of your first memories in cricket?
My first memory is regarding cricket. We have to go back to 1997. When I was 12, I think so. 12. I saw the first match, international match in Chennai, India versus Pakistan.
Okay.
Me and my brother, we talked about a lot. Shahid Afridi at that time, he was a very big hitter
Okay.
and who scores very fastly.
Yep.
And he is reputed for that one. Suddenly he got out, we cheered up in the electrified crowd and everything. Then Said Anwar came and he smashed us the world highest ODI record,
Right.
194.
Okay.
That I'm never going to forget about in my cricket history.
Incredible. And it was a packed house in Chennai?
Yeah, the crowd was electrified.
Yeah.
It was an amazing. Then I have decided not to go to India to watch a match because it's impossible.
Okay.
It's electrifying, the
Okay.
crowd, yeah.
Yeah. But you started playing cricket with your brother before before then?
We played for our school levels.
Okay.
And then he started to move his career towards education and everything.
Okay.
He's a doctorate now.
Right. Okay.
So, but I moved towards cricket and basketball. So
Yeah. Yeah. And were you a bowler or a batter?
I'm a bowler. I have played in MRF Pace Foundation in Chennai.
Okay.
So I was there when I was under 17.
Right.
So
Okay.
we are formed by some coaches from Australia and then from India also.
Yeah. Okay. But so most of your cricket was played in the school or in the club?
In the school first. Then I have selected in our university level.
Okay.
So I have played in university.
Yeah.
Then I shifted to France for the future.
Yeah. Yeah. So what year did you move to France?
It's a big story because all in my family all are engineers.
Okay.
Like a typical Indian family, you know.
Yeah.
All are computer engineers.
Okay.
They forced me to do that one also.
Yeah.
Then I said no, it's not my my thing. So one of my uncle who was worked in French Foreign Legion.
Okay.
Though it was so interesting and adventurous things. So I tried for that one.
Yep.
I heard that we do a lot of sports and adventurous sports and everything.
Okay.
So I came to France and I joined in French Foreign Legion.
Yeah, incredible. And what was your first experience of cricket in France?
One weekend I came to Paris. I am walking around the park in 2008, I think so.
Okay.
I saw a couple of boys going with a cricket bat and tennis balls, and I said, "What are you guys doing here? You play cricket? Yeah. Shall I join with you guys? Okay." Then I played with them. They said, you have some talents, and why don't you want to join in a club in Paris? And I said, cricket exists in France? Yes, it is. Yeah, of course.
Yep.
Then I joined in that club, Balbinians Cricket Club.
Okay.
It is in North Paris.
Okay.
So I played for them. Still, I'm the member of that club.
Right.
For 18 years.
Yeah. And how many members does the club have now?
Actually, we have 70.
Incredible. Okay.
70, and we have nearly 35 girls are playing there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but not regularly, but whenever the occasion is there, so they are coming. So 70 we are.
Incredible. And is there still a lot of tape ball cricket being played in Paris or in France?
Yeah. Nearly we have 120 competitions in every weekend from April to end of September. Every weekend we have the tape ball tournaments and tennis ball too, softball.
Yeah, incredible.
Yeah,
Incredible.
yeah.
So the game's certainly grown a lot since 2008 when you first saw it.
Then it was not like actually now, but before it was more or less we say 1,000 to 2,000 people played. Now actually in around Paris region, Greater Paris regions, we have nearly 7,000 guys are playing cricket.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, we are actually working with them to bring them into the structure of France cricket.
Yep.
So around France, we have 15,000 people are playing table cricket and softball.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah.
I mean, what you've done, what Prebu's done, Asif, Jubaid as well. It's incredible. You've got a great infrastructure there.
Of course. Technically and numerically, the cricket is so strong in the Paris regions.
Okay.
So that help us. That is whatever plan we do for France cricket. We started from Paris regions. Then we apply all over France.
Yeah. So what are the other parts of France where you see a lot of cricket being played?
In North France, we have a structured league, and nearly 8 clubs are playing there, and 2 competitions are going every year in hardball.
Right. Okay.
And in the southwest region of France, we have nearly 12 clubs.
Okay.
And now in south regions, we have nearly 5 clubs are starting.
Yeah, incredible.
And what we are looking for to to unify everyone. It's a
Yeah.
big task.
Yeah,
So we need some human resource and to unify everyone.
Yeah.
Well, we are trying still.
So what's your role with Cricket France?
I'm the sports director of France Cricket from 2020.
Yeah.
Usually I take care about the French national teams,
Yeah.
both women's, under 19. Then I'm the responsible for the domestic competitions also.
Yep.
We have nearly 14 domestic competitions are going on. Nearly we are organizing 650 matches per season.
Amazing.
So that's one. Then I'm the guy who structure the coaching system and everything.
Okay.
But still, we are very long from the perfection, but we are trying.
Yeah.
We are trying to do.
One of the things I love about French cricket is the use of the French language. I mean, my experience of every time I'm involved with France cricket, everyone's speaking French.
Yeah,
and I think that's such an integral and important part of the culture. You know, it's cricket for France and it's French cricket. You know, it's really really wonderful because you speak so many languages, but it's always French, which is the language of the. Yeah, it's really nice. It's a huge community that's growing
it's
there.
a multicultural sport now in France.
So what do you think the strengths of cricket in France are?
As you know, in every European countries now, the immigration from the subcontinental regions are so strong. So the peoples are coming over with the sports of cricket in their homeland. So so that is our strength.
Yeah.
That means the community cricket is our strength.
And people coming from cricket-loving countries to France, that they make friends very fast. Right?
This social integrity through cricket.
Yeah.
What we are doing now.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
So even from the government, we have some helps to put cricket for this guys, those who are coming from the subcontinental regions.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, the Drew being the winners of the European Cricket League last year, the talent and the extreme ball striking that they have on display is just incredible. I've never seen anything like it. Yeah. So I can see a big future for T10 cricket and short form cricket in France growing so fast. Because they're an inspiration.
Yeah,
when you see Nabi hitting sixes here, he's hitting 120-meter sixes consistently.
Yeah.
The talent is incredible.
Yeah, we have a lot of talented players in France.
Yeah.
We are trying, but we are structuring the Pôle France. That means the high performance center each and everywhere in France now.
Yeah.
So to talent hunt we are going to do from next year.
Yeah.
So
do you think there's a lot of cricketers in France that have not understood that there's cricket in France
yeah,
yet?
Yeah. So what you are, and thanks again for you to give this opportunity to show the talents what we have in France. And because of that easy win of Drew, I have nearly, if you don't believe me, nearly 50 calls per day to ask me how to enter into the how to play, how to join in the clubs, and etc.
Yeah.
It stimulates more the players now to go next level cricketer.
Oh, fantastic.
Thank you.
You should be very proud. The French Olympic Committee, are they working together with you? I mean, we hope that cricket becomes an Olympic sport one day.
Actually, we are comply with the ICC requirements and government recognition.
Okay.
We have tied up with the Baseball Federation before.
Okay.
Now, from January 2023, we are independent now.
Okay.
We are moving towards an independent federation.
Great.
So if we go there, we are working directly with the French Sports Ministry now.
Okay.
If fingers crossed, the cricket enter into the Olympic sports for Los Angeles. The cricket became high performance sport automatically.
Yeah.
So we have some own cricket by the ministry itself. So the infrastructure improve and the high performance setup improves, and it gives more opportunities.
Sure.
To play cricket.
Yeah. No, it's wonderful. I remember Olivier. And he was such a great gentleman in French cricket that I've met and known in the past, and it was a baseball cricket together. But I think I think cricket will stand on its own feet and grow so much faster than any other sport in France.
In the horizon of 2025,
Yep.
France cricket will become an independent federation.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the strengths of French cricket in the future, you think the women's cricket will obviously be a huge focus for you as well?
Yeah, of course, because when I started in 2020, I focused a lot in women's cricket because
Yep.
it's a great because the pathway enter into the Olympic was so easier
Yep.
in women's side than men's.
Sure.
So we constructed a team. We started from the zero,
Yeah.
and the girls won recently in Jersey Division 2 ICC World
Yeah,
Cup
incredible.
qualifiers.
Well done.
And we played last week in Desert Spring in Spain,
Yeah.
and the Division 1 against Scotland and Netherlands and Italy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we lost that one, but anyway, it was a good experience. That motivated the girls also to join
Yeah.
in cricket and to keep continuing to play cricket.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and the more we all promote the game,
Yeah,
it's a
of
viral
course.
effect of getting more and more people watching and then getting involved.
Yeah, of course, of course.
I mean, France is such a great country for sport, and obviously in football it's so strong, but the opportunity there to grow in cricket is incredible. And
Yeah,
it's
of
thanks to
course,
people
of
like
course,
you
of
to make it happen.
In 10 years, surely the way we are moving towards the future in the cricket, we are so optimistic now.
Yeah.
So we can do something in cricket in France also.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think you'll be in France forever?
Yeah. Because my wife is French.
Yep.
So I have to be in
So
France
you'll-
then.
Yeah. Does your wife like cricket?
Yeah, she follows everything.
She does.
She sent me a message today morning about the win against Greece.
Well done.
So she's watching. She's
Yeah, that's
watching
great.
everything.
Yeah, no, it's so important that we're all bringing our favourite sport, but we're integrating with
Yeah.
European culture.
Yeah.
We take the best of where we're from and the best of European
course.
history and combine it. Saravana, it's an absolute pleasure to know you and get to see what you're doing for French cricket. Well done.
Thank
and
you.
thank you and all the very best.
And thanks again, Daniel, for your hard work, and thank you for the opportunity you gave for all the European countries.
Yeah, my pleasure. No,
Thank
it's
you.
Great. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Time for match number 8 in Group D. Now right now I'm just in front of the ECN studio and I know there's been some great content being shot there with Dan Weston going behind the scenes with some of the big characters in European cricket, getting the story behind the story. So looking forward to him sitting down with Mehmet Ozturk there, who is from the Turkey team that we are going to see next up. In fact, it's going to be Finland versus Turkey in match number 8, and this has the feel of a bit of an elimination match because it feels like there's only room for one of these two teams in finals day tomorrow. Right now, the Sheriff Charles Croucher is out in the middle with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Good luck. Yeah. Thank you so much. Okay. Turkey to call. European cricket. European cricket's the call. You're going to bat first.
So the toss has been won by Amjad Sher, the wild thing of Finland, and he's decided that the Finns are going to bat first. And it's nice to see their batting kind of coming together, although they weren't able to get the points against Austria in their second match yesterday. But nice to see Fahim Nelancherry getting amongst the runs. I think Jordan O'Brien getting a bit more comfortable, I think, in his surroundings. And so Finland, they are going to try and put a big score on the board first up. Having said that, Turkey, they've had a bit of a tough time of it, but they'll feel like this is their best chance to shine. Their batting kind of struggled this morning, but Ishak Elek, he was electric, wasn't he, with some of his stroke play. He put together a bit of a score, but he needs some help, doesn't he, if Turkey are going to stay in the running. So this is Turkey's last match in the group stages. We know the Finns will play the Irish tonight, so that's going to be a bit of a tough one to get any points off. So I think both teams know this is a critical encounter. Looking forward to seeing some more ECN Plus content from the studio, but for now, let's go up to the Dream Box, where Rico Full is standing by with the Finns winning the toss and batting first. Let's get ready for match 8.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, looking dashed in his Peacock Friday shirt. I hope you around the globe are wearing your Peacock Friday shirts as well. Nice to see a few people around the ground as well in the fan zone with your Peacock Friday shirts. Well done, everybody, as we get set for this competition between Finland and Turkey. Finland, you have to say, on paper, have looked the better side. They've got a number of players that look like they can go into big things. I mean, Padahal has played some nice shots, but I was very impressed with Gordon O'Brien yesterday, and also Fahim Nelancherry, the man. Well, forget the cherries. We're talking laddus. He's got laddus for arms, isn't he? Wait till he comes out, and he smashed the ball big. I know that Corey's got a bit of a crush on him, and maybe that's why Corey's not around this afternoon. Anyway, Finland 93% to 7% against Turkey. Turkey, they've had a hard time. Remember, they haven't been able to score runs. They've done some good work in the field, but struggled with the bat earlier. They only got 65 against Austria. Austria winning that one with 30 balls to go. We also saw them struggle yesterday batting first against Ireland. Only got the 51. And then chasing that, that incredible 221 last night, they got to 89. So the most they've scored is 89. And so therefore, they'll be looking to try and restrict Finland to a score under 100. Ali Turkman, a man that I know very well, a lovely guy, captain of KSK Istanbul, is going to open up the bowling. It's a good all-rounder, and he needs to be at his best here. And he will be bowling to Venaraj Padal. Arvind Mohan is the non-striker. We wait for our official timekeeper, and of course, great to have them as our partner, Frederica Constant, to give us the heads up. And here we go. Nikesh Patel will get things started. Nice looking shot, but straight to the fielder. No run there. Well fielded. It's nice that you got a few new faces and young faces in the Turkey side. as well as some of the experienced players like the bowler here himself, Ali Turkman, of course. Mesut Öztürk is in there as well as Mohamed Ilyas. Short, and that's a lovely shot played, a beautiful pull shot. Going to be 4 runs. He gets a swivel in here, doesn't he? Does a little bit of the MJ, a little bit of the as this one gets worked away to the boundary. 4 runs, just dropping in a little bit too short here, Ali Turkman. I mean, he's got some pace about him, but I think this is short, but not one that he's deliberately banged into the deck, because I think when he does get the ball to talk a little as well. So nice shot there from Badahal. Good delivery, gets this one to seam away outside the off. Good comeback from Turkman. A very warm welcome to people that are tuning in around the world, especially a lot of folks will be tuning in from Sports TV in Turkey at the moment. Hello to you all. Buenas tardes. Bienvenido. And that's a lovely shot, just rocks back. Too short outside the off. And this one will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona. Shaka lagya. Beautiful. Beautiful shot. Gives himself the room. And he executes this delightfully. Nice shot. And now Banaraj. Can he keep himself focused though? He's made starts on a number of occasions, but he's never been able to turn it into a good score. And we know that he's got the ability, and he certainly has got the shots as well. Well, that is exquisite. What a pickup this is. Well, watch out over there in the ECN studio, because you could be in the firing line. Look at this. This is just oozing quality. What a beautiful shot this is. Turkman just strays ever so slightly down the leg side. And, well, that gets put away. A wonderful strike and a wonderful start here from Finland. And Venaraj Badahal turning on the style gives us the opportunity to say a very good afternoon to a few people on the chat, and hello to my good friend Michael Dahl that is there. Hello to Shrug as well. Lovely to have you all with us and enjoying the cricket, and Julian Dawson as well. I hope you're enjoying what you're seeing here. Asking the question and gone. He gets the wicket. So listen to the screams of joy. Well, they like this celebration, the Team Turkey, and they're going to celebrate. So Badahal, after hitting 16 of the over, he will go and just have a look at this. Yeah, he tries to play the same shot again, but he goes across the line. I think he just holds his back a little bit maybe, and gets it wrong, and I think he knows he's a goner here. There's no doubt about it. That is going to be the wicket that they were after. And a fine time to welcome back into the cube is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it's a fairly easy decision, I think, there for Nilkosh Patel as Padal heads back to the pavilion. It's also the end of the first over. 16 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled. So once again, unfortunately, Venaraj, he shows his quality. He does have quality. We know that. He's played some exquisite shots. But, well, he goes with the same shot to the wrong ball, steps across, plumb in front, as we have a look at what's happened so far.
Yeah, have a look at this group, Group D. Of course, only one team will survive. Looking ahead to week 3, and we'll get to see Group E, which is a pretty interesting one as well. England are favourites for that one, England 11, but also with Cyprus, Switzerland, Romania and Malta. I think that's going to be a really competitive group. Scotland 11 will be here second half of next week with Germany, as well as Portugal, Luxembourg and Norway. Yeah, expect a few surprises, I'm sure. Right now, it's going to be Ishak Alek to continue the bowling. It's a bit of a change. Normally, a bowling match at the second over. A bit of a fumble costs them a chance to run out here. They do get through for 1. But Alek was electric, wasn't he, with the bat this morning? But the only real Turk to be able to get hold of the bowling, as they found it tough going. Still, you can feel the intensity in this match at the moment, Rico.
Yeah, you can do. And Turkey know they are fighting and fighting hard here. This is their final, isn't it? This is their final. Well, one man they like to remove is Jordan O'Brien. He has been good. And he wants to run here as well. So they're taking on these singles. The one before, you're right, Vinny, if the fielder had picked it up first time, it would have been a chance.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Finland, we've seen them a fair bit lately because they played in Rome at the Roma Cricket Ground in the ECIs, where eventually they kind of came good towards the end. That was against Austria. And of course, the host Italy played in that as well. Saw Turkey earlier in the year in Bulgaria in the ECIs, of course.
Miscue could be gone, should be gone. Ali Turkman takes a catch, and there's more celebration. Turkey, they're up and about. Well, there's a little celebration there. Well, I don't know if Ali Turkman has got a new addition to the family, but he's rocking the baby looking at us here. Well, if he has, congratulations. But there you go. 1, 2, 3, Turkey. Another wicket. And, well, Adavin Mohan will go for just one.
You can see maybe a little bit of outseam there, actually. But it's tough to pull balls when they're outside the off stump, because if you get it wrong, they'll go straight up, or they might go straight to a fielder. Ali Turkman, right place, right time, right man, right result for the Turkish fans. And well, maybe a little bit of a rock the baby celebration, maybe a little bit of a call out to his family. Unfortunately for Mohan, he can't get anything going here in match 8. He's the second wicket to fall, and it's 18 for 2.
Yeah, well done to Alek and also to Ali Turkman. Well, if there is a baby Turkman about, well, you'll have congratulations, felicidades from us here. And maybe you're watching via Sports TV in Turkey. Oh, hello to you. And what a moment. Not only does he pick up a wicket with the ball, but takes the catch as well. In comes Alek once more. And, well, Nilan Cherry, the man who has the biggest biceps on the European Cricket Network. Well, he plays and misses that one. Vinny, this guy was hitting the ball many a mile yesterday.
Yeah, no, he's a good player. We've seen him a fair bit lately. I would like to see him and Nabi perhaps in an arm wrestle. That could bring the spectators in. Anyway, let's see if he can swing him here. Nilan Cherry.
And there he goes. Well, it's not Nilan Cherry, it's Nilan Laddu as this one goes big. This guy is strong. There's no doubt about it. And yesterday, you should have seen Corey here yesterday, Vinny. I thought he was having a baby. He was so excited with Nilan Cherry in his arms. But yeah, I mean, when this guy hits it, it stays hit.
Yeah, and that wasn't even 100% middled, but it's top of the hill stuff. I think Alek just giving a bit of length to the Nilan Cherry, who was sweating on it. See that toe in front of off stump with this guard. Looking for that leg side, he'll get it, but not far enough. He's gone, another wicket. This time it's Sahin with the catch. Nilan Cherry 6 and out, and Finland have lost 3, 25 for 3.
Oh, quite amazing. And, well, it's a slightly shorter delivery. Nilan Cherry doesn't really get this right at all. And Sahin, he takes the catch. Look at them out there. Look at the celebration. When you want passion, there's passion. You want commitment, there's commitment. You want belief, there's belief. Turkey, are they turning it on when it matters?
Well, you've been knocked to the ground and kicked around. Then when you feel things turning, you're going to enjoy it. And so Batuhan Sahin takes the catch. Nilan Cherry, he'll be disappointed. Just didn't get enough of that to get it over the infielder. And he's the third to fall, 25 for 3.
Yeah, he's going to be very disappointed, very much. 6 and out, 6 first ball and out the next. Yeah, he just didn't get enough on it, but fair play to the bowler, tucks him up a little bit. And disappointment as he goes back. So now, look, with those 3 wickets gone, really you've got to say that only Jordan O'Brien who's there is the only batter that's made any real contribution. What an opportunity this is for Turkey.
Must pull the over for Alek. I'll just get one here. Interested to see that the wind predictor was predicting 93% before the first ball for Finland. I don't know, I think that's kind of undercounting the Turkish team as we get to the end of the over. And after that, the score is 26 for 3 after 2. You look at the table, it's hard to see room for both of these. In fact, we know there won't be room for both of these teams. One or the other will get that 4th spot, and 99.999% it'll be whoever wins this game. There's a mathematical chance that Finland might smash the Irish tonight, despite losing this game. But I think really you can hang your hat on whoever wins this is going to have to get the opportunity to play the eliminator tomorrow. Whoever doesn't win it will be watching from the sidelines. Here's Ozturk and over 3.
This has been hit and hit well. This will go all the way. Well, this is an important knock here now for Jordan O'Brien. He's got to get a big score on the board, and he's got to hope that the other batters that are coming, like Zuraman, who's out there at the moment with him, can get a good partnership going. That's a good clean strike.
Yeah, again, it's that kind of length, isn't it? It's not one or the other. It's kind of in the slot. I suppose if it's a miss hit, it'll be fine for Turkey. But if not, it's probably going to leave the park. Rahman has another go. And this time an edgy strike probably wins the race. It does, and so Rahman into double figures as we see a hurdle job. Finland, despite losing those 3 wickets, they're going to keep being aggressive.
Well, our cricketers are the best hurdlers around as well. But this is, I think, nicely played. He sort of angles the bat down on it, and there's the chase. And, well, Mohamed Ilyas shows that he's pretty good at doing the high jump as well. So 6 and 4, hungry for more. Well, that's what we say in the European Cricket Network. And, well, plays this one away quite nicely as well. That's another nice shot. Beautifully played. And good control on this one as well from Rahman. So Rahman, he's playing his part.
Slower ball. I mean, if he misses that, I think it's curtains, but he doesn't miss it. Picks it well. Gets the kind of sweep in. And the result's another boundary. So despite those 3 wickets, the run rate very good here for Finland. Going at 160 pace at the moment.
Plays a miss it. This one better areas though this time for Mesut Öztürk. Gets this one outside the off stump. That's the corridor that you want to be bowling on. As I say good afternoon to John Gray, saying good afternoon to both of us.
Hello,
nice
John.
to see you tuning in.
I know Steve McVeigh is out of the chat and at the ground today. Steve, of course, lives in Portugal, so it's nice to see him. Could see his lucky red and white hat a mile away. So hello to you, Steve.
It's another good delivery. We'll get past the infield, but here comes along. Oh, they're taking on the second here. Risky, but they'll get there. Oh, that's they're going to go upstairs. I think he's in here. When I see it live, I reckon he slides the bat in, but that was a risky one.
Yeah, and Jordan O'Brien is lucky, I think, that the throw pulls Öztürk miles wide, because by the time he does get the ball in the stumps, he's well in. But yeah, probably wasn't a necessary risk at this stage, having lost 3 early ones, and Finland just trying to turn things around. O'Brien, I don't think it was entirely his idea. You could see Zia Rahman had the rear view mirrors going to make sure his partner was all right. In the end, he is just.
Well, he does. Can he finish the over well? Pitches it up. It gets dragged on the leg side again. Once again, they're looking like they want to go for 2. This time, it's a big shout of no. We'll get the single. 17 come off that over from Öztürk, and the score at the end of 3. It's a pretty decent power play from Finland, even though they've lost those 3 wickets. It's 43 for 3.
So power play, I suppose, is it even? Probably won by Finland, I think, considering that they're going 14 and over, and that's kind of been out of the reach of Turkey so far. But I think these 2 teams, it's a bit closer together than some of the matchups we've seen so far. So you can't necessarily read into a lot of those other performances. Finland, though, I think you can see how far they've come in this form of the game, and do play a good standard of cricket up there in Finland, and the Kerava cricket ground up there is a wonderful facility. But I think they've taken a bit of time to get used to the 10 over format, but I think you can see here, despite losing those wickets, they're still attacking, and that's a sign that they're kind of learning a lot about the tactics required, learning that they need to take calculated risks and chances, and so far it seems to be rolling their way after those 3 wickets. Here's Alec coming back.
He drags this one down the leg side, and he's going to get a boundary. It's a great effort from the fielder, who finishes off doing a forward roll there. That's Murat Yilmaz. But yeah, going down the leg side, gets plenty of it. Fair play to the fielder. Kafi coaches get the dive. We might have, but Joka Lagya for more.
This is one of those times. As a bowler, you know, if you bowl a good ball and it goes to the boundary, then you can kind of shrug your shoulders, but it's not a very good ball. I think it's getting into his pads, it's allowing Rahman to turn on it. I don't think Alec will be too happy with that first delivery.
No, he won't be. I mean, his first over, he bowled at the stumps, he kept it right. All right, he went for a few, but he did pick up those 2 wickets. And this one will come back, and he has to compose himself.
It's a nice bit of ball finding. The ball retrievers have been busy, haven't they? That was found in the jungle. Who knows what kind of predators he had to stave off to find it. Here's Alec with a comeback ball.
He's going to go the distance as well. Bolle. Inna Sona. Shaka Lagian Ziraman. Well, he's turning on the style at the moment. Of course, I keep mentioning that perhaps Jordan O'Brien is the key here. Well, maybe he's the stabiliser. He's the one that's got to probably bat all the way through. He's made good scores in the 2 matches they've played so far. But this is good from Oman. Nice attacking hitting. Slow ball worked away, but there is a man at mid-wicket, so he'll save this, so they'll get the single.
Well picked by Jordan O'Brien, who's recently qualified to play for Finland after making his home there. Former Australian. Zia Rahman will give him the strike back now. Isn't Zia Rahman batting very, very well? That single takes him to 29.
It's that slower sort of moon ball, isn't it? But dips quite viciously. But once again, O'Brien not getting carried away. He's quite happy just to wait for it and play down the ground. I mean, he looks disappointed that he hasn't done more with that one, but that can end up, and quite often does end up in a wicket-taking delivery.
Alec, 2 for 22, with 2 to come. What can he deliver here?
Oh, good luck. This has gone a long way up. Ali Turkman wants it, and he takes a great catch. Oh, that is absolutely wonderful. More love for his baby and his wife. Probably watching from Turkey. Well, that is a sensational catch, Vinny. It's the only way to put it. That went so high.
Yeah, but credit to Alec in the first place. This slower ball, he gets more on a length, and Zia Rahman just couldn't resist going forward anyway, and he knows at the contact point that's just going pretty much straight up. Having said that, there was a lot of work to be done by Ali Turkman, who came round to his right. So he gets there, and then he has time to stop, to settle, to kind of slow himself down, and it's a little bit more of an opportunity for him to rock the baby and send that message. Turkey out sending the message. They're not going to go quietly, as it's the end of Zia Rahman for 29, and the score 55 for 4.
29 off 11 balls. I mean, it's a good knock. He's getting high fives. I mean, he went out there when they'd lost some quick wickets, so he had to get something going. He did. He played some nice shots. He's played aggressively. He's got them past the 50 mark. And I think, once again, Finland, I think they're thinking, they're believing if they get to 100 and 110, 120, that might be enough. A Gandhi ball there, and that's going to be a minimal. Oh, dear, Alec. What have you done? When you've been electrifying sometimes, but then I tell you what, you've blown a fuse a few times as well, as this one is a Gandhi ball down the leg side. The wicketkeeper can't catch up with it. It's going to be a minimal 5 bonus runs.
Annoying if you're Alec. He's a classic turn on, turn off kind of bowler, isn't he? This one, let's just say, it wasn't endangering batter or stumps. Amjad Sher, the wild thing, and the Finnish captain is at the crease. Here's take 2 of the last ball to 4th.
That's lower, lofted delivery again. It just worked out for a single. And Amjad Sher does get off the mark. So end of the over. Once again, it's a mixed over, mixed bag. Does get a wicket. Has finished with 3 for 28. But Finland going well. 4 overs complete, 61 for 4.
So, yeah, 15 and over, pretty good scoring rate. And, yeah, Amjad Sher, I mean, he's one guy that, even when Finland have been struggling to get going with the bat in previous tournaments, he's been one guy that stepped up. So I do think it's a good pairing at the crease right now. And looks like Ali Turkman coming back, so he's having a very good game, isn't he? A couple of good catches in there. Here he is bowling the 5th.
Good delivery. Just a little bit more purpose about that ball. Remember, in the first over, he bowled one similar to this, but it didn't seem to have the same amount of firepower in it. That's one for the over as well. I'm not sure. He's a guy that, when he needs to, I mean, last year, he scored a fine 30 of 8 in a win over Hungary. He was also in good form against Denmark when he scored 32 not out. This time around, it hasn't quite got his best game going as he would bat or with ball. Great Yorker, well played.
I got a feeling about him, and I don't normally have feelings. I keep him out of it, but I just think he's too good a player not to come off at some point during this group. So this is a perfect opportunity for him. Finland, we keep talking about the fact that they haven't really made it deep into the groups, but let's not forget, some of those wins. I mean, that Danish win, of course, last year. They've got some very, very good players in there, and they'll be hoping they can start piecing their tournament back together. A little nudge this time from O'Brien. It'll just be a single.
Yes, so Andercher gets back onto strike. You can see maybe the captain with O'Brien out there. It's pretty focused. I think the two of them saying, come on, let's see if we can get ourselves. Let's work this score. I think like Corey would say, right, next step 75. From 75, let's go on to 100. Me and you, let's do this. Plays it pretty well. It will just be a single. They've got a pretty good field set here to the line that's been bowled by Turkmen and all the other bowlers. Got the 3 men out on the leg side, very conventional, and got a sweeper out on the offside as well as the long off.
I'll say hello to Lily Panda as well, who's popped in watching from New Zealand. Hello, Lily. Hopefully you're well. Always great to have you with us. Couple to come, though, before the halfway point of this innings.
It's well struck, but once again, should be fielded by Shakalekity. That's well. Hello to you, Lillian. Well, hearing your name makes me smile on International Smile Day. So World Smile Day today. So, well, an opportunity maybe in a couple of balls' time when we come onto the old comscam for everybody to give us a big smile on World Smile Day. Oh, no ball. And I tell you what, who's not smiling here at the moment is the bowler. Ali Turkman gets his wrong. He gives the apology. I tell you who is going to be smiling, the batter, because he's about to face a free ball. That's going to be O'Brien.
Yeah, O'Brien. He's certainly going to have to enjoy this opportunity because he's obviously trying to get his innings going. At the moment, he's 4 off 4. So golden opportunity for him. And Turkman tries to dodge a bullet. Early move and gets it away from the field of 4 runs. So they do cash it in the end as Finland swing their way into the 70s at the halfway point of the innings. It's 71 for 4. Well, while we're here, and it's interesting that you say it is International Smile Day. Well, the players will be smiling right now because they'll get to have a drink. And one thing you can do to put a smile on someone's face is to feed someone that is struggling to find enough food in their day. And you can do that really, really easily just by scanning the QR code down the bottom right-hand corner of your screen right now. 1 in 10 people are struggling in this department, and it's our way of supporting the World Food Programme, the Share the Meal initiative, that is really making a difference to so many people.
Yeah, look, come on, we can all do a bit. Let's, on World Smile Day, we can put a smile on a lot of people's faces, can't we? Millions of people around the globe that don't have enough food to eat, and as part of our Share the Meal program, scan the QR code and you can make a difference.
Super easy as well, 2 or 3 clicks, and it really does make a difference, 100% of that money. And we're only talking kind of 70 cents or 70 euro cents, which is about a dollar Australian or a dollar New Zealand. It's about 60p if you're watching from Great Britain. Something you can do, a little bit goes a long way. So that's our official charity partner of this tournament. Again, we're trying to make cricket better, but we're also trying to make the world better. And if you talk to some of the guys who are playing in this tournament and that have maybe emigrated from other countries, there's some incredible stories there of hardship, and it all kind of melts together to form the fabric of European cricket. And it's just really nice to try and give a little bit back like that. So if you can, we'd certainly appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely. Do whatever you can do, and it's always nice that you can make a difference. And I know we, as a cricket community, well, we are stronger together, and stronger together, we can help to make a difference.
Yeah, Peacock Friday as well, and we're looking fairly bright and breezy. So yeah, you can brighten up someone's day if you'd like to get involved. Right now, it looks like the players are almost back in their positions. Pretty interesting game so far. We've seen wickets, we've seen runs, we've seen action. Finland, I do agree they're probably favourites based on previous performances, but 93% to 7 at the beginning. Raise my eyebrows as Mechit comes back. This one sneaks inside the tram line, kind of beats him with the angle there. Sher does like to go leg side, sometimes at all costs, and that was an example of it.
Yeah, I'd love to get a wicket after drinks. I think this match is so evenly poised at the moment. I think if Turkey can pick up 2 wickets here, they'll make Finland struggle to get past the 100 mark. It's a nicely timed shot. Fielder gets down, does really well. Good fielding. And
Hey.
got a good arm as well.
John brought up something in the comment section as well. That, of course, we've got cricket all throughout the year on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Domestic cricket, the same fast-paced, high-octane format. And I had a bit of an idea that we might hit 370,000 subscribers during this tournament. And we're at 369. So
Oh, come on,
come
everybody.
on, if you haven't already, it's free to subscribe.
Oh, absolutely blazed that has been. That's a crushing shot. And Jordan O'Brien gets a short one, and he's telling Amjad Sher, hey, buddy, this is the way you put it away.
Yeah, well, knocks on the door, asks for trouble, receives trouble. Just short, and O'Brien was all over that. Brought up on the fast pitches of Australia, and very, very good at that shot.
You cannot be bowling around the wicket and bowl this length, because to a batter, or any good batter, and somebody who's seen the ball well, like O'Brien is here now, that's just easy hitting. He's got to, if he's going to be bowling that sort of length, he's got to get over the wicket and try and keep it outside the off stump.
First ball, he got it right. If he wants to go around the wicket, he got it right to Amjad Sher. Pitched it up. You know, Amjad wants to go leg side, and so it makes it perhaps a bit more difficult to go fetch a ball from outside off something that's going further away from you. But anyway, has the right of reply here, Mitchett. And it's going to go for 4. So another ball where I think he gets the line slightly wrong. Now O'Brien up into the 20s. Ozturks just struggled to get it right. Pretty brutal hitting from the Finns. Who battled the way down. Finland have guys I feel can carry this kind of pace up. So 4 wickets now in the 6th over. Not looking in terrible shape as far as batting out the overs. And now he does make the change, goes over the wicket. 2 to come in the 6th over.
Has he got instant success? Oh, well, may not have with the LBW, but there was a chance there for the run out. I think O'Brien was a little bit shaken by that. I don't know.
He was worried.
He was worried, yeah. He thought maybe the umpire's going to give it. Then he could have got himself run out.
I think it's high. Oh, he's a long way back, though. Maybe outside the line, but he almost ran himself into trouble here. It's a dead giveaway. You're concerned about the LBW when you take off for a run that's not there. But for me, touch and go on the height. I can understand why it was given not out. This one's missing, and so Ozturk will finish conceding 28, and at the end of the 6th over, Finland 84 for 4.
Good finish there from Ozturk, getting the ball in the right areas, good variations, and the length was better, wasn't it? And that last one just going down the leg side, so not going to be given LBW. They'll take the leg by. So going pretty well. Finland 84 for 4. They've still got 24 balls to go in the innings.
So you've got Collins to come, so he's a genuine bat. You've got Salonen who can hit the ball well. You've got Pavin Kumar, even a Junan, I think, can swing it. So 24 balls left. This is the key partnership, though. They're up and going. They want to keep going, these two. Amjad Sher probably a little bit muted so far, but he'd want to turn it around. Doesn't here as a top ball to start the 7th.
Yeah, he's really scratching around, isn't he? Amjad Sher's not like him at all. We call him the wild thing. Well, there's nothing wild about him at the moment. Let's just say that. Oh, there we go. Wakey, wakey. The wild thing has woken up as he blasted for a big 6. And now, manos arriba. Well, this is more like it. Amjad Sher. He's woken up, Vinny. He's woken up.
Yeah, too short, though. Again, if he plays it, I'm not saying it's not a good shot, but if it's a good shot to a good ball, then you can kind of stomach it as a bowler. But this is asking to be hit, isn't it? A little bit too short. A few people in the comment section talking about Oktoberfest at the moment. Have you ever been to Oktoberfest?
Not to a proper, well, when I say proper one, not to one which I would say would be proper in Germany. I know that I've been to some in other countries where they've celebrated it.
Hello to all of our German friends. And I can't say I've been to Oktoberfest, but I have been to a fairly traditional German beer festival, like a Waldfest in the summer, wearing the outfit as well. It's all about the outfit.
Goes straight down the ground, and it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. A really good shot there. So the hitting starting to come together. Not only does Amjad Sher find his rhythm, well, O'Brien going pretty well as well. Yeah, welcome to all of our German viewers that are tuning in via Sports Deutschland TV. And, well, I hope you enjoy your Oktoberfest. Slow delivery, but it's been badly directed. Will get fielded out there on the boundary.
Excellent fielding. Yeah, Turkey are just kind of fighting to stay in the game here. We know they've got some very, very good batters as well. And I know they haven't necessarily been allowed to bat too well so far, but you saw what Alec did this morning. We've seen them before as well, kind of turn it on in patches. Last ball, the 7th coming up from Gokanolta.
Yeah, it won't be the last, it'll be a wide, and they'll good run take a single as well. So turn that 1 into 2 with still a ball to go. They're looking to maybe bring up the 100 here inside the 7 overs.
Yeah, the German beer festivals, it only comes in one size, very large. I remember that.
Smashed, and they will bring up the 100. They'll do it in style as, well, Jordan O'Brien smashes this for a biggie. There's a lovely shot. Well, that was sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of Rasmalai. And, well, on World Smile Day, he's giving the Finns something to smile about.
Yeah, made really good contact there, didn't he, Jordan O'Brien? It's the kind of shot, if you get it wrong, it might go straight up in the air if you misjudge the bounce. But if you hit in the middle, it goes for 6. Maybe even if you edge it, it can go over the keeper for 4 or 6. But anyway, let's have a look at some of the upcoming events. Now, pretty excited with ECS cricket returning. We'll be in Croatia, Malta and Spain. That's Barcelona in Spain before the end of the season. Then we'll be back here at the Khartoum Oval for the ECCW, the first ever Euros of women's cricket. Now, I'm getting a few questions about the ECL, which is the Champions League of European Cricket, which returns on the 26th of February 2024. People wanting to know when the draw will be. Well, I have it on good authority that we should have the draw released before the end of this tournament, before the end of the Euros.
That'd be good.
So perhaps during Championship week, maybe a week, week and a half
Maybe
away.
we could have a live draw in one of the longer breaks.
Yeah, we'll see. There's a few considerations, practical considerations with availabilities of countries and players and these kind of things. So a bit of shuffling, but yeah, it'll be great to see who gets who. Anyway, yeah, adios pelota, because this is on length and it disappears into the trees. Maximo, and it's O'Brien who is enjoying himself out there. He's raced to 35.
Oh, that's a delightful strike, Vinny. It really is. And it sounded absolutely beautiful. That's pure Mohamed Turkman. And probably will think it wasn't the worst ball that he's ever bowled, but he gets punished.
Yep, adios pelota. That one was out of here.
And this is where now every run is crucial, because Turkey haven't got past the 100 mark. Did a bit of luck here, but they'll get 1. Will they go for 2? They should do now, and they will get there quite comfortable. As the fielder not able to pick up and throw straight away. Yeah, I mean, with the issues that Turkey have had with their batting, we're already seeing that Finland at a score where they've struggled to get to. I think the highest they've scored in this competition so far has been 89. So,
well, you know, Jordan O'Brien is a very good runner between the wickets. He's a typical Aussie in the way he's been coached. There's no doubt if he's coming for the second run or not. But right now, it could be curtains, because this is straight down the throat of Ozturk, and he's going to take the catch. So, well, he'll be thrilled with that. Well, shades of when he was playing for Zayton Bernard Zafar when he took a catch. On that occasion, it was a free hit. This time, it counts. And so Turkman gets the breakthrough. O'Brien departs for 37. It's 113 for 5.
Yeah, well done to Mesut Ozturk. You see, good things happen to good men. He's a man who's been showering us with gifts and Turkish delight. And, well, some delight for him. That's a difficult catch, because he never really was able to get a good steady base. Well, there's a Deanna Oro's in her Peacock Friday shirt. The ECM photographer in the background. She's got a nice shot of that one, so look out for that on her social media. But no, back to that catch. It's a really good catch. And, well, we love Mesut Ozturk, and if you like him as well, we'll stick around, because I'm sure pretty soon we'll have a nice interview with him as well. Daniel Weston got a chance to catch up with that man, and I'm sure Mesut Ozturk has got plenty of good stories to tell us about cricket in Turkey. A great catch, good moment. As a new batter comes out, it's going to be Nathan Collins.
Yeah, Nathan gets hit at 7. And I think he'll enjoy the fact he's not opening, so he can just come out and there's no real pressure on him to score runs. You know, he can play away, maybe express himself a bit more, because I know sometimes opening the batting, he's found it A little bit tough. Bit of an identity crisis. Anyway, he's got 2 to come in the 8th.
Shot. Really nice shot. Just goes right back over his stumps and plays a delightful cut shot off the back foot. And what a way to get off the mark. Really nice, top quality. You won't see better than that, no matter what level, what standard of cricket you're watching. Great shot.
Yeah, really good shot selection there from Collins. You can cut, there's value there. There's rarely an outfielder protecting that quarter of the field. Turkman with his last delivery of the 8th.
Going down the leg side, but once again, good running from... Oh, well, that's unlucky, really. It's a good throw at the stumps, but the batters was in, and there was nobody close enough to retrieve the ball. Once it had struck the stumps, they'll take the second.
Again, great running by O'Brien. The 2 guys that learnt their cricket in Australia there right much. You see, because it's O'Brien's idea to come back for the second. As soon as it hits the stumps, he says, yeah, you know, no one knows where that is, so let's sneak another run. End of the over. And right now, the score is 119 for 5. And of course, another O'Brien out there. Let's come to share because O'Brien is already out. But I can still hear him. I think he's still called for that from the sidelines.
I think he's calling from there. But look, the thing is, though, we talked a lot about this, about Lewis Deploy. When you get players like that, so for example, Finland, somebody like Brian in the side, he's the man who's getting them to learn to run this hard. So, yeah, I think you're right. I think O'Brien is calling those anyway. Yes, Amjad Shirt now wants to continue his good form, and he will. This one, I think, will just bounce before the boundary rope. It's going to be 4 more runs, a little bit too short from Mohamed Ilyas. So Finland now have gone past the 120 mark.
Yeah, lifted up and yeah, just bouncing inside. A few questions about the ECL, and we're talking about it. And I know there is some plans to expand it. Again, nothing official yet, but you know, potentially we might end up with a 35-team competition. So it might be a case of an extra group. So 7 groups of 5 with the returning champion having to qualify, not getting a free pass through Championship Week. So stay tuned for that. Again, can't say anything official yet. A few people with some ideas in the chat about how that might work.
Slices it up. The bowler's the only one that can get there. And he, oh dear. He gets it, drops it, gets it, and then drops it again. Has 2 chances, doesn't he? He don't often get 2 chances. Well, he got 2, but he still wasn't able to hold on to it. Mohamed Ilyas. Then he spikes it into the ground. He's disgusted with himself.
Touchdown. Had most of it. Most isn't all. Anyway, 10 balls to go. Collins faces up. We'll take one here. Yeah, so I suppose the other thing to think about with ECL teams, you know, we need to have kind of ICC affiliated countries involved. Obviously, France will get 2 teams because Drew won it last year, plus Paris University Club qualified domestically this year from France. So yeah, a few things to think about there.
Short, trying to get in the gap, and that's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Top class fielding this is. Sensational stuff. Well, Ali Turkman, who of course is giving all of the sort of baby celebrations to his wife, Hamita, because they're expecting the baby next week, I'm told. Well, that was just world-class fielding.
Yeah, well, that was kind of goalkeeper style, wasn't it?
Just wants a single. Aja. I don't think Amjad Sher realises that maybe Nathan Collins' Hindi is probably not his first language. So he goes, Aja, then quickly goes, one.
Last ball of the 9th.
Okay. Who's going to get there? Anybody? Just couldn't. I think Ali Turkman was eyeing it up for a moment, but he saw from the corner of his eye that Ishak Alek was charging in as well. So he held back. And in the end, I think this probably falls just short of Alek. See this again. Well, he does get fingertips to it. Needed to get that dive in, didn't he? If he got the dive in early, he could have tried to get that ball safely into the palms of his hands. He was not able to. There's going to be another chance. It's also going to be the end of the over. So 9 overs complete. Finland on a pretty healthy 129 for 5.
Yeah, I think that Finland certainly happy where they're at the moment. Can they finish with a bang? Again, if you're Turkey out, maybe you can try and keep it to the 130s and hope to bat very, very well. Finland have conceded a few in this series. You just got to try and give everything to restrict as much as possible.
Mohammed Turkmen will bowl the last over. 1 for 13 so far. And, well, this one, I think he's got enough of this. Has he? No. Oh, what a catch. Well, he does the old statue. There you go, Hamita. That is for you. Ali Turkmen takes a catch, gives you the celebration, gives you a kiss as well. I tell you what, not only is Hamita jumping up and down and with joy, I think everybody in Turkey at the moment are as well. That is an amazing catch. Just look at the way he takes this. He's like a statue, isn't he, when he takes his catch? Brilliantly done. There you go. And he holds the pose as well. Wait for it. Smile, please. Click, 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 click. Oh, look at that. Jay and Ashwin, they're liking that one. They're applauding it. And there you go, Hamita. A little kiss, once again, from your husband, Ali Turkmen. What a good catch.
I'll get a little wave out of Nathan Collins. He's one of the real nice guys of European cricket. Went most of the way there, but it was Ali Turkmen that robbed him of a Maximo. And well, maybe he should be there delivering the baby with hands like that. He hasn't dropped too much. Anyway, 5 balls to go, 129 for 6. And Nick Salonen comes to the crease.
Nice to see the two Turkmens combined. Turkmen the bowler, Turkmen the catcher. Oh, wow. You might see Turkmen's coming together. Well, this is the caveman who absolutely clubs this. What a strike that is. And, well, Nicholas Salonen comes out and he absolutely blasted. This is a monster strike.
That was hammered, wasn't it? Off a length by Nick Salonen. And, yeah, again, no pressure on him. Come out here, swing away from the very first ball. Not too many pelotas to come. And that was nailed by Nick, who can learn his cricket in South Africa. We saw him playing for the Zurich Lions fairly recently in the European Cricket Series in Switzerland.
That's one way to do it. Yes, they say 2 is better than 1. Salonen will be looking to go big again.
All right, Turkmen needs to find a Yorker, needs to find one quick.
Nice looking shot outside and through the covers. And the fielder, what's happened here now?
I think there's trouble here because the rope is knocked. And if he's knocked the rope, I've got a feeling he's probably touching the ball at the same time. Let's see what we've got in slow-mo here. See, look there. And
that's 4 runs. I think you have to give that 4 runs because though he has moved the rope, I mean, he might have pushed the rope out of the way, but technically he's sitting on top of it and then he clutches the ball. But I think he made impact with it just before as well. So 4 runs, correct call.
All right, 3 to come then.
They'll have to run hard here again. It's more of the Aja from Amjad. And he's going to have to struggle when he gets there. Just hasn't got the strong arm. Good running.
Great cameo by Salonen here. This will do him wonders as well. He's very capable. But he probably hasn't been able to make as much of an impact as he would have liked with his Finnish side so far. But that was nicely worked away. Doesn't get the boundary, but does get 2.
Yeah, nice to see him sliding that batted on the edge of the pitch as well. You slide it in off the pitch, it then sometimes can plug. Once again, aggressive hitting when they go for 2 again. I think Salonen is up for it, but you can see that the captain, Amjad Shah, he's not even looking at him. He wants the last ball, doesn't he? He wants to try and hit the last one out of the park. Salonen having a chat with him saying, you know I'm coming no matter what. I think everybody knows that. We know it all happens quite often. The very last ball of the innings on the European Cricket Network. So 142 for 6. A ball to come from Turkmen. It's hit pretty well. And they get 1. They are going for 2. Here's the throw. Oh, well, he's not able to do with it. They're going to get 3 here, are they? Here's the throw, and no, they won't. But good alertness.
Best piece of fielding was from Romeo. He threw the only good throw in that whole exchange. So, look, they do the right thing. Amjad Shah, the wild thing, is going to have to suck in the big ones there. But, yeah, they do the right thing. They get 2, and they run to their run out, essentially. So 1 for 4 will be the final total. 145, the victory target for Turkey to keep their tournament alive. As we go back and look at the highlights of a pretty entertaining 10 overs. It was all there, runs, wickets early. Finland, though, has continued to score at a pretty good rate all throughout the 10 overs.
The first over went for 16 as Vanraj Padahal played some lovely shots before he then was out LBW to Ali Turkman. Ali Turkman, well, he had a good little innings here, didn't he? Because not only was he bowling well, he was catching well. Then we saw plenty of these celebrations as he gives some love to his wife, Hamita, who is expecting a baby next week. So, well, a lot of love and good wishes, of course, to the Turkman family. And at this point, when that catch was taken, and that was Nilan Cherry getting out after hitting a big six, and I thought, well, okay, Turkey could get themselves in this match here if they could restrict Finland to a score around about between 100 and 110. But then we saw some really good batting. I think Jordan O'Brien batted beautifully for 37 off 14. And there was a great partnership between him and Rahman. But Rahman at the time was doing all the hitting. Ali Turkman seemed to be the man doing all of the catching. Not just the catching. You're going to see a stop from him, which, well, we don't know how this match is going to go at the moment. But if they win by just a couple of runs, well, watch out for a bit of fielding that we're going to see from him. That was absolutely exceptional. Some of the hitting, though, from Rahman was good. He was clubbing it to all parts of the ground. Well, he was hitting and they were applauding. And O'Brien, well, he was liking it as well. Well, that was a blast, wasn't it? That went a long way. And that was Vinny saying, adios, Pelota, because it was the case of adios, Pelota. And then this one, nicely taken by Ozturk. And, well, he took it nicely. Unfortunately, though, we saw Muhammad Ilyas not able to take one of his own bowling. And look at that for a catch, though. That was absolutely sensational. And nailed the landing as well, didn't he? Here's Collins. He wasn't too disappointed. He played his part. But the big runs kept on coming as Nick Solomon went out there and he blasted a couple of big boundaries as well. So Finland, they'd be more than happy with their score. I think they had a little blip earlier and they showed good character to come out of that. And I think Rahman and O'Brien were key and instrumental in it as well. You can see that on the scorecard. I think Vanaraj gave them a good start. That was important. And even though they were losing wickets, the score was good. O'Brien 37 of 14. And then you saw there Rahman and Amjad Shah, the captain, doing the bit as well for their team. So a good, healthy score here. With the bowling figures, 3 wickets from Ishak Alek. He does go for 28 runs, 2 wickets there from Mohammed Turkman as well, who also goes for 28, as well as one other bowler as well. But no luck for Mesut Ozturk, though he did take a good catch. So all in all, Vinny, I reckon Finland are going to be more than happy with what they've got here.
Yeah, I think they will be. I think you look at the Turkish bowling. Yes, there was some good batting in there, but I think they're also a bit leaky and let the pressure off at times. Otherwise, maybe they're chasing something more like 120. Anyway, uphill climb, but they'll be climbing nonetheless. 145 for Turkey to keep their tournament alive. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Enrico Full. We'll see you after this short break with more Dream11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to match number 8 in the group. And Group D is in, well, swinging mode really, as we are in the, well, day 2 here, which of course is the last day of the group matches. Tomorrow will be finals day for the group, and we'll be able to add another team into Championship Week. The question is, who's it going to be? This we build it as the battle really of the two teams that are looking to make 4th place in the group. Remember, you finish 5th, and then basically that's it. You're not going to be back here tomorrow. And Finland, well, at the moment they're looking set to jump up to 4th place. They've got good runs on the board, 144, and Jordan O'Brien 37 of 14, and Zur Rahman 29 of 11 has certainly helped them to get there, with some good little contributions along the way as well, particularly from their captain, Amjad Sher, made 23 of 16, the first notable score that he's made in this championship, and the captain has scored those runs at a good time. So let's see how Finland go about in the defence. They're going to start with Raz Mohammed with the ball, as the umpires will wait for our official timekeepers, Fredrika Constant, to give them the countdown for the first ball to be bowled. The umpires for this one, Nilkesh Patel and Asad Ali, and Tyrone Peters is the 3rd umpire. Beautiful day on the Costa del Sol as well. There's a nice breeze blowing, which helps the players of course, but temperatures still up in the high 20s. And so here we go, first ball. What's the reply of Turkey going to be like? Well, it's a positive start. We'll get a run straight away. It's a nicely played shot, takes the single.
Good ball, good line and length, mate. Great line and length.
And you can see plenty of encouragement from the wicketkeeper Jordan O'Brien, saying good ball, good line and length. And looking to keep the pressure on Turkey. Haven't really been able to bat well, have they? They've come up against some good bowling. They've been pegged back most of the time, but can they break loose in this one? It's a good delivery. I think there's a bit of bat in this. Certainly sounded like a bit of bat, and then the ball going onto the pad. But Mohammed really getting this one to cut back in. Good delivery. Ishaq Alek probably is one of the more recognised batters in this squad for Turkey. Seen him score some good runs for his side. Now's the time when, though, he has to perform. He's out there with Mohamed Ilyas, who has got off the mark. And this one, a bit of a risky shot. I think for a moment there, Alek thought he might have put this straight into the hands of the man on 3rd, who's on the boundary. He plays the shot, and you can see he sort of gasped and thought, oh no, I haven't, have I? Fortunately for him, it just dropped short of that man. So 3rd man back, and also long on. That's the 2 fielders that Finland have back so far. This is the power play, it's only 2 allowed out. And, trying to give himself a little bit of room this time. Ilyas takes a little step down the leg side, but not really short enough for that shot. Welcome to a few people that are joining us on the chat. Hello to Waza. I hope you're well, sir. And this time he does get the length that he wanted, and he executes this well. I think it's an interesting one, this. I think Raz Mohammed knows what Ilyas is trying to do, but he still sort of gives him a similar ball, hoping that he misses out again and might get a little edge to the keeper. But it's a fine shot, nicely played. At least I think Mohammed now knows what Ilyas is going to be trying to do with this. I wonder if he tries to go a little bit fuller and stop Ilyas going down the leg side. No, it's very similar, and it's a similar result. 2 cracking shots. Boatsoni Cut shot मारे बैटर ने बॉल थोड़ी विथ हैगी है बढ़िया shot fielding ने कोशिश तो कितनी पर चौका लग गया. Nice effort there from the fielder, but he's not able to get there. 4 carreras más. Este fin de primera over y Turquía tiene 10 puntos. 10 without loss after the first, and remind you 53 matches since the golden ball. And for those of you around the globe that don't know what we're talking about when we mention the golden ball, well, basically if the scores are tied, then we go to the golden ball, which is basically we stay as we are, so the batting team remain batting. Any batter that has not been out faces one ball bowled by any bowler, and you need 2 to win. Don't get 2, you don't win. Fielding side wins. You hit 2 or more, then you win. Simple as that. Last one we saw was in the ECIs in Rome, and it was well, the Italians that were victorious in that golden ball, thanks to a man that we saw here featuring for Italy, their captain Joe Pereira, hitting that golden ball for 6. Solomon, he's going to get a wicket, and it's a little snake, and Alec gets done by the short delivery. And as I like to say, he's one man that I will not be taking to the discotheque with me, because Ishak Alec will get into trouble with the bouncer. High fives all around from Finland. As it's a good short delivery. It's straight, it's short, it's spicy. And the helicopter man, he gets the first wicket. The Turkey a 10 for 1. And a perfect start there from Nick. And you can see Shakalek, as soon as he gets a bit of bat on that, very disappointed. And just hasn't been able to shine here. O'Brien makes no mistakes behind the stumps.
I haven't seen him hit us like anything on the front dog.
See a little bit of chatting going on there. I think O'Brien, you can hear him say, see, I think they're talking about Mohamed Ilyas, so he steps away. Haven't seen him hitting anything on the onside, so just I think trying to get into the head really of Ilyas as well. And I can see that I don't think Salonen like the fact we refer to him as the helicopter bowling, because now that ponytail has sort of been, it's been shortened, isn't he? He's got another little rubber tie onto it. Look, he's done some extra work onto that so it doesn't go zig, 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 as he comes into bowl. Into the pads, and they will take the leg by. And important that they do try and keep that scoreboard ticking all the time. Plenty of encouragement from the field for the bowler. He makes a slight adjustment to the offside field. He wants the man at point to go just a little bit wider. Swing and a miss. It's a wild swing there from Ilyas. He's joined out there by Ali Turkman, who had a fantastic time in the field. Bowled well, caught well, stopped well. Wouldn't he love to get a good score on the board here? Potentially the last time that we've seen Turkey with the bat. So it's an opportunity for them to finish well, and well, if they want to be seen again, I think they know they've got to win this contest. So they've got a lot of work to do with the rate climbing all the time. It's just under the 16 mark at the moment. You can see that the win predictor is well in favour of Finland, 96% to 4%. Turkman hits it well, gets it over the infield. Nice shot to play in the power play. 4 carreras. Muy bien, muy bueno. Un buen golpe. Tienes 4 carreras. Eso es que necesita de momento de equipo de Turquía. Recuerdo que el equipo que ganamos estos, seguro que sí, jugando mañana. Pereira y ya está terminado. Oh, well, he gets 4 runs here, but it was that slower delivery. And Turkmen had to get back onto this. If he didn't, he was a goner. It would have been plump, but would have been, doesn't matter. He gets the bat onto it, sees it, sent it away to the boundary. So Turkey at the end of 2 overs. They're going at 10s. They are 20 for 1. Gives us a chance to have a look at the standings so far in the group. And of course, that's what we're talking about. Turkey at the moment, no points, as are Finland. Whoever wins this gets 2 points. That means they take that 4th spot, finish 5th. And, well, you play no more in the group. You will not take part in the group final tomorrow. So this is a huge match. This is like both these 2 teams are playing their final. The Wild Thing having a bowl. It's a nice looking shot. They're going to have to run hard here. In comes the throw. And they're asking the question here. We might have to go upstairs. And, well, first of all, the umpire will say, let the action finish. And now he says, all right, let's have a look. So is this going to be 2 or is this going to be out? It is a direct hit. And I don't think the batter who's running to the keeper's end is expecting this to go his way. Let's have a look at this. He just gets the bat back in time. Only just a great bit of fielding. So they will get 2 in the end. Let's watch this again. He does turn, he goes, there's that hesitation. And plonks it down just in time. So 2 runs. The first ball from Amjad Sher, the captain of Finland. Oh, that was not the best of shots from Elias. I'm not sure where he's trying to work this ball. He's got to be hitting that one straight. Have a look at the field. I mean, they're pretty tight in that cordon on the offside. I mean, even the man at mid-office, by the time he's walking in, well inside the circle. So you've got to be looking to be hitting straight over extra cover. So a change being made here now. That was suggested to the captain by Salonen. So 3rd comes up, mid-wicket goes back. And, well, look what happens. Would you believe it? Well, I think this is where the captain now looks at Nicholas Salonen and says, are you sure about that? Because he's just come from there, and this is exactly where it goes. And that's why I think, in hindsight, when you've got batters like this head, you're far better off having the 3rd bat, because they're going to swing, because they need to swing. They need the runs on the board. And straight away, well, that field positioning, that move only lasted for 1 ball. They go back to normal. 3rd now goes back. Nice shot from Elias, hitting it over the top. And I think we're going to have to check to see where this goes. Does this go all the way? The umpire's checking. Does he have to put him up in the air? Or is it going to be izquierda derecha? Let's wait and see. He hits it pretty well. And where does that land? 4 runs just before the rope. So it will be cuatro carreras, but a nice shot from Elias. That's better. You know, play the ball on merit. And if it's on the offside, then play on the offside. A little gentle touch, no run there. Slower delivery from Amjad Sher. Played well by Elias, but not able to get the run that he was after. So dot ball. Turkey looking to push on the rate a little bit. Slightly behind where they need to be. Here, there, that O'Brien letting his team know they're a long way behind. Once again, the wicketkeeper trying to get into the head of the batters. And Elias wafts at this one outside the off, doesn't get anything on it. So they stay at that 10 run and over pace. So they're falling behind the rate all the time. 3 overs, the power play complete, and Turkey are 30 without loss. Well, they've got all the 10s at the moment. It's like being at the Eurovision Song Contest, isn't it? 30 for 1, beg your pardon. They have lost that 1 wicket, and it was Ishak Elek that was caught behind by O'Brien of the bowling. And a slight change here now as Akil Junan coming on to bowl, and a fine time to welcome back into our commentary box here to Vinny Sandu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Nice to be back. And not the worst start. Just a handful behind, though, at this stage is Arjuna with some spin. Gets the first one past. So, yeah, 10-10-10. That's a bit of the Strictly Come Dancing or Dancing with the Stars, depending on where you're watching from in the world, where the judges hold up the cards.
Chippy, a lot of hesitation here from the two batters. They get lucky, but there's a little bit of, well, you're talking about come dance. Well, they were doing a bit of a dance in the middle there, weren't they? Saying, come on, yes, no, maybe, no.
Would you ever go on that show? I think you could. Would you be a revelation on that show? Strictly Come Dancing. All right, first,
my knees.
Have a look at this. So you take people that loosely could be turned to celebrities, and I'm going to put you in that category because I know you got recognised at one of the London airports when you went back. You're just the kind of person, they'll pair you with a professional dancer. You can learn the cha-cha. Well, it's going to turn into a campaign, I think. Right now, it's just going to be a single out to Collins.
Collins, nicely done. Great character, isn't he?
Do your work, internet. Let's get Recon Strictly Come Dancing.
It's not going to happen. These
You'll have your
knees will
partner
not
twirling
last.
on their finger. You'll have all kinds. You'll be being thrown around. There's a little nick on this, you know.
Yeah.
And it's going to just sneak away. And yeah, runs given. So Ilias will get a boundary.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, difficult one for O'Brien. You can hear the groan from him, and he's like, ah. Yeah, there's nothing you can do about that. It's good areas being bowled here by Arjun. I like it.
Frustration for Jordan O'Brien.
Well, that is whacked, and that is going to go a long way. Going to hit the top of the mound over there as it drops back. Beautiful shot, a little bit too short, and Ilias, I'm liking what he's doing here. He's playing some really nice shots, and to all parts of the ground as well.
Well, you're going to need to hit a lot of sixes if you're going to chase this down, and we certainly know that the Turkish batters can do it. I mean, they've struggled, I think, with some of the offerings so far, but yeah, they're hanging around, not ready to go away quietly. It's 43 for 1 after 4.
You can see the graph there. They've got a fair bit of work to do, haven't they, to get up there? But at least they get a few more in that one. After going the perfect 10 for the first 3, they get 13 of that one. So they're going in the right direction.
Almost got a little bit quiet since I mentioned that you might have a future as a celebrity dancer. It means you'll be in the tabloids, though, and I know you're pretty keen to stay off the front pages.
It's a nice looking shot, isn't it?
Easy!
On the up, gets a single.
Good promotion for the European Cricket Network.
He was a good dancer.
No, I've got with my fingers I can't dance because they're too broken. It's too dangerous. You know, you got to hold hands. Yeah, with my wicketkeeper fingers, I'm a non-starter. But you,
I'm not talking about doing any break dancing with my fingers.
In there.
Okay, wants to get funky, and yeah, disappointed he's missed out on it. It was there for the shot, in all fairness, but he doesn't execute it well.
Also, I don't think he had to do that. It stood still. There's no deep square. Could have just pulled it away. It would have been great if it had come off. Anyway, Bhavin Kumar continuing. And gone. Yeah, picked out the fielder. Went after that one, Ilias, and well, they had the fielder perfectly positioned. This is a must-have, I think, Rico.
Yeah.
We've seen it throughout the first 3 groups, now into the 4th. A lot of uncontrolled edges flying down to deep third. That one is taken fairly easily, and so it's the end of Ilias for 31. The score is 44 for 2.
Yeah, this is the way he opened his account, and he thought for a moment that he was going to be caught there in that position, but Nelan Cherry makes no mistakes. He takes a good catch, and that is the end of Ilias. And Ilias, it was a good knock from him. I like it. He was playing his shots. He had to try to keep up with the rate, and he couldn't hang back, could he? And with that rate, just around about 18.5, he goes for the big shot. Finishes with 31 of 17.
Yeah, Ilias will be disappointed he couldn't go on with it, but still cracks a smile as he walks up the stairs. This will bring Mechat Ozturk to the crease, and you mentioned Dan Weston having a bit of a word with him. in some ECN Plus footage that you can expect to see on the network pretty shortly. But he really struggled to get going earlier on. So new innings, new possibilities. And let's see if he can get Turkey up to the rate and beyond.
He's an aggressive stroke player. He's not one that likes to hang around. But once again, not just him, but the same as many of the Turkey batters, they just haven't been able to find their touch and find their form, which is a little bit surprising because a few of them, like Ozturk, they have played here before, so they know this pitch pretty well. Maybe now's the time. Well, it's now or never, really,
I
isn't
also
it?
think it's the difference between club cricket and international cricket. I just think the depth in internationals is a bit more. Rarely getting an over from like a fifth bowler that maybe at the club level you might fancy going after. But anyway, well done to Praveen. Bowls to a plan that comes off nicely. Now Cherry with the catch. Now over to Ozturk.
Could be gone first ball, and he will go first ball. So, well, Praveen Kumar has taken another wicket, 2 and 2. We're going to see, well, unfortunately, Mystic Ozturk is going to go for a golden duck, and we have an opportunity for another international hat-trick.
Yeah, look, it's disappointing for Mechet, no doubt. But look, you'd rather make a golden duck than make like a 2 off 10, if I'm going to be brutally honest in this format. It leaves batters more balls to try and turn this around. But yeah, it was never really in a position to play that pull shot. Got a bit big on him. Nathan Collins, he made sure he made a quick cha-cha-cha in towards the ball as Golden Derek appears against Ozturk's name as he goes 44 for 3.
Yes, Turkey be disappointed, but still smiling. I suppose that's one good thing about these guys. I mean, they do play this cricket hard, but when it doesn't go their way, they just accept it. He has to go out there and he has to try and hit every ball, or more or less every ball to the boundary. The rate is going upwards sharpishly.
All right, hat-trick ball here for Praveen Kumar.
Rami Anath, though, gets plenty of bat onto it. And he'll take the single.
I'm not going to read these comments out in the comment section right now, but there's some that are absolutely spot on, particularly what Wayne is saying and Kroom as well. Hello to you guys. Hopefully you're well. Turkman faces up.
He gets a little bit of something on this, and there should be 4 runs. I think there's a bit of bat on that. Yeah, there is. Not the best of delivery, straight down the leg side. Ali Turkman gets another boundary to his name, and Praveen Kumar, we're disappointed the way that he ends the over. He does pick up 2 wickets in it. It was 2 for 2, and now it's 2 for 6, and the score at the end of 5 at the halfway point is going to be 49 for 3.
Yeah, off the glove there and does the job as we welcome you once again into the Dream Box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo alongside Rico Full. Great to have your company. And right now we're seeing Turkey kind of playing for their tournament life. Finland, they're the kind of team, they're certainly capable, aren't they? We saw them beat Austria in the ECIs earlier. We've seen them beat some big teams last year as well. Can they start getting something going in their tournament? Of course, they'll have a big test against Ireland 11 tonight. At the moment, Finland on top, but Turkey out. They're a team you can never really rule out, especially when their backs are to the wall.
Yeah, I mean, they're fighters, aren't they? We've seen that already. They'll come out, they'll fight, they play the cricket hard. But the other thing about them is they do play with a smile on their face, and I like that about them. You know, they're not the only team to do that. They come here as the underdogs. We know that. They've got a fight on their hand. They fight. But I like the way that they enjoy the cricket they play. We saw that when they're in the field. You know, Ali Turkman, you know, what a character he is. And I think that's what we're going to see from them. But again, we've said this so many times. This is the opportunity for these nations to play a higher level, but to also learn from that and come back stronger. That's what they're looking to do.
No doubt about it. Well, let's get back to the action, though. Looks like we've got Arjunan bowling his second over. Big filthy full toss that gets nicked to the boundary first up once again. It won't win any beauty contests, but it will be 4 more to the Turks.
Yeah, Arjunan just goes a little bit fuller here, but too full. It ends up striking or sort of sliding off the blade of the bat. That'll go all the way to the boundary to, once again, the disappointment of Jordan O'Brien behind the stumps. So you can hear O'Brien there.
Yeah, he's trying to get the angles right. He's saying, look, I don't want to nick 4 again, so it's kind of like a slit that's on the circle. that kind of line. And where's this required rate now? It's getting out to that. I think the new point of no return with inflation is about 20, and it's heading that way at the moment. It's up in the 19s.
Junan pretty well, you know. That one's well, just as I say that, he then bowls a Gundy ball, full toss. Now, I think the umpire's just not signalling the 6 straight away because he wants to check the height on this, so it might be a 7 up. You can see Assad and Nilkesh Patel communicating. I reckon this for me looked high, Vinny. So this could be a 7 up.
It looks pretty high. Let's have another look. Can have a very close look. Oh.
Looking at that, I call it. I got to admit, I call it. I know he's come slightly forward to it, and he's a bit lower down, but I reckon that's high.
It's one of these ones that are in doubt. And remember, if it's in doubt, they normally call it. Let's wait on the umpire signal. Yeah. They're just going to give it 6. So I suppose, being a spinner, they thought it was going to come down below the waist. It was a marginal call, though.
Yeah, I mean, shouldn't be bowling there, and I just think he gets a little bit lucky with that. I'm glad they have a look, but for me, yeah, that's a no-eat. So that's one maybe that Arjun gets away with. So he's pitched two up, 2 full tosses. That one was a blast, though. It's better, and a good comeback. So it just becomes a dot. Ali Turkman is getting himself set, isn't he? 21 of 10.
Need more, need quick runs.
Drags this out onto the leg side, goes to mid-wicket.
You'd want to see it disappearing. I know it's a high bar, but you're going to have to clear a high bar. Turkman got a little bit of a short one from Arjunan, but he dragged it down for 1.
Romeo, what can he do? Romeo Nath. Once again, it's the same, but straight to the fielder. He's running into trouble. He's going to be gone here. And, well, this wasn't good. I mean, he runs on the hit, really, straight to the fielder. You can see Turkman is not moving. He's basically saying, no, I'm not coming. But it keeps on running, just Romeo. Romeo says, Romeo, Romeo, Romeo. And, well, Turkman saying, no love from me today, get back. And he gets barbecued.
Yeah, classic where for out there, Romeo going. Look, there's 2 ways to look at that. If it's a bad call and Ali Turkman runs straight away and gets run out, well, then he can complain about it. But Romeo gets turned around and has absolutely no chance. But I suppose it does keep the established batter at the crease. As Romeo heads back to the balcony for 6, and it's 61 for 4.
61 for 4, that's 6 overs that have been completed here now. So Finland well on top. That rate has now gone past that point of no return that we normally now say is around 20. 21 they require. But having said that, we saw 2 remarkable matches yesterday. One that featured Austria, who the last 5 overs, they scored over 100 runs, and they were going at around about 23 per over. And then, of course, we all know what Hungary did in the last match when they posted 220. So it can be done. But balls like that have to be put away. You know, you've got to get under them. You've got to go down. You've got to maybe get down on one knee and be hitting right under them and getting it over square leg, mid-wicket. At the moment, bowlers bowling short, but batters only tamely hitting it to mid-wicket. Captain having a bowl now. Got Canolta. It's a nice looking shot. It's nicely played from the captain. Having a bat, not a bowl, of course, as Rahman is the man with the ball. That's a nice looking shot. Nicely timed, nicely played.
Well, Alter keeps coming out way too low for me. You know, I think it's an experienced player. You know, we've seen him a fair bit in the ECL. He's the captain. I feel like 7's too low. It's coming at 7 or 6. What is it today? But yeah, coming out at 6 this time. But yeah, doesn't waste any time. Nice cut shot. Gets a boundary first up.
That's unlucky, really. Straight to the fielder. It's a really nicely timed shot, but nicely stopped there.
Yeah, really good fielding. So Finland building towards something. That'll be a kind of bit of a bogey team as well for whoever finishes 3rd. Certainly trying to be professional the way they're going about their cricket. Okay, hasn't all gone to plan so far, but they've shown they can beat the big teams.
Yeah, good stop there from Arjunan. And gone. He wants to go for the big shot as Guggenholter. He comes down, but he goes down the leg side. Doesn't come straight, does he? He tries to give himself a little bit of room, and he gets pitched up by Roman, sees him coming, gets like that full toss sort of Yorker going in there. Nathan Collins gives him a little bit of a shampoo. But yeah, look, gives himself room, but misses it out, knocking the stumps over. Jagadihutte style, another one bites the dust. I don't know if we got Nathan Collins there, who runs up to the bowler and starts doing a little bit of all sorts to his hair. How'd you like it? Here we go, watch this.
Don't mess it up. They're having a bit of fun, Finland, and it's nice to see them having fun. But Turkey are not having as much fun at all. Alta grabs a drink on the way back after not the longest innings. 4 of 3 for him. I suppose when you charge down the pitch, you're trying to turn something into a full toss. It isn't really a Yorker, it's a full toss he misses. And so he'd be a bit disappointed to get out in that fashion, I'm sure. The score now 66 for 5. This will bring Mohamed Turkmen to the crease.
Mohamed Turkmen now out there. So we've got the two Turkmens out in the middle. Mohamed Turkmen to face. And, well, he's got a pretty good eye, not too much foot movement. He gets bat onto ball, gets a single. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah, I heard
from
it. I love
O'Brien.
the stump microphones.
Bit of pressure from the wannabe hero. Yeah. Right. Once again, probably just a single. Loses it for a moment, but I don't think the batters are going to get to there. So just a single. That will be the end of the over. So a very good over there from Rahman. Only the 7 runs come from it, and Turkey after 7, 68 for 5.
This is what's coming up, and this should be a brilliant match between two geographical neighbours in match 9, Hungary versus Austria. Now we're about an hour away from the first ball of that, and the toss will happen pretty much straight after the game. So it's 4:30 p.m. GMT, which is 6:30 in the evening in Central Europe, and 10 p.m. in India. Stay tuned. And Hungary and Austria, they've kind of split the honours this year. Hungary actually beat Austria when they were playing away at the ECI in Austria earlier in the year. But Austria also beat Hungary. So, again, you don't want to talk too much about one player, but Hungary do have Lias Deploy, who scored 163 not out last night. Went for just a single against the Irish this morning. But that should be a brilliant game, and potentially it could decide the double chance as well. It's Pavan Kumar coming back.
Oh, that's going to be a wide. Banks is in to the deck. This is Pavan Kumar just trying to show that he's got a bit of pace and he can bang the ball in if he has to, but it doesn't really, I think, intimidate the batter there. As Mohamed Turkmen quite happy to see this sail over his head.
Well, Pavan Kumar almost blew his big toe off with that bounce, so that was really short. Anyway, we'll get another one to Turkmen. It's Mohamed Turkmen.
Once again, Turkmen, not too much foot movement, but gets bad onto ball and gets the strike back to early Turkmen.
Jordan O'Brien's got a bit of a cult following. I think people are enjoying his live commentary of the game. Yeah. I'm certainly enjoying it as well. Nice to see him getting behind his team. And there's nothing kind of abusive about what he's saying. He's just trying to make a few comments.
Nicely played.
His own analysis on the game. That's kind of your role as the keeper.
It reminds me. Yeah, it reminds me of what I would call like the old-fashioned wicketkeeper, always talking, always got something comical to say, but in no way or no means disrespectful.
No. People ask me about my wicketkeeping career and being a commentator now, and I normally tell them one thing. This swung and missed at. I say, look, I've done a lot of wicket-keeping, I've done a lot of commentating now, and the key difference is when I'm commentating, I'm actually talking less. Because I like to be quite vocal out there.
Would never believe that. Would never believe that.
What's that?
I said would never believe that.
Yeah. Depends on what mood I was in on any particular day.
And third man, got work to do. Watches the spin pretty well. That's Nilan Cherry, who's out there.
But we were talking about O'Brien a bit earlier when he was batting, and it's a bit of the old school coaching methods, I know, growing up in Australia. Really big on things like calling between the wickets, stuff that maybe we don't see all the time in European cricket, depending on where people have learnt their cricket originally. But, yeah, Just keeping it pretty simple and keeping that communication open.
Well, that's a good hit. It will go all the way. Manos arriba, arriba, árbitro, porque eso es un buen golpe muy dulce, más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 carreras. It's a nice hit. So Eddie Turkman, well, shame that he's running out of partners, really.
Yeah, it'll be the end of the over as well. 8 overs down. It's 79 for 5. So the wannabe hero gets one out of the middle. Having said that, doesn't really move the line too much.
No, the wannabe hero, yeah, Ali Turkman. But at least he's putting in a good show. Of course, his wife, Hamita, is expecting a baby. And next week he's watching on. She's been given a lot of love from Ali Turkman when he was in the field, and now he's playing pretty well with the bat as well. That's a highlight. The other highlight would be if Turkey can get past the highest score that they've posted so far. And that, of course, was 89 when they were chasing the 221 against Hungary. And before that, they've really struggled batting first, haven't they? We've seen the score 51 against Ireland, and then earlier today, 65 against Austria. So could they finish with a personal best? Nice contact from Turkman. He's got the single and give the strike back to Mohammed Turkman.
I remember a couple of times, though, that I've just said comments, a bit like that. He just said unlucky, but the batter's hit a 6, and I've said unlucky, meaning the bowler, and all the batters heard as lucky, and they turn around and give me a real spray. Lucky, was it? Was that lucky, was it? It's always funny when you're confronted, how suddenly the words might escape you. But anyway, it didn't happen too often. But yeah, that's it. You're taught to be positive, and as a keeper, you're also trying to get the best out of your team and keep them in the right frame of mind and positive.
Well, yeah. Shot Maria Ganda, Bappers, Agia Banda, Ali Turkman wanted to get funky. Well, Rahman, well, he's enjoyed that one, isn't he? He's letting his delight show. And, well, earlier, Ali Turkman, he showed his displeasure at him trying to do something funky. It's a shame, really. It's the wrong ball. I mean, look where he ends up. It's a straight ball. Look where he goes. He's not going to get bad on the ball onto that one. He's much better off just playing straight and hitting down the ground. And wants to get creative, doesn't he? But he ends up seeing his stump shattered. And look at Rahman here. Watch him go here. Watch him. Oh, yeah. And he gets absolutely pumped.
It's a nice effort by Ali Turkman, 33 off 18. He'll just be a bit disappointed he can't turn that into a 50 or more. As Turkey lose a 6th wicket, it's 82 for 6. And I think the thing with that shot is the further your eyes go outside the line of the ball, the harder it is to judge it. So that's one of those ones, if he kind of still played that shot but kept his eyes kind of behind it, maybe he's more chance of getting bat on ball and deflecting it away. As it was, middle stump was displaced by Zia Rahman.
Looks like a young man that comes in. And
cool pads. Yilmaz. Cool pads. Shot not so cool, but it's a cool result for Turkey. And Zia Rahman, we've seen some hair rearranged in this 10 overs. He'll be tearing his out because this almost crashed into the stumps for a 2nd consecutive ball.
Yeah, well, I get the feeling that Rahman will go for the same delivery, maybe a little bit fuller, because there didn't seem to be too much foot movement there at all from Yilmaz. And Murat Yilmaz does get a 4. No ball called. Too high is the slower ball attempted.
Yeah, so Mohammed Turkman will get a free hit. This is called on field. It looks like a good call to me. Remember, ECN rules as far as high full tosses. Anything that's waist height or above doesn't necessarily have to be above waist height. Those waist high ones do get called. Here's a free hit, then to finish the 9th.
Well, he's going to get it over Collins. They'll go probably just one. Will this? Okay, no, they want to go two. So, well, if this hit the stumps, or even if I think Rahman takes this cleanly, you could have seen the end of Yilmaz there. I thought they would have only just taken the 1 and just kept maybe Mohammed Turkman on strike. It's not the case. It will be the end of the over. And Turkey, well, they have gone past the most runs that they scored in this championship so far. They're on 90 for 6 at the end of 9.
2 wickets to Parveen Kumar, 2 to Zia Rahman as well. 1 to Salonen, who struck with his first delivery. pretty complete performances from Finland. Looking ahead to that next game, yes, Hungary and Austria both with a 2-1 record. So it really is as simple, I think, as whoever wins gets the double chance. I mean, Ireland, again, you might talk about some permutations if they were to lose by a lot and so on and so forth. But you know, I think whoever wins match 9 will finish in the top 2. Okay, Nick Salonen, speaking of him, comes back. And yeah, I'm a little bit upset the ponytail's been tied up today as well. But here he is in the 10th. The last over starts with a wide.
Yeah, that's nicely watched by Yilmaz. Notice it's going down the leg side, and well, it just allows that to go. So good from the youngster. Wouldn't it be nice to get to 100? Come on, see if they can get to 100, everybody. Come on. Let's use the power of mind to see if Turkey can get to 100 the first time. Remember making their debut here in the European Cricket Championship. Well, this one is going to be out. It gets an edge, and he's going to have to depart. So the young man will go. Short delivery, and gets the edge. No issues there from O'Brien. Takes the catch and smiles on the face of there. Nick Salonen gets the wicket.
Yeah, so Salonen digs it in. That's a little feather. O'Brien's done pretty well behind the stumps. You can see he's got keeping experience. He probably prefers to play as a bat, but with no Jonathan Skamans in the setup this time, then he's taken the role and doing a pretty good job back there as well for Turkey. I think they know now that they're in the last moments of their tournament, as that's the 7th wicket down. It's 91 for 7. Also, I know that Maya was getting in touch from Finland as well, and we had our Finnish supporters out here last year. There's quite a few of them, and I know that some of them are watching on. I hope you're enjoying the contest, and I'm certainly hopeful we can get up to Finland for a European Cricket Series at some point in the not too distant future. It's a cricket ground there, Carava Cricket Ground, is a really nice facility. I've only ever seen it on television, so I'd love to get up there for a couple of weeks. Anyway, 5 balls to go. Bettier is going to face up. Salonen probably sniffs a couple more, I think.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for him. And that's right on the money. That is out. From the moment this leaves his hand, and Vinny, I'm going to call it early. I think we're on hat-trick alert.
I'd say we are on high alert for hat-tricks. And if I was Salonen, this is exactly where I'm putting it, full and on the pegs. And Bettier, fortunately for him, it's a long way to walk with not much to show for it. Out comes the off stump, and well, there we go. It's fairly comprehensive stuff. As he removes the pole, it's 91 for 8. Salonen on hat-trick.
Yeah, well, the old ponytail will start to move around a little bit more. It's going to, unfortunately for Basir, it's going to be a golden. So Derek is going to go. Well, the Ducks are having fun here at the Karma Oval as well. Of course, not the end we're bowling from now is the Lake End. Let's have a look at the Hall of Fame of hat-tricks.
Yeah, and we've had a hat-trick with Lorne Burns. That took it, kind of under the radar one as well. So we haven't had a hat-trick since opening day. Got a feel for the youngster there as well. You know, he'd be bitterly disappointed that he gets out first ball, but hopefully we can see him again and see him scoring a few. Anyway, right now it's Murat Ipak, and it's Salonen on a hat-trick. Oh, he messed it up. He just had to put it straight. I think nothing against Ipak. I saw him batting this morning, and now Salonen. Not going to quite put him on the list of world's biggest chokers, but yeah.
Needed it straight, didn't he? Needed it straight.
He knows too. Oh, he's a lovely guy, Nick, as well. And look, he's got the ponytail out now as well.
It's starting to come out, isn't it?
It's busted out.
Yeah, look, here we go. Oh, well, is he going to get caught out here? I think he gets dropped. He gets dropped. Well, would you believe it? Ipak.
Oh, it's a battle of the ponytails here, and Collins does track it down. I mean, Finland, they love slips. Once we saw them with 8 or 9 of them. It's really good 2 hands. That not an easy catch, but it's one he should have taken.
He has it. I just think he has it. Then the momentum of his body pops it out of his hand. So it should have been another.
The ponytail now.
Yeah, watch this go. There it goes.
Oh, yeah.
That's a nice shot. There's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played. So, well, Mohammed Turkmen gets on strike. This is why I thought at the end of that last over, it was a dicey 2 anyway. I don't know why they took the 2. I think Turkmen should have just stayed on strike. So look, what are they on here? 96. Another boundary. Come on, everyone.
Come on, let's get behind them because this is the last ball we'll see from Team Turkey on the network this year. Salnan is hoping for a different sound.
Hits it well, but he won't get it past the field. In comes a throw, and the ball's still moving around. It's going to be...
Jordan O'Brien's ended up backing up that throw.
Look at the ponytail here.
They're lucky they had a slip, otherwise that was 4 overthrows, and they would have gotten 100. Anyway, all smiles for Finland, who do the business here in match number 8. Getting the win over Turkey, 2 crucial points that I'm sure will put them into finals day tomorrow. They will have to play later on against the Irish 11, so that's about as good of a test as you can receive, I think, going into an eliminator tomorrow. But in this very, very important match, Group D, match 8, the final score, Finland 144, Turkey out 97. Again, learning experience for the Turkish side. It's been great to have them as part of the ECC for the first time. Finland, a bit more experience and probably a little bit more skillful at this stage in the format. They ended up shutting down the Turkish bats when it mattered.
Yeah, there were some nice shots played earlier. I think Mohamed Ilyas played some really nice shots. But the short stuff there had Ishak Elek in trouble, wasn't he? O'Brien taking the gap to Salonen. Well, that was the first wicket that he took. Elek wasn't very happy about it. But then we did see a bit of a fight back. Ali Turkmen and Mohamed Ilyas played some nice shots between him. And it was a nice little partnership that developed. The thing was, though, they were always falling way behind that run rate.
Yeah, and that was the thing. And when you got to that stage, then they're kind of forced to try and keep playing their shots. But, you know, I like what I saw. But I think the biggest issue with Turkey is that when... Okay, they don't have the depth of some other teams, we know that. But when some guys got in, they couldn't turn it into a 50 or more. I think, for example, with Estonia earlier in the week, at least they had 4 different players score 50s against some of the big teams. So it's one of these things, there are a lot of kind of 20s, maybe early 30s, but no one really able to put a big one together. Jordan O'Brien had us turning the microphones down for a fair bit of that 10 overs as well. And he also was very, very tidy behind the stumps as Finland. I'll be so happy to get that win on the board because it was a bit of a banana peel game for them, let's be honest. If they lost that one, I think it was going to be curtains for them at the end of the day. We saw stumps flying, we saw hair flying, and we saw the flying Finns getting the job done over Turkey in the end. The margin of victory, 47 runs.
Yeah, 47 runs. Well, we did see hair flying, and we saw hair doing the old a bit of hair work there from Yilmaz as well. That was an absolute beauty. Had a chance for a hat-trick, didn't he? But, well, we just wanted one straight ball, really, to Ipek, but he wasn't able to deliver. But what the Finns did deliver is a very good performance. Got 144 on the board, and they're restricting Turkey to 97, winning by 47 runs. Well done to them. But Turkey, one thing we can say about them, they at least are getting better all the time. And they'll be, look, it's the last time we're going to see them, that's for sure, in this one. But they leave us with a much better performance. Well done to Mohamed Ilyas, 31 of 17. Ali Turkmen as well, 33 that he scores of 18 deliveries. And then also from everyone at the European Cricket Network, the best of luck to him and also his wife Hamita, as they're expecting a baby next week. And of course, hope everything goes well, and stay in touch with us and let us know the details on that one as well. But it's lovely to see how the European cricketers are getting on and knowing a little bit about their lifestyles as well. I'm sure I'll have a nice chat with Ali Turkmen a little bit later as well. So this is the scorecard. So Finland doing the job over Turkey. And, well, remember, Finland, it's not the last time that we are going to see them. They're going to have a difficult one against Ireland, but they've got that win. And it's nice to be able to go into that match knowing you got to win. You can play with a bit of confidence. You're not going to be too worried about the result. If they was to lose that one, then, of course, it would have been a completely different match. So well done to Finland. But once again, well done to Turkey. And once again, from everybody here and the European Cricket Network, I want to thank you for the way that you play your cricket. I want to thank you for being lovely people, and thank you for all the gifts that you brought us as well. Those Turkish delights, Well, thank you very much for those, and also to Mr. Oster, who also brings a little bit of his own personal homemade jewellery for some of the ladies around the ground as well. Look, you guys have been absolutely fantastic, and we're looking forward to mingle with you later tonight and also tomorrow during finals day, because no doubt Turkey will be here watching how finals day goes. We got a bit of a break now. Of course, the next match will be coming up in just over 40 minutes time. So it's another opportunity to look at some of the good work that's been done behind the scenes at the European Cricket Studio, where Daniel Weston has been putting some questions to some good folk from the federations. Of course, we wouldn't be able to do what we're doing if we didn't have the support from the federations, and with their support, cricket in Europe is continuing to grow all the time. So let's go over to the ECN studio for another chat with Daniel Weston.
So, Andre, what's some of your first memories of cricket?
Oh, it's an interesting question. You know, I'm not a typical cricketer as all of you guys. I'm coming from business. We're delivering solutions for sports industry, delivering management and booking software for clubs academies, for events, organizing events, ticketing, and etc. So in that case, when I was invited by the former president to become in Cricket Federation and take part of it, it was pure that I'll be only in executive and administrative part, so they will stay in sports part of the things. So my experience in cricket is not so far away. It's not so far in the past. It was before 6 years. First things which I remember, it was a tournament in Corfu under ICC T20I regulations. We won this tournament, and then of course the first touch with cricket was in my country, in our domestic leagues, and the people who are in the game 22 years. It's like Nikolai Kolev, the founder of Federation, Prakash Mishra, Ivo, and all these guys. Maybe Prakash, from my point, is the best chief between cricketers and the best cricketer between chiefs. So that was my first touch with cricket, and probably you remember when we started TCS in Sofia. Then it was my first touch with a bat and my first 4 points. It was in front of Chris, our captain here. Yeah. So that was my first touch with this.
And Nikolai, how did he get involved in cricket?
Nikolai, he founded Federation before 22 years. Actually, he's an interesting person in the sports in the sports fields. Of course, he established also Cricket 7, and after that he established Rugby 7. Sorry, he established Rugby 7, and after that he established a Cricket Federation in Sofia. And we start, and after 6 years we became ICC partner, which for the small country as Bulgaria, it's a huge aim.
And let's talk about Prakash. We know he works so hard for cricket in Bulgaria. Yeah,
absolutely. He is the most passionate person I'm knowing from the cricket, and a good friend of mine, of course. We all in the federation become a very strong team, and all our friends, and working together. That's why we achieve our goals very easily. Prakash is he's living in cricket. He's living with cricket, in cricket, out of cricket, everywhere. Even now, he recovered his injury. He's always on phone, texting, asking, and etc. That's why I thought that he's the best cricketer between the professional chiefs and the best chief between professional cricketers and cricketers at all.
Yeah, and the ground in Sofia, we were there for several events now. It's incredible, and it's so close to the mountains where you see the snow and the skiing happening. How did you get that ground as a cricket ground?
Actually, the Sofia is in the very beautiful, situated in a very beautiful place, grounded with slopes, 20 minutes from slopes. Is the capital of Bulgaria. The ground is National Academy ground. National Sports Academy ground. We have one more ground in Gabrovo, which is in the center of Bulgaria. But we are putting efforts at the moment to have our own ground, because we rent it from the National Sports Academy, this ground. It's beautiful, it's really beautiful. But if we have our own, it will be more easy to attract small kids play and to give them a chance to touch the game. You know, it's never late to fall in love with cricket.
Sure. So talk about your youth program. There's many schools that are being involved in cricket for the first time now in Bulgaria. Right?
Yes, we start, you know about this. Actually, we have 3 interesting projects at the moment in Bulgaria. The first of all, and my favorite one is, we call it 10-10-10. This program is with help of lots of taverns. They give us equipment, of course, with ICC, and thanks to our new agreement with you guys, it helped us a lot to develop this program. This is 10 different schools from 10 cities in Bulgaria, and our aim is after 10 years to have 10 native players for men and women.
In the national team?
In a national team, yes. Yes, this is the long aim. It will be not easy, but step by step, slowly, and confident, we have to reach it.
Yeah, that's great. And you're teaching the teachers in these schools?
Of course, we teach the teachers, we give them equipment, and we make 2 exams per year, and watching how they're growing, what they achieve with the kids. And the first of our, let's say, it's not like an exam, it's like a small tournament, because they are first and second, third class, and it's not easy to exam them. But when you see their smiles, when you see their passion, it's more than enough for all of us.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And on the senior cricket that's being played in Bulgaria, that's growing very fast.
We are lucky in that because we established a university league. Maybe we are one of the not much countries which we have university league. We have 6 medical universities in Bulgaria. You know, it's for the foreigners coming from other countries, it's more cheaper to take their education in Bulgaria and to become doctors, dentists, and etc. So they are coming from countries where cricket is so popular sport. So for us, it's easy to manage, not too hard. It's not easy, of course. It's not too hard to manage a university league. So we have university league. This year it's a 2nd edition, and so the next one will be the 3rd one. And what we are trying to do now, and to help cricket to become Olympic sport, of course, because we all have to do some activities to push the things to go in that way, is that we are trying to establish a women team and women league, of course.
Yeah, because there must be many female medical students in Sofia as well.
Of course. The universities the students in universities, they are from both men and women.
Yeah, but there's hundreds, or are there thousands of medical students that are coming from abroad into Sofia?
We could say that it's thousands for all Bulgaria, because this is 6 different universities in 5 cities. In Sofia we have 2, in Plovdiv, in Stara Zagora, in Varna, in Burgas, Pleven. So it's different regions, and it's good for developing cricket.
But it must be an incredible moment if someone decides to study medicine, they love cricket, and then they get to Bulgaria, and then they've got an instant community of friends.
It's easy for us, because when you have these foreigners which playing cricket from kids, they could easily exchange. They mix with our local people, so they could make them to love the game and to teach them, and to become our local players to become better.
Yeah, sure. And how many leagues do you have running, and how many teams do you have running in Bulgaria?
We have 15 registered teams, and we have 8 active teams in our domestic league at the moment. Even last year we have 2 new teams registered in the league. So for a country like us, it's good.
Yeah, fantastic. And so what do you think are the best things, or the biggest strengths of Bulgarian cricket?
Strengths are coming with the fairs. So strengths probably when the sport is not too popular for you, when it's not too popular into your country, there are a lot of opportunities to popularize it. There are a lot of volunteers coming to see what is it, and to taste it, and to play, and see what could do and how they will do. And of course, from my point of view, the fact that we have these 6 universities and this option to have these foreign students to playing in our leagues help us grow, it's a huge strength for us.
It is, yeah. And I remember when we had the ECS in Bulgaria as well, we actually put it on to the national broadcaster, actually showed the game as well.
Yes, luckily we have national broadcaster always welcome when somebody offers to see this. It's a different sport for Bulgaria. You know, most of my friends, they don't know what is cricket. They're confused, and they are curious to see more about it. and that helps us. There are many local televisions which are also would like to show the game, and it's interesting. Of course, media, newspapers, they're interested in it.
No, it's fantastic. But the long-term approach that you're taking with the 10-10-10 concept, this is going to be a huge driver, plus the students that will continue to come.
Yes, this is in the technical part, and of course, when we talk about the grounds, as I told, our aim is to have our own ground, and we are in negotiation with some of municipalities to put some nets for batting and bowling, which popularize into the cities, to popularize the sport into the cities, and everyone who wants to touch the bat, to touch the ball, there will be a place where to have it. I believe that this is the way which we have to walk.
Is there a lot of tape ball cricket being played in Bulgaria that you're aware of?
Not much. Not much. There is, but not much actually.
Okay, so there's a lot of hardball cricket that's being played, and
yes, of course, in schools they're playing with a softball, and women also playing with softball.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. We love being in Bulgaria and having events and working with you there. We see the growth that's happening organically, but I think it's a special moment when someone can travel and study abroad and then play the cricket that they love with their local friends.
To be honest, you guys help us a lot because you popularize Bulgaria. Maybe a lot of people in the world, they understood through your channels that there is a cricket in Bulgaria, and where is Bulgaria? It could help not only to us as a federation, it could help in our country as a tourism, as another. It's experience in the industry. It doesn't matter you're going somewhere just for traveling and to see some sightseeing, or to watch some sports games and etc. So for us, it's a huge push coming in our cooperation. We are very thankful about everything what you are doing.
No, pleasure. You guys are doing such a great job, yourself and Prakash and Nikolai and everyone else in Bulgarian cricket. Do you think that the students, do they usually stay in Bulgaria, or will they move back home?
Part of them they're staying, but it's unfortunately not much of them. But part of them, they fall in love in Bulgaria. Even Omar Rasul in our team, he's now become a doctor in Plovdiv and stay in Plovdiv. So there are guys staying in Bulgaria not only for cricket, they're staying because we have a beautiful country. You have a chance to visit and to see. And I believe that in the future it could be more and more if you all do develop this.
Yeah, absolutely. No, with your plan to look after the grassroots and the youngsters and having these incredible students that are coming across and growing the game, I think there's a huge bright future. And yeah, I'm very excited about it.
We will try, we and the universities to advertise our land, our schools, our universities, and to attract more and more students to come to Bulgaria and to see what will happen.
Yeah, it's wonderful. No, it's a great investment. Well done. Thanks for being here. And
thanks a lot.
Appreciate it very much.
Thanks a lot. A fantastic tournament, as it was the last year. You become better and better too. So my regards about everything you're doing.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Thanks, Andre.
Thanks.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the sunny Costa del Sol here on the coast of the Mediterranean. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with you as we roll into what should be a cracking contest here. It's match 9 in Group D. The geographic neighbours, it's Hungary and Austria. Plenty of history between these two away from cricket, but also a bit of history in cricket now as they've met each other quite a few times this year. They're going to meet and basically contest for the double chance here in match number 9. Just 2 matches to go in the night. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming is with us now and he's with the 2 captains. Time for the coin toss for match 9.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Your call. Dream11. Dream11 call. So we're going to bowl first. Good.
So it's Vinod Ravindran of Hungary that wins the toss and he has elected to bowl first. Got to say that strikes me as a bit of a surprise because we know how good they've been batting first. Although I suppose you could say it's a bit hit and miss, and it's very hard not to talk about this man, Leos Deploy, who scored 163 not out last night. It's the biggest score we've ever seen from an individual. Also the most sixes hit in an individual innings, 23 maximos. But we'll have to wait to see him. Maybe that's just about knowing how many they need to chase, and so knowing maybe how many risks that he should take and when he should take them, because we saw, no, he is a human being after all. He's probably not going to hit absolutely every ball in the middle of the bat, and we saw him go for just a single against Ireland a little bit earlier in the day. Well, I talked about recent history between these two teams on the field in 10 over cricket, and Hungary, when they went to Austria in the ECIs earlier in the year, they actually beat the Austrians in 2 of the 3 matches, and that was without Leos Deploy. So, I mean, a lot of people talking about him, but Hungary have kind of had Austria's measure a little bit as well, and that was on Austrian soil. As you can see behind me, all the teams getting together. It's such a unique tournament, a great festival of cricket, a celebration, and now we're going to continue the party as we go up to the commentary box with Rico full, ready to go. Double chance on the line, Rico. Hungary winning the toss, sending in the Austrians. What do you think about that? Let's get ready for the first ball.
Buenas tardes. Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu. It's nice to see all the teams there in the background behind him there. And during that introduction to this match, having their team photos being taken. Look out for that on the social media. Yeah, what do I think about this? You know, I think it's a tactical move. Hungary have batted first in all of their 3 matches. So I think they've got an idea of what they can do when they're batting first. I think now this is an opportunity going into tomorrow finals day for them to have a chase, and I think that's important. It's important to know how you go about chasing as well, and be in the position to chase in a match which is not an eliminator. So that's my thoughts on it. Of course, I know Hungary, and Vinny, I'm glad Vinny touched on that as well. Look, the likes of Vinod Ravindran, Ashwin Perry, Rasik as well. These are good batters. These are good players. Mars Barji in there as well. Abbas Ghani. All of these guys can bat, and nice to see that Ali Farasat in there as well. Now they can more than hold of their own. You know, they can play good cricket, and I know there seems to be a lot of talk, and quite rightly so, of course, about Leos Deploy and also Zemas Deploy. But you know, as a unit, they've got good players out there. I think they're just strengthened, not just in the ability and what they're going to achieve there by Leos Deploy, but I think also technically, as he's adding a little bit of behind-the-scenes magical moments as well, just getting the team to play well. So they're looking like a good unit, and I think this could be the closest match that we see here today. It could be a tight one. It's going to be Prashar to start off with the ball. Gets played in that backward point area to take the single. Imran Asif is out there with Zishan Arif. So they made a slight change here, Australia, going for the hard-hitting and explosive Zishan at the top of the order. Let's see how that works out for them. I know that when I was talking to Corey yesterday, I did say that I'd like to see somebody like Zishan out there at the beginning because he doesn't hold back. Maybe he can make the most of the power play. And, well, he's going to get a little luck first up as this one takes the edge and flies to that vacant third man boundary. And even if third man was back there, I think he would have to have been very fine to stop this. Yeah, I just get the feeling here. I mean, I'm just having a look at the field. So it looks like that Zimmer's deploy is, well, he's inside the circle along with his brother Limos. So they've got square leg back. I just think mid-wicket's a better option with the like of Zishan Arif. He allows this one to go, and no wide as this one gets sneaked in. We'll have a look at this again, but the umpire quite happy. This one does creep inside. Have a look at this again. I mean, it starts to come back. I don't know whether it does enough for me. Zishan facing Prashar. And down the ground it goes. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Kinna sona. Shaka lagya. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es una grandísimo. And that's what he's there for, Zishan Arif. Give them the start in the power play. Prashar may decide not to pitch this one up. Does go shorter and gets through him. Zishan still plays the shot. It's a good comeback from Prashar. I didn't think it was going to be pitched up, and it wasn't. I think you're probably better off with that line, but if you're going to bowl it, then you've got to really get your third man back. I mean, maybe even get your third man and your fine back and bring up the square leg. And, well, this one goes into that third man area again, but it goes through. I think this is travelling so fast. I mean, we have to see whether there's a chance or not for Mars Barji there, but that goes pretty quickly. Let's see. And that's a difficult one. Does it go over him here, or does it go through him? And I think on another day, maybe Barzi is catching this one. Oh, Wolfie. But it gets through. I mean, it was travelling quick. End of the first over. Austria 15 without loss. Prashar will be disappointed. That one doesn't go into the gloves. This is what we've seen so far. We know that Spain, Jersey and Italy have the golden ticket to join the reigning champions, Netherlands, in their championship week. And this is, of course, the battle of Group D. And Turkey, well, their flag still there, the name still in the hat, but I don't think that they're going to feature tomorrow. This is in the air, and this will go all the way as well. Manos, arriba, 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 vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. A slight change in the batting, in the bowling. Well, changing the batting as well with Arif up there, Zishan, but also in the bowling, they have gone with Wahid. This time round, they go with Abbas Ghani, who was a very good bowler within his own right as well, but gets this one wrong. Imran Asif gets his first boundary, and it's a 6. A lot of chat here about getting that field right, so they're making a few changes, says Abbas Ghani. Oh, he's been made to stop as he starts to come in, probably because the field wasn't quite right. Yeah, Cameron Wahid is the man that they normally go to for opening the bowling. Oh, that is a thunderous shot. Well, there's like a clap of thunder around the ground as this one has been smashed. Oh, that was a lovely shot from Asif. Now, Ghani has gone for 2 boundaries, both of them 6s, as Imran Asif is looking to get going here. Both batters, both openers have made a good start. Hello to a few people in the chat. John Gray, Luke Belgium's been in there, and also to Twilight. Hello to you all, and hello to Ramesh Sathisan. Ramesh, how are you? Ramesh, of course, a very established cricketer in Romania. Nice to have you with us. How about that? 50-50. Tucks him up slightly, but he does well. Gets back onto ball, takes the single. There's the early evening sunshine caresses this beautiful Kartama Oval. Long shadows now, so it becomes difficult for the players that are on the boundary on the leg side to the right-hander. That sun at some points will be right in your eyes. Oh, Zishan, what a shot. It just stands upright and delivers. I know one man that'll appreciate the batting of Zishan Arif, because like me, he's seen him play at the Seabarn Cricket Ground and he scored stat loads of runs. He joins me now in the commentary box. It's Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, he's mercurial, I should say, as Zishan Arif. He was heavily involved in what at the time was a record chase by Pack Riders against Karanbir's team, Vienna Eagles. But yeah, not a lot of footwork, but a lot of timing there from Zishan. Now he'll go down the ground for one. So yeah, I've got to say, I feel a little bit for Ranjit, who hasn't made the side for this game. He just seemed a little bit out of touch at the top of the order, but you can never predict who's going to be in form and who's not when you get here. And I think these games are too important to stick with the same thing for too long if it's not working. And you know, I do like the Asif Arif combination at the top. Ghani, last ball of his over. Won't go magical, but we'll go for 19 as we get to the end of 2. Austria 34 without loss.
Yeah, going along nicely. And we've had, it's fair to say, pretty one-sided matches here so far today, with Turkey being blown away by Austria. First up by 9 wickets, 30 balls to go. Austria on that occasion were chasing 66. And then Hungary, well, it was a low par performance for them against the Irish. Hungary 94 on and getting there with 33 balls to go. And then, well, we just saw Finland sort of blow away Turkey in a very important match, which means that probably Finland will take that 4th spot. Well, will take that 4th spot, I should really say. Turkey can't make a difference on that now. So maybe this one is going to be the close one.
Prashar to continue. Short, wide, cut, 6. Maximo. Well, it was too short. It was too wide. It was hit too hard. And it's turning into a pretty rough start, this, for the Hungarians.
Vinny, the shots that we're seeing out on the offside, like this one, I mean, that is flat, hard, straight, over backward point for 6. Some of this hitting is awesome.
Yeah, it is. And it's good shot selection is what I like as well. Hello to Ramesh Sathisan, who is in the comment section right now. The Romanian skipper. We'll be seeing him before too long. We get so kind of rabbit-holed in these groups that we kind of forget in just a few days' time. We'll get to see plenty of different people, like Ramesh and all the guys from Romania, Malta as well, Cyprus, Switzerland and England. It's a little bit fuller, pushed away, but no run. But that's the nature of this tournament. It is such a roller coaster of emotion. And well, we've got it down to 4 essentially now with Turkey. We know that they won't be a part of finals day tomorrow. And Finland, who are going to finish in 4th spot, you'd imagine. They've got a tune-up against Ireland tonight. Better length. Well, thought for a second he was going to go with a hit, and Asif luckily thought better of it.
Yeah, liking this all the time from the 2 boys, the 2 deploys who have been deployed at mid-off, mid-on. Every time the bowler goes back to his mark, they're just giving him a little bit of love. Just say, yeah, good bowling, keep it up.
Oh, he's knocked him over. That one was too full to pull, and Imran Asif is going to have to walk up the stairs. Prashar turns the narrative in his direction, and Austria lose a first. It's 40-1.
Yeah, gets beaten here by pace. It's slight change in line from Abhitasha Prashar. He gets this ball better, gets it fuller. He doesn't give the width that Imran Asif seems to like, and he knocks the stumps over. Well, this is a boogie grizzly fireball. And a good comeback from Prashar and also from Hungary. They needed that breakthrough. These 2 were making a pretty explosive start.
Made a mess of the stumps there, but Asif kind of does his job, doesn't he? Can't expect to whack a 50 or 100 every time you bat. He gets 21 here off 9, doesn't waste any time. Austria 40 for 1.
Yeah, it's a nice knock though, isn't it? It's all about keeping the pressure going. And, well, Bassir Khan comes out now. Didn't he bat well? Now, look, I know he batted well in the earlier match here today when he scored a beautiful 31 of 10, but I think it was his knock yesterday when Austria were in a fair bit of trouble, weren't they, against Finland? Well, he steadied the ship, didn't he, with a very fine 32 of 16. Remember, at one point, they were 21 for 4 in that picture. So this guy is a useful guy to come in at this time. He really is focused. He has really grown as a cricketer, hasn't he, Bassir?
Yeah, I mean, he's always been really talented, but I think, once again, it's a case of picking a guy who's hitting the ball well at the moment, getting him up in the top 3. Here he is facing Abtesh Prashar. First one thumps the drive into the pitch, but straight to Leas Deploy. There's that man who currently in the process of moving from Derbyshire to Middlesex, where he's got a 5-year contract. And also the captain, Derbyshire this year, also played for the Welsh Fire in the 100. I know we've got a lot of Welsh fans out there. I wonder if they're getting behind Leas. Well, it's an attempted pull, doesn't quite get it. Zima's going a long way back, almost pulls it off. He was trying to decide whether to deploy the thrusters there, wasn't he? But he knew that if he tried to catch it, he could easily knock it over the boundary. But it's a bit of entertaining cricket to end the power play. And in the end, it's going to be 41 for 1 after 3. What do you think there? Do you think it was worth a dive? Do you think the wicket's worth that much, or do you think it was
I don't know
percentage?
if you knew exactly where it was. Otherwise, yeah, definitely worth the drive. I think the dive if you knew where it was. Well, we're going to see what he's able to do with the ball now. He wasn't able to get the dive in, maybe on that cat, but he's going to have a bowl here now. So change of pace. Let's see how the batters fare here. I wonder how, this would be interesting for me to see, not so much Bassir Khan, but to see how Zishan Arif deals with the spin. I think he prefers the pace on, so this could be a good tactical ploy here from Hungary.
I kind of know what his tactics will be. He's going to try and smash it. It's just a matter of whether it works or not. Bassir survives the scare. Last ball, last over. Now gets a ball that bounces a bit more than he thinks. And a dot to start. Zima's deploy is over. We've got Oz in the comments saying, talking about a couple of Dutch players. And yeah, we've got quite a few players playing in the World Cup at the moment that we've seen on ECN, including a couple of the Dutch team from last year in this tournament. Well bowled by Zimas. I've really liked his control. I think that his accuracy has been excellent so far in this tournament.
Yeah, good start from Zimas deploy.
Once again, kind of fools him with the amount of bounce he's getting. Yeah, so, I mean, Sakib Zulfikar is a really good example of someone last year that I thought was one of the best players in this tournament, and he's done really well at the high level of cricket. Vikram Singh's another one that we've seen playing ECS cricket. Basilator, another one. In fact, not many of them haven't been on ECN that are in that Dutch squad. Of course, you go all the way back to our first major tournament on ECN, which was the European Cricket League in 2019, where Max O'Dowd and Scotty Edwards and some of the veterans like Peter Saylor were involved as well. Right, back to the present though. Zima's bowling a really good over. And it might have a wicket, although it's going to be right back to the fence. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! Well, this one seemed to defy the laws of physics, didn't it? But Zishan Arif got just enough of it, and 6 runs to Austria.
Yeah, it was a teaser, wasn't it, for Rosik, who's on the boundary. He thought maybe it'll be in with an opportunity, but it wasn't to be. He got enough of it. 6 runs. They needed that in his over.
He's trying to hit that square, I think. And now cuts into the gap and 4 more. So deploys over was going to plan, but then a 6 and a 4 leave Austria hungry for more as they bring up the 50 off the last ball of the 4th. 52 for 1.
Good shot, this one. And all right, a little bit up-ish. A few that maybe had a bit of a sniff of it, but that was all it was. So a good finish on the over. So Austria going along well. They've lost that wicket of Imran Asif. And then after a few dot balls, they get that one big 6 and a 4 from Zishan, just to keep them ticking along nicely.
And so sticking with, I won't say the spin twins, but I'll say the spin brothers in Seamus deploying now. Leas deploy to bowl the 5th over. He's left arm orthodox. And he probably has the highest rate of not actually bowling the first ball of the over of anyone in the competition. But that just wasn't quite set. So let's try again. Take 2, 5th over. They go after him straight away and they get him. So Basir just doesn't really play for turn. I think angles into him and he sends in the same direction. Maximo to start the 5th.
Yeah, Basir, he seems to like it more coming into him, doesn't he? Zemus kept him outside the off stump and he played and missed it a couple. And then in the end, I mean, it was good from him really because he wasn't getting hold of it. So he just pushed out the 4th ball for a single. And then Zishan hit the next 2 to the boundary.
Yeah, misses out in the low full toss here.
What do you make on, or what do you know of the X or the L at the end of the name? So you can see there's an L at the end of Lemus, and Zemus, well, he has the X. Well, it goes over him this time. That's a nice shot, hit hard and flat, so 6 more.
He needed to be on an extra bouncy service if he's going to jump up and stop that. Yeah, the initial at the end of the name instead of in front of the name. So that's just what they've gone for. But it's nice to kind of differentiate them a little bit. Oh, crowd catch opportunity. Ended up in the HCL software tent.
Bit of evasive action needed. Oh, slower, much slower delivery, which wasn't read at all by Basir.
Austria at the crossroads, aren't they, in this middle over period where I think 4, 5, 6, 7, they're going to get all this spin. Now reaches for this, goes right back to the wall, and 6 more. Maximo. Crossbar challenge complete on the fence as Basir helps himself to another half a dozen.
Yeah, nice hit. Important little partnership here from these two. That's what they need, Austria, every time you get a pairing together, that they go after this, not being intimidated about who's bowling to them. Just play your game. They bring up the 70 with the ball to go in the 4th, and well, that's going to be maybe 6 more or not. Just bounces before the rope. Signaled as for Cuatro Mas, and not quite the plan as Lima's deploy goes for 22. Now they're going to have to deploy another plan maybe because they're racing along here, Austria at the moment. 74 for 1 after 5.
I think they'll stick to it, but it's been a bit of a case of half an over being all right from the spinners, but then the second half being pretty expensive. Let's have a look at, of course, who we've still got to come. We talked about Group E already. And of course, Group E, I know what you're thinking. Isn't it crazy to get 3 places that drive on the left, all in the same group in England, Cyprus and Malta? Yes, a fair bit of interesting cricket still to come. I mean, Switzerland, I think, had a really good summer. You look at their international team, some pickups like Hassan Ahmed, making the switch and qualifying to play for Switzerland and making that choice. You got Cyprus, who we did see in the ECIs a little bit earlier in the season. Didn't have a great time in Czechia, but you know, they have had some good moments here at the Cartermore Oval. Although this is the first time their national team has been here. In Malta as well. In Malta, we've seen a lot of them, and we'll be there again before the end of the year. But they're another side who'll be pushing. So I don't necessarily think it's just a race for second place. No, Harrison Ward is out of the England 11 squad as well. Some news in case you missed it during the week. So I think they're down to only 3 players that have been here before. And although England 11 management, their coaching staff, they know what kind of players they want, you never quite know how they're going to handle it until they get here.
Yeah, very true. Okay, Sheikh Rasik is going to come and have a bolt here now.
Yes, they break up the spin bros. Ooh. I don't know. Yeah, out. Well, it definitely warranted some consideration. The only question I had was if it was climbing over the stumps or perhaps if it had broken too much off the pitch and it might have been missing. But Nilkesh did have a hard look and he was in the right position to make the decision. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, again, I wouldn't say it's plumb. But the umpire thinks that's going on to hit.
Yeah, it's one of those which, you know, what makes the difference here is the pace. He takes a pace right off and he totally throws, I think, Zishan Arif, who's probably thinking it's going to be a quicker ball. There's no pace on it. Yeah, the question the umpire's looking at here, so if you're standing there, you're asking yourself, right, is that ball going to go on and hit the stumps? in my opinion, well, you were with me up here in the box. I was giving it straight away because I think that the pace off, less bounce, I think that's going to hit the top of the stumps.
It might. Yeah, I'm looking at the replay. I think Zishan, if I had to make the call, I would have given him the benefit of some doubt as to whether that was going to hit or not, if I'm being completely honest. But maybe it's one of those ones that goes down as umpires call. Just know that those off-cutting slow balls, they can bounce a fair bit on this. Certainly was hit in line. It was a question whether it was going to go over or maybe miss leg stump. Umpire was happy with both, and that's all that matters. So Sheikh Razik, the switch back to pace, has some early success. Akib Iqbal pads this one away, and no run. So,
what's your thoughts on Akib coming out before the likes of Karanbir Singh?
Yeah, good question. I mean, Akib, it's hard to believe that there's a top 4 for Austria that doesn't include Akib in it. Although you don't necessarily think he's hit the ball as sweetly as we've seen sometimes from him. Yeah, Karanbir, he's another guy that maybe, yeah, you throw up. They've gone for Zishan Arif this game. Searching for the right combination. It's a good problem to have if you have someone like Karanbir still to bat in this situation. Again, the run rate isn't too bad. I think between these two teams, probably around about 130 is your part, maybe something like that. But yeah, Razik, he's such a great pickup for Hungary as well now that he's qualified for the national team, having lived there for long enough.
See there that Limas Deploy just having sharing some advice there with Razik. Always in the game, aren't they? Both the deploys. I like the way that they're always supporting the bowler and giving them advice and encouragement.
Another slow ball. They go back to pace, but the irony being there's a lot of slow balls being bowled by Sheikh Razik, who plays this cricket for the Cobras in Hungary. Hello to all the Cobras that might be watching right now. I'm sure there's a few of them.
Yeah. What's the news with which team is joining the others in the ECL? I know that
I'm not 100% if it's finalised yet.
Okay, still waiting on that then, are we?
Will it be the Royal Tigers again, or will it be one of the other teams? There's not a lot of clubs in Hungary right now. They've probably got around about 10, give or take, at the moment. Charges at this and hits it out. In fact, it's going to bounce on the rope, I think. Yeah, it's been called 6 Maximo as Akib opens up the offside and gets it.
Yeah, it's an unusual shot, really. Have a look at the way he plays this. So he sort of dances down the pitch and then he sort of says, yeah, I'm going to go there. So it's gives himself a lot of time to play. Yeah, timing was good as well. Gets 6 runs, that's the captain.
Another slower ball. So kind of sticking to that plan, and Iqbal not ready to try and smack it into the jungle, which I think in an over or two, that's what you'd be trying to do with that kind of delivery. As we get to the end of the 6th over, Austria 83 for 2. Ooh, got some news from the robot that it is actually the Cobras that will represent Hungary at ECL 24, so it won't be the Royal Tigers again. Changing of the guard as the Cobras will be here.
Yeah, now that's it. No, I was going to say it's not a surprise because when I was up there and the Cobras played some fantastic cricket, and well, I know that it was of course the Budapest Blinders that were the winners of the European Cricket Series out there, and it was a fantastic series. A lot of runs being scored. We saw quite a sensational a bronze final as well. Loads of runs being scored, but yeah, the Cobras, they play some good cricket, and this is just a nice, juicy, full toss from Zima's deploy, and Akib Iqbal says, thank you very much, I'll have that, and he hits it for 6.
Gave him a wrap earlier because his control's been good, but this is an exception, isn't it? Hangs, full toss, and good decision to hit it straight. Whacked away, straight back over his head.
Yeah, so Razik, I suppose he might as well pitch up tent here somewhere, because he'll be coming back here, no doubt, with the Cobras, and he does lead them so well, though. He's an exceptional captain. He's got to get this one to pitch, doesn't he? That one just doesn't come out of the hand right.
On the charge and hits this really well. Turns into a half volley and puts it in the tent. Maximo! Akib Iqbal giving us a taste of what he can really do with the bat.
Yeah, this is a really nice shot. I know the Big D, Big Daddy, is sitting up there in the stand. Part of course the coaching staff now will be very happy with this shot. That's a delightful shot. Gets all the power into it, all the weight into the shot.
Oh, goes after it again. This is turning into a big, big over for Austria. Maximo seis carreras más, and also brings up the 100 for Team Austria.
What a wonderful shot this is. And in fact, what a wonderful 3 shots that we've seen played here from Akib. This time it's flighted up, but he doesn't dance down. He waits, he goes down on one knee, and he absolutely clobbers it. Thunderous stroke. So, bowler is... This over's gone 6-6-6, Calypso-style cricket. Of course, enjoyed, I'm sure, by our viewers watching by Sportsmax in the Caribbean.
Not ready to stop yet. Lou kind of clunks this one down to Sheikh Razik for a single. I think boy, I'd be pretty happy to see Akib Iqbal at the other end, but Basir, he's also been striking the ball pretty well. Right now, this is a coin flip, according to the computer. You can kind of understand that, can't you? Very, very hard to predict what's going to happen here.
Zimus just checks his field. Basir Khan. Oh, hits this well, but Vinay Ravindran, superbly done. He's very sharp out there. He's the captain of Hungary. I know you often see a lot of the captains prefer to be closer in where the action is, but he's so good out there in the field. He's not going to give that spot to anybody. Here's the captain. Oh, flies it high. I'd be interested to see the height on this. I think it's probably dipping, but that was pretty high, you know.
Yeah, I think probably at the crease it's going to go below the waist because he's a long way out. But still, good shot selection. You know, he's so strong all round, both sides of the wicket. And that will be a 6. It turns out to be a very expensive over. It's 109 for 2 after 7.
Great hitting. You see that the 6 is signalled there finally. So they were looking at the height on that. And we can tell you some of the upcoming events after this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. We've got the ECS and ECIs in Croatia, where myself and Vinny will be. Then, well, Corey will join Vinny in Malta for the Malta Encore. And then, well, the 25th of November, we'll be back in Spain, but in Barcelona for another sensational event here in España. And then, of course, it'll be here straight afterwards for the European Cricket Championships.
That's going to be absolutely huge, isn't it?
Women's version of it, of course. ECCW. And yeah, that's going to be fantastic. The first one. The 5 nations taking part in it.
All right, Waheed is going to get a go. Gets hit pretty hard, straight to Razik. So last 3 overs going to be super important. Whichever team wins this 3 overs, I think, is on top at the halftime break.
And Waheed, they're coming on, I think, probably looking, or would like to get to the 150. That's what they're eyeing up here. It's quite a quick delivery. Nicely struck. Morrissey, the captain of Cobra. It's a team that will be here. And the European Cricket League comes across and makes the stop. Nice work from him.
Yeah.
I'm surprised it didn't go straight back to Razik. Maybe they're holding back for the 9th or the 10th because he did bowl a pretty good, very good over. Well, wow, was the slower ball. Well, if we had a camera and a microphone on the batter, Basir would have gone roar as well because, well, one roar meets another. But this time is the roar of the bat under the ball, and that goes all the way. I get a feeling that that was going to be a slower ball.
Yeah, it's not great poker playing really from Waheed. As you know, when you get that huge grunt, a bit like facing your uncle on Christmas afternoon in the backyard. The old 3-card trick, and picked and dispatched by Basir Khan, who's 33 off 16. Normal size grunt this time, but he might have a wicket. Who wants it? Oh, well, it's been taken, but it is a collision as I suppose all's well that ends well. Ali Farasat takes the catch. He then gets body checked. That'll be a 15-yard penalty in the NFL on a fair catch, but it is the end of Basir for 33.
Ali Farasat कह रहा है यार मैं तेरा कैच दफा लिया मेरे एमी आके थप्पड़ मार देता बूती दे मेरी बूती एमी पान देती. Well, yeah, he says, what are you doing? I've taken your catch. You're still giving me a little slap on the face. But good news is that Cameron Wahid, he makes sure that the catch isn't dropped by Ali Farasat. He's a strong man, Ali Farasat. Of course, you've seen him captaining the Budapest Blinders. Holds on to the catch. Basir Khan, a good knock from him though. 33 for 17. That he will depart. So all the batters have made a very good contribution.
Yeah, so pace on. It was a grunt, but it wasn't as crazy. And his guy you were just talking about, this guy we like a lot, Karanbir Singh. Not many people have made hundreds twice in a day. He's one of them on ECN. Did that for Vienna Eagles earlier this season. Now he faces Cameron Wahid. Goes upstairs first up and beats the top edge of Karanbir.
Karanbir was in good form, wasn't he? Late last night. Well, in this fixture yesterday, actually, when he did help Austria recover from 21 for 4. He made a fine contribution of 52 of 19. And then, of course, well, he was just exceptional in the player match performance because he took 2 superb Jalebi catches and also bowled very well as well.
Slow ball. Maybe not picked straight away by Karanbir. Just kind of toes it down the ground for 1.
Yeah, that will be the end of the over as well. So he'll go back on strike, which probably wasn't the plan. Akib is hitting the ball pretty well, but Austria, 8 overs complete, 118 for 3. They will be looking to get to the 150 mark. I think they'll be disappointed if they don't. I mean, at that 120 mark already, so you're looking at one in the go at 15s here. Sheikh Rasik will come on to bowl this one. Bowled a very good first over. It's very impressive.
Yeah.
Getting good encouragement from Deploy.
Yeah, how many off that last over? It was 9, so pretty good one for Hungary. Austria will be hoping for a big finish. Sheikh Razik to bowl the 9th. It all happens in the 9th. It's going to start with a big swing and a miss, but not handled cleanly. Oh, I think this might be out.
I reckon he's got his man here, Mars Bardi. I mean, he doesn't take it cleanly, and to be fair, Marzi hasn't taken too many cleanly, but this time I think it could end up being the perfect dummy because it doesn't get too far away from him. He picks it up, he hits the stumps. I think this is out.
He's already walking, and just to the naked eye, I think he's probably gone by, I'd say, half a metre to a metre. I mean, to be honest, Akib, I think it's a calculated risk worth taking, but we'll see it from side on, and it's just going to give Akib his marching orders, I think. There you go, just out. So a good recovery, pick up and throw. Bit unlucky for Akib. I think it's worth going for it at this stage. Had to be a perfect recovery from Baji, and it was. So that will be the 4th wicket to fall. It's the end of Akib Iqbal for 34. Scored 118 for 4.
Yeah, that's disappointment for me because I think Akib Iqbal was batting so well, and disappointment, of course, for all the Austrian supporters. Everybody, hello, watching via a Streamster in Austria. They would be disappointed with this wicket. Batting so well. I mean, his strike rate was fantastic, almost going at 350. And I just think that last single, the end of that last over, I mean, you take it because you want the runs on the board. But you can see he was pretty keen to get back on strike straight away. Just didn't go straight away. What's the hesitation there? Because he can't actually see. And by the time he sees it and make up his mind, well, Mars Baji very quick to get the gloves on, and he hits the stumps as well. Yeah. So Akib, well, he's going to have to depart. So that could just be the thing that slows down Austria here. I mean, they've still got good batters. Doesn't surprise me that Sahil Zadran now comes in, but they've got to connect to these.
Edged and gone, so it's 2 in 2 as Razik gets the breakthrough. Sahil Zadran goes for a golden duck, and Hungary seem to be winning the back end of this innings. Austria 118 for 5.
Yeah, well done to Marzi Wolfie. Takes the catch. Good bowling from Rasik. Picks up his 2nd wicket. And well, the first 2 balls in this over, the 9th. It all happens in the 9th is what we say. Well, this time round, it's Austria that are losing their wickets. We've seen a run out, and now we've seen this one. Nicely taken, good catch. So Zadran not able to add to the score. He's going to go for a golden.
Yeah, and so nicely taken that time by Marzi. He's going to be a good couple of minutes. Sahil Zadran doesn't waste any time. Sometimes you nick him, sometimes you don't. He's got Derek for company, shining brightly in the twilight, 118 for 5.
New batter comes in. It's going to be Abdul Akbarjan, and Karanbir Just having a chat with it. I just think it's interesting, isn't it? How little things that you don't really think about at the time can make such a big impact on the way your innings is going. And that single taken at the end of the last over, well, that has resulted in, well, first a run out because Akib Iqbal was desperate to try and get back on strike. And then, well, Sahar Zadran, the new batter, comes in on strike. Next one behind. So, chance for a team hat-trick here.
Well, it'll be something, and it's going to be 6 to Abdullah Akbarjan, who just pins the ears back and swings away. Maximo, as Austria try to wrest the momentum back from the men in green.
Akbarjan, nice shot, and I think it's always nice, isn't it, when you have a little change, a left-hander comes out, just breaks things up a little bit for the Austrian batting. Something different for the bowler to think about as well, and the fielders.
Oh, good change of pace this time from Razik. Akbarjan wanted the leg side, couldn't get it.
That's another dot. So the over so far, I mean, not a bad one really when you think that that's the fourth ball and only 6 have come off it. So he'll take that. Want a few more boundaries here if they want to get that 150 score.
Gets this, but only to one of the 3 fielders guarding the leg side boundary there. Just a single. This is a cracking game. What's it saying? Saying Hungary, 67%. Yeah.
Don't see it myself, not that big a margin.
Could be 140. Strange how scores have been going up. and just what's considered normal now wasn't considered normal last year. If we saw a 140 chase, we'd be saying, wow, incredible stuff. Now, teams are getting 140, and we're saying it looks a bit light on.
Yeah, a slower ball coming up, I think.
All right. Probably right. Razik's bowled it well. 2 for 16. Last ball for him. Oh, he puts the pace on and beats him. I think maybe Currambia was playing for that one, so pretty good spell by Sheikh Razik, who takes 2 for 16, and with an over remaining, the score is 125 for 6.
Top over. Only 7 coming off that one. And remember the over from Waheed only went for 9. So
Who do you go for here? Go for Waheed well again, or do you go back to Les Deploy? Probably Waheed.
Yeah, I think you'd have to. I mean, he bowled pretty well. I just get the feeling, though, I mean, I like it because he's bowled well. I think he's earned the right to get this over. At the same time, though, I just get the feeling that the batters will be far happier having a bit of pace on here than not. So Akbarjan is on strike. Let's have a look at the field here. So long on is going back, and so, well, long off, long on back.
See plenty of action in the comment section as well. Our friends from Slovenia saying they're really enjoying the broadcast, Rico. And well done to you. As we start the 10th, and it's hit hard and it's hit into the gap. That's up the stairs. Almost. 4 runs. Akbarjan, the lefty, making a bit of a difference.
Yeah, hello to all our friends in Slovenia. Lovely that you're tuning in and enjoying the cricket. I know a lot of people all around the globe enjoying it. This over, very important over for me. So the first one goes to 4. Oh, yeah, me, I wouldn't have gone pace. I just wouldn't have gone pace.
Really?
Yeah, I think both these batters would like a bit of pace on it. Akbarjan as well. I would have gone for probably one of the slower bowlers.
Elias just having a word in Cameron Waheed's ear there. He's a master tactician, of course. Beats him from base this time and decide to run late. They'll throw a long way. There'll be a single in the end. Of course, we'll get to see a Slovenian club in the ECS pretty shortly in Croatia with Ljubljana playing their 3rd European Cricket Series.
Yeah.
They have made it to a final before as well. Jeez, that was a memorable one. Like in 2021. It was a freakish act where the ball got cracked into the bowler and bounced onto the stumps that ran out the key batter in the 90s. Swinging hard, isn't he, Currambia? Some people asking why isn't he opening him, but I think that's the problem Austria have got. They've got a lot of options, and this typically will happen with a national team where the players come from a number of different clubs. Now, almost everyone will open or bat 3 for their club, and so it's just a matter of who you put where. Currambia hasn't really been able to time anything up during this inning so far.
Yeah, it's a little bit similar to sometimes a Akib Iqbal. Just needs a few balls to get going. So, okay, Akbarjan. Oh, well, how high is this? And how high is it? The umpires, nothing from them at all. So they might be checking the height. And
See, the thing is,
if he's in his upright position at the crease, you go by.
See, that's the thing. As it goes past him, it's not over his head. But if he was at his crease, then it was quite a lot over his head. So that's all to do with that rule. But again, if you charge, sometimes you start to lose the benefit of the doubt on those ones. But I think he's a bit unlucky, but has been called a wide in the end. I think
it's the correct call.
Yeah, they just come
because you
together and
have
they
to go.
decide.
I mean, a lot of people say, yeah, but he charged, and by the time it went past him, it's not where it goes past him. It's where it would have been with the batter standing in his upright standing position at the crease. So
you're right.
it's the right call.
Okay, so I have to re-bowl that one. Hit straight, hit into the gap, hit one bounce for 4. So I think this was in the plan for Wahid. Attempted Yorker. Akbarjan coming late with a wet sail, moves to 16.
Yeah, we're not used to seeing that man sitting up there as well. Hashan Yusuf, he's the 12th in this one, so I don't know whether they're just resting him or whether he hasn't quite hit his form. And do you know anything why he's not bowling?
I don't know. It's a bit out of favour. Can't really help you with that one. Oh, well, this is going to be hit towards deep square field, or maybe, well, it won't be in this game, obviously, but keeping him up their sleeve, perhaps. Just someone that we know has done really well at this ground before.
Yeah, he's
I think I
always
kind
been in the
of asked
wickets.
him, and he didn't have a very good answer, but obviously couldn't say too much either. Anyway, last ball coming up, 137. Oh, this is going to be lip-licking action after the break, but right now, here's the last ball. Karanbir gets some of it, but not that much. Ravindran wants it. Won't get there. They'll come for 2. Should be an easy run out to the keeper, and it will be. So Leas Deploy making no mistake. Ravindran almost a one-way trip to hospital as he ran pretty close to his opening batting partner, but they'll come together again in around about 10 minutes, and they'll be chasing 139 for victory. And interestingly, I think the computer has Hungary ahead at the halfway point of this game.
Yeah, it was an interesting one because when, at about the 7th over, when Austria were in the hundreds, just got to 100s, they were well in favour of Austria, which I thought was strange at the time. I thought it was pretty even, but now it's going heavily in favour of Hungary. Wait and see. I think the power play is going to be so key. But first, let's have a look at the highlights of that first innings.
Yeah, and so 2 teams that are neighbours in more than one sense of the word. Also, Group D neighbours, and a bit of bad luck there for Hungary as that escaped the keeper and the man that was positioned at slip. But we saw Zishan Aroof at the top of the order, and he actually looked pretty good while he was there. Meanwhile, he lost Imran Asif, who swung around one, and he tried to pull, made a mess of the stump. Seems Deploy started really well, but there were a couple of these overs, particularly the spinners, where they started well, but just kind of lost the handle towards the back end of the over.
Yeah, I got to say there, the captain of Austria, Akib Iqbal, he played the spin so well. I mean, he played some lovely shots. This time, he nearly takes out a spectator. And then there was one shot where he goes down on one knee and he plays, which was superb. I think that might be the next one that's coming up. But Rasik, though, fair play to him. Both the times that he came and bowled his first ball, he picked up a wicket. On this occasion, it was the LBW. There was also the run out. But this one, well, that was a magnificent shot from Akib Iqbal. And I just really feel that there was just that one moment. You know how you think sometimes that one ball and the outcome of one ball can change things? I think that one ball, when Karanbir takes the single and takes Akib Iqbal away from the strike, that could change things. That changed a lot here for me. But that one could have changed a lot as well, especially for the 2 players involved in the collision. But thankfully, the catch was held by Ali Farasat. And then this was good work from Wolfie Marzi, who was, well, not just on the ball with the throw, but he was in the right position to take a straightforward catch there behind the stumps as well. But then Akbarjan came out. He played some nice shots as well. And still, though, I think they'll be disappointed that they don't get to the 150 mark. You can see there that Karanbir Singh, he'll be a little bit disappointed that he's faced 6 deliveries and only managed to get just 3 runs. So that's not a good strike rate for him, just 50%, way below par. That's going to be disappointing for Austria. And I think more importantly, more disappointing for them is that they felt that they probably needed to try and get to the 150 mark here against Hungary. And I think, well, you saw that the win predictor, the percentage in favour of Hungary. And I think that's probably about right here at the moment. Hungary have got some classy batters. Let's have a look at how the bowlers fared there. Well bowled by Sheikh Rasik. I think he bowled very well and very intelligently as well. Picked up 2 wickets. 2 wickets also there from Cameron Waheed as well. They used him slightly lower down this time and he worked a treat. A little bit expensive, Zimmer's deploy. He went for 37 and also Leo's deploy went magical as well. So the seamers seem to perform a little bit better there. Austria though, they know that they've got the runs on the board. This could be such a huge match. You're playing for maybe the team that gets the opportunity to play and get the double chance in that first match. So very important, the outcome of this one. Austria, they'll know they've got the runs on the board. Hungary though, they know that they've got the players that can go out there and chase these runs off. So join me, Rico Fall and Mr. Maximo when we return in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this very important and very evenly poised match number 9. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello and welcome back as we get set for the innings or the chase that Hungary have to put on. Looking to get to 139 against Austria. A lot of talk in the chat from the likes of Julian Dawson. Hello to you. Hello also to Steve McVeigh. And a few people saying that the form from Louis Deploy is the key one here. And just a reminder, though, I mean, okay, Deploy is a sensational batter, and of course, him performing well is key, but never forget the batting of the likes of this guy here, the captain, Dream11. He starts with a cracking 6. Oh, I say no more, because that's what the guy can do. And then, of course, you have got plenty decent batters out there as well, still to come. You know, the likes of, I mentioned Rasik, I've mentioned also Miles Bargy, Athrith, Peretti, who scored a half century in the last match as well. So they've got plenty of batting. But of course, yeah, no doubt about it, that Deploy does add that little bit more strength and depth to their batting. And it's a cracking start though from Ravindra. What a lovely shot that was for 6 runs. So Lewis Deploy now takes guard. Only managed to score the 1 run against Ireland earlier, so be looking to get back into the runs and maybe do something more sensational. Yesterday in his 2 knocks he had, he scored 93 and 163, 256 runs in the day, and well, just for good measure, he picked up 5 wickets as well. There he is, facing the first from Akib. Gets played out onto the leg side, will take a single. So good full length delivery from Akib. So I was saying that for me it's very important that they get a good power play. I think this one is the team maybe that wins the power play, goes on and wins the match. Shot. Oh, that's an absolute beauty. And well, Ravindran is VR on his back. He's backing up. What I've been saying is not all about one man. A lot of talk about Deploy. But remember, in Hungary, they have got a lot of talented players in their side. They didn't perform. They underperformed last year, to my surprise. I was one guy who was saying, watch out for them. They could cause a real surprise. It wasn't to be, only winning the 1 match. But they made a fantastic start in this year's championship. And that's going to be runs as well that's a very intelligent shot. He knows that there's no third man back there, so this one just gets played away. And I think they might be checking to see whether this goes all the way or not. And it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs, 4 carreras. So cracking start as Ravindran hits another boundary. So 3 boundaries to him, 2 sixes and a 4. The over has gone for 18. And he could be gone here. He will be gone. It's a slower ball, and you can see that I think Charles Croucher is going to check this, but I think this is a slower delivery. I don't know if Ravindran comes out to this. I get the feeling this is dipping. Let's have a look where this is when he hits it. Let's see. Oh, well, is it dipping enough? So how high is it? Oh, I reckon it's just dipping. When I first saw it, I thought it was just okay. I still think it's probably just on the way down. So I think this, for me, this is out. But of course, it depends. Yeah, there you go. There's the decision given by the on-field umpire, Charles Croucher. It's a very, very good catch as well. So good catch taken as that ball is dipping, and there you go, there's that decision. And Charles Croucher says, sorry, I have to give you a hit. It's almost like he says, I'm really sorry, but I'm going to have to put my finger up. So Vinod Ravindran, the quick fire 17 from the captain, and Akib Iqbal will pick up his wicket, and that's the last bit of action that we see end of the first over. So 18 for 1, Sahil Zadran taking the catch. So welcome back as new batter will come out, and it will be Raseek. So 18 for 1, the end of the first. And once again, that's that slower delivery, the kind of that slow full toss that gets it. Fine time to welcome back to the action, Mr. Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, nice to be back. The lights are on. It's the kind of twilight innings, isn't it? And Elias Deploy, he's one guy that would have a fair bit of experience under lights compared to some of the other players around him. Here's Zadran, who gets turned around the corner for 4. Had a lot of time to play that shot. And, well, could it be some more magic under the Cardamom Oval lights for Elias Deploy tonight?
Yeah, just helps that around. Doesn't try and hit this too hard at all, does he? Once again, it's all about knowing where the fielder's eyes. He knows he gets it away from that fielder who's inside in that catching position. And he's going to get 4 runs straight away. Not the best of starts from Sahil Zadran, a little bit too short and down the leg side.
You've got to try and draw him forward at least. Oh, almost chops this back onto his stumps. Played it very late there with soft hands. Yeah, Zadran is a good player. You know, we've seen him on the ECN circuit for a while now, so I really like that he gets this opportunity to bowl to such a high level player and see if he can work him out. I suppose it's that kind of a game as well. Even if you play a very high level of cricket, you're taking risks pretty much all the time, and as we saw this morning, one false shot can be the end of the innings. Steps away, thick edge at 4. So we saw this yesterday a bit as well, where I use the term streaky, but let's just say had a few fly in that general direction. Zadran over pitches, so that was his error. There's Deploy, backs away, gives himself room, gets the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, it's the right area to go for, doesn't he? I mean, he does over pitch, but if he got that through Yorker length delivery, that really would have tested Deploy. So just that small margin of error, isn't it? That can be so costly.
Interesting, he gives his stumps up that time and wanted to go offside. This time he gets something that he turns on, and he's going to put the Finns in danger as he hooks it down to the ground. Maximo! And do not bowl there to Elias Deploy.
Yeah, I'm loving the noise that Team Hungary make. I mean, they're very, very vocal, aren't they? They're always cheering and supporting the batters, and they're loving it. Every time that ball gets hit to the boundary, it's a massive cheer. So Hill wasn't the best of deliveries. That was the area where he bowled when the first boundary came off the over from Deploy, and then he goes for the same delivery again. I think he's far better trying to go fuller.
Oh, this goes straight over middle stump. So what a good one-on-one battle we've got at the moment.
Yeah, and a good comeback there from Zadran, good delivery. And that's what I'm saying, he is far better going in that area. And nice to see that Arslan Arif is behind the stumps again. Remember, he took a very freaky little injury yesterday when he took one on the eye.
That's right.
It's got a nice shiner.
Like he's gone a round or two with Mike Tyson, does Arslan. I started calling him Shiner in the warm-up. But he's got a pretty face. It'll be back. Zadran 14 off the over, which is kind of a tie, isn't it? If you need 139 in the 10. But he's still got one that he has to bowl to Elias Deploy. Swings into him late, bit of bat, bit of pad, and a single. So Sahil Zadran holds his own. I bet he'd love a couple back though that he didn't quite locate. That'll be the end of the second over, 33 for 1.
Yeah, 33 for 1. So these two teams, power play at the moment, very similar. We know that Austria were on 34.
See the table there, Rico. Tied on 4. The winner will go up to 6 points. There's even a chance Hungary, if they were to win this well, they could go above Ireland 11. And then Ireland 11 would have to obviously win it back. It's kind of what we saw with the topsy-turvy nature of Group C earlier in the week when net run rate came into it. But I think the main thing is whoever wins this game, they will get the double chance tomorrow. Backs away, and I don't think this is a wide. You can see it on the replay, camera one.
Yes, looking at the umpire here, and not very happy about the call, I don't think.
It's a good call, I think. I don't think any of that ball touches the line, and Leas backs away and makes it hard to reach. That's why it looked wider than it actually, or felt wider than it actually was.
Iqbal giving himself this second over. It's a brave move from him.
Now he's going to go leg side. He's going to get plenty of it. Maximo! They keep banging the ball into Leas deploy, and I got to say, I don't think it's the tactic. He's so good with those horizontal bat strokes, and he just reminds Iqbal of that as he puts him into the cheap seats.
Yeah, it's not the right length of ball. Well, look at that. It took 3 of them to stop it out there by where the merchandising marquee is. Wide
ball. It's better length, although it draws him a little bit too wide. This one is called. Good contest right now. In Hungary, 87% with still 100 to go. I don't know about that. The computer works in mysterious ways. We're only humans. Let's just say I don't think AI is quite ready to take over the whole world just yet. Give it a few years though. Oh, he goes up, and this is an absolute belter of a shot. Ends up halfway up the hill. Maximo as Hungary grab another half dozen.
Yeah, he just knows where it's going to be, doesn't he? And I think that's all about anticipation. He knows that Aqib Iqbal is going to try and squeeze another one in there and just sneak it in inside that wide line. So he's ready for it. He goes down on one knee, and well, once that made contact to the bat, he's only going in one place, and that's going to disappear into the stands.
Change of angle from Aqib, who's going to go around the wicket, and now the play probably will be for Leas to maybe step across a bit outside the off stump and be able to go with the angle. There's no one at square leg on the boundary at the moment. There is kind of a backward square in the circle, but there's a big gap to the left of screen if he goes dead sideways. And he tries, gets something full though, and decides to hit it down the ground instead. Comes down to this, right? And I think this is partly the reason that they wanted to bat second, is now deploy can pace his innings accordingly. So he knows when to take risks, what are smart risks and what aren't. And you see professional players, they generally like chasing because with your batting, you have a bit more discretion about whether you're going to dial it up or not. Whereas when you're fielding and bowling, normally you're always kind of trying to restrict. I know sometimes you can be a bit more attacking than other times, but I think with the bat is when you can really make those decisions. And so you can see even the way he's going there at the moment, you feel that if he bats this 10 overs, Hungary are going to get the runs.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, he is. And the other thing about him is he's very good, as good players are, when he knows that he becomes the key, i.e. if they continue to lose wickets, then he'll find a way to make sure that he maintains the strike.
Cricket's funny game. Cricket's funny game, though. One mistake, it's all over. We saw that this morning. As this is in the air, and it's just over Zadran. He might have got a fingernail on it. Close call for Leas, but he survives and moves into the 30s. End of the power play, the 50 comes up as well for Team Hungary, 52 for 1.
Was that the moment here? Doesn't quite get enough under it. And Zadran, well, let's have a look at this from this angle.
I don't think he could have done a lot more, to be honest, Rico. Might have grazed a finger, but there's no way he's getting the whole hand and holding on to that. So 52 in the power play. They win the power play by 11. 3 pretty productive overs so far. Needing 14 when they started. All 3 of those overs are above it.
Yeah, well, I said, for me, the team that wins the power play will be the team that goes on and wins the match. Well, let's see if that is the case. Well, certainly, I know that the win predictor is feeling probably the same as myself, though very heavily in favour of Hungary at the moment. Something has to give. Somebody needs to pick up the wicket. And I don't mind this shout. Abdullah Akbarjan going to come on and have a bowl.
Not too many bowls in county cricket like Abdullah Akbarjan. Oh, that's pretty close. And he's gone. Yeah, pitched on. Hit him in line and going on to hit. Seems like a good decision to me. Razik is going to go LBW to the first ball of Abdullah as Austrians have a second breakthrough. It's 52 for 2.
Yeah, well, Abdullah Akbarjan. This is why I like it. Just changes it up slightly. And yeah, there's no doubt about it. It doesn't pitch outside leg. It pitches on the stump. It's going to go on a hit middle. That is out.
Yeah, good decision from Nilkesh Patel as well. And we haven't talked about the umpires too much because we haven't had to. I think they've been outstanding. They have to make so many decisions in a day, so many big ones. Sheikh Razik just kind of hit across the straight one there, didn't he? And his LBW for just a single, 52 for 2.
Yeah, he plays the wrong shot. He knows that. He'll go back and look at it and he'll be saying, I didn't need to play that shot. I could have just, the way that they're going, the sort of start that they've had, he could have quite easily just, you know, just pushed it, punched it down the line, got a single, got deploy on strike. Well, one man who played very well earlier, probably the only Hungarian batter that did click in the earlier match, comes out now. Ashrith Darapareddy made 51 of 28 in the loss against Ireland earlier.
Yeah, and every kind of key batter that falls around Let's Deploy probably makes him even more important. Obviously, he's very, very important to start with, but Razik's a very, very good player. We know that. Akbarjan is going to go around the wicket now to the left-handed Darapareddy. 2 left-handers at the crease. As Ashrith gets off the mark with a little push to leg.
Yeah, it just works his way. So yeah, you're right, 2 left-handers out there. There was maybe an opportunity for Hungary if they wanted to keep it, to keep a right-left combination going. They had options, as we see some warming up there from Team Finland.
In the background. Well, this one is going to be lifted up and out of the ground. Maximo Akbarjan trying this tactic, but if these balls are pitching outside the leg stump, I think there's a fair chance that the ball's going to leave the park because Deploy just shuffled across and clipped it away for 6.
Gets into position really early. That's the secret of that shot. I mean, even though this ball doesn't come up that much, but he's there and he's ready early.
All right.
Yeah, Nilkesh is saying, hey, brother, well, let me get back, will you? Akbarjan is pretty keen to get the next ball in. I don't know why. Maybe you know something we don't.
Dances as if he's facing a spinner. Long chase, unsuccessful chase for Basir Khan. Deploy into the 40s. Well, maybe like a vampire, does his best work at night at the moment in this tournament. Having said that, struck a pretty nice 93 in the sunlight as well. Right now, he looks in complete control.
Yeah, lovely time shot. Times it to perfection. Beautiful on drive. And Basir Khan couldn't get to it.
This is punch to point. Location that time from Akbarjan. So I suppose you have to look at where you might get him out, and it's hard to just think between balls. You don't have a lot of time, but there have been a few that have skewed off the outside edge, so you'd be trying to draw him into a front foot shot. Try to take the leg side away, because if he does go leg side, they're going to fly, including this one, which is going to end up in the fan zone. Maximo! As that will be the end of the over as well. Let's Deploy to 49, 4 overs in. It's 69 for 2, as that one ends up on the roof.
Let's have a look at that again. The slog sweep hit to perfection. Well, this Grizzly, he says, I don't want any more. I've had enough. I've had enough. Well, come back, wherever you are. Well, I thought it was going to be a cheeky one. And maybe ordering something from behind the bar there. Maybe thought he wants to be refreshed by a Victoria Cerveza before he comes back. But you can see from this graphic, Hungary are way above where they need to be. And going along nicely. Got to try and get a wicket. Got to try and break this partnership.
Yeah, I'm still curious if Let's Deploy gets out, what will happen to the wind predictor? What kind of a dive will it take? Darapareddy held the fort this morning. Watch his first one go past for a wide.
Yeah, big wide this from Itibar Shah Didar that comes on. I think this isn't important. For me, they need a wicket in this over. Need a wicket in this over. And it just helps them to get back into the match. Of course, they'd love to get that one of Deploy, who, well, he's moved along nicely now. He's on 49 of 16, scored over 300 runs already in this championship.
Push and run. Ashrith reads the room. Indeed, is a good bowler. He's got a good change of pace. Mentioned that he was pretty effective last year, bowling the middle overs with Javid Zadran, the Wild Thing from Austria, who is watching and sends his best to all the guys out there. But they've got a big challenge in front of them right now. Hungarians big favourites at the moment. Let's Deploy on 49. And that'll be his 50. Just pushes, takes one. 17 balls to bring up the half century. Elias Deploy, class on and off the field, and it's rubbing off on some of his teammates as well. Hungary in a strong position.
Well, he's had 4 knocks, hasn't he? 93, 163, 1, and now here 50 and still going strong. Quite amazing.
The thing about him is he's just another teammate. You know, that's what really strikes me around the group. He's just one of the guys. This is a nice shot by Dara Peretti, and it's almost hauled in, but it's going to be a Maximo, as it was Ahmed Ahmedzai out there who thrust up the left hand. This would have been one of the catches of the season. Instead, it's 6 runs.
Yeah, here it goes. And I think all he's really trying to do here maybe is trying to stop that ball going for 6, but he's been hit with too much force, too much power, and he can't stop it.
Tries to bat it back in, doesn't he? Nice shot by Dara Peretti in the first place, but I suppose it goes down as a quarter chance. Reaches for this. They go on the hit. And, a tight one, but they do get in for a single. Yeah, that's what strikes me about Deploy, is that he's just being completely humble around the group. He's not a big shot or anything like that. He's just trying to get the best out of his teammates. It's excellent leadership.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you can see that when he's out there with the players as well. You know, the way he's working with the bowlers, talking to them, helping them. It's not a good delivery. It's going to be a wide, and he's quite lucky, really. It's the sort of delivery that Limas Deploy has been smashing to the boundary. So I don't mind Itibar Didar bowling here, but one guy who bowled really well yesterday and certainly got the ball to do a few things was Karanbir Singh. Now, I wonder whether they do go back to him or whether they go back to Akbar Jan. But he certainly could, because he gets a bit more bounce with the ball as well. He could be useful. Can't be bowling there.
No, get it wrong. Pay the penalty. That's over the roof. Deploy loves to just turn on that. Goes with the angle. Hungary getting more and more confident with every ball flying out of the Carnamore Oval.
Yeah, smashed away. It's just, the thing is, though, and I'm going to say this, it was the same thing for me yesterday. Limas Deploy is a sensational batter. He is. But just look at where they're bowling. Look at where they're bowling to him. I mean, he's on 56 here. And I reckon out of that 56, he probably had 70% of deliveries on the leg side, which he has just, well, swept away or slogged over the leg side boundary. You've got to bowl well to him, and they're not.
It's like a zero risk shot. Not zero. I mean, you can always kind of time it wrong, maybe at the top edge. You can fly straight up in the air, but he hasn't looked like mistiming that shot, has he? He's played it very, very well. 53 off 31. The ball eventually comes back. I think it's gone through several sets of hands on the way back, because that was a long way away. 1 ball left in the over. And Dida ends up going for 17 plus this. It'll be a quick break as we'll get to the 5 over mark after this delivery. Deploy, he's also managed the strike quite well. We saw that last night where he would often pick up a single off the last ball. He's very aware of the match situation. He goes after this, and he's not satisfied with 1. Well, why go 1 when you can get 6? Maximo! Another one flies, Deploy into the 60s, and Hungary in complete control at the moment. 92 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, hello and welcome back. Thank you for joining us on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Rico Full here with Vinny Sandu, and we're seeing another marvellous exhibition type of batting here from Limas Deploy. But once again, I go back to what I've been talking about. They're not bowling well to him.
Yeah.
I mean, have we seen him? It's a genuine question for you. Have we seen him play a cut shot?
Yeah, not really. And that's the thing, and we've said it before, is you want to hold up your end of the bargain. Now, if there's a good ball that gets hit for 6, that'll happen occasionally in this form of the game, and you can swallow that as a bowler. But I do think these balls angling in, his hands are just too quick. So anything that's coming into his body is just, he's turning on in 6. The ground's not going to hold him. But, I mean, they better sort it out quickly. Again, still think there's a window of opportunity for them. If they can get him out, maybe set a couple of wickets in a row set a couple of batters back to the pavilion. But yeah, right now, Austria kind of losing their grip on the double chance as we get ready for the 6th over. Karanbir comes on, and I think also Ashwith Darapuretti. Often this year there's been a lot of pressure on him to perform, but I think he's quite enjoying this situation. He can just take a 1 here and give the strike back, knowing full well that Leas is smashing them everywhere.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Karanbir just holding his side there for a moment. And he's shaking his head at 1 or 2 of the other players. But once again, let's see if he gets this line right. It's got to be outside the off stump.
Well, kind of, but it doesn't stay there long. He almost shoots the lights out. Maximo! Again, picking up on length there. So, okay, the line was a bit better, but the length, it's just such a comfortable length for him to stand and deliver. I do think you need to try and draw him forward and maybe into an error or a possible error. He just looks completely composed at the moment, doesn't he, Leas Deploy?
Yeah, he is. And Karanbir, once again, all right, the area he's trying to bowl was okay, but too short. He's got to get that ball in the right area. And, well, we're just going to wait for this one to come back. Karanbir, when he bowled that first delivery, he held his side for a bit and he looked at, I think it is Basir Khan, who's at the boundary there, and saying, yeah, that took me side a little bit, but
They had the right idea, even though he carved 1 away over backward point for 6. But maybe you can put a deep third back and hope for an edge uncontrolled to fly away. Maybe put 3 fielders in that quarter of the field.
When he's in now. When he's in, he hits the ball so well. Let's see.
Yeah, better ball.
Better.
I mean, it might still cost him 4. It's a long chase, and it will cost him 4. Nothing going right for Team Austria at the moment. Deploy only gets a corner of the bat on that, but it still flies away for 4. And Hungary bring up their 100.
Yeah, that 100 comes up, and they're racing away, aren't they? Look how quickly that rate has come down. Now look, they're changing the fielder out there. That's not a good sign either, is it? When one fielder replaces another, it's not a confidence booster for the man. I mean, he tried his best to stop it. The
started the day with a fumble, but it was a catch actually. That short fine leg. Deploy 72, 28 for his 100, 36 for the win. This one's climbing over. Actually gets him in the rib. Bit of an uncomfortable blow and a rare miss for Leas.
Well, you can see Karanbir is holding his side. Well, now you see Alemus Deploy holding his side as well. That just catches him on the side there.
Yeah, kind of the side of the rib cage, wasn't it? Arslan Riff says, don't worry, I know how hard these grizzly balls are. After he caught one in the eye last night.
Oh, I wouldn't be hurting him because you know he's going to be looking to hurt your back.
Well, this is a mistake. And who's going to get it? Zadran's got to get there. He won't. Well, that is so frustrating for the Austrians, who finally get a false shot. I mean, immediately I thought it was so close to the pitch that the bowler had to go after it. Karanbir immediately probably recognised that he wasn't going to get there, so he tried to call Zadran on. Frustration.
Big time frustration. A player of this quality may, if you're lucky, give you one chance. If you take it, okay.
It was probably Karanbir's catch, but he spent the time pointing, and as he's pointing, he's probably thinking, you know what, it was probably mine more than anyone else's. As Darapuretti misses out upstairs, Karanbir goes for 12 in his over, and Hungary 104 for 2 after 6.
Yeah, so would that be the early chance that we're going to see? A chance to get back into this match for Austria. I mean, they're battling hard.
Still batting to come as well.
Yeah, they've got plenty of batting to come. Have a look at that.
Deploy X next. And then Masbayaji, Prashar listed there. Farasat Ghani also like to whack the ball around. Will they be required at the moment? Looking unlikely. 35 required off the last 4 overs.
Yeah, they're going back to here now. It looks like they will go back to Sahil Zadran.
Better ball.
Yeah, much better.
Again, doesn't give him much to work with.
They're going to give 2 away. Yeah, they're going to give 2 away. That's not the way to do it, is it? I mean, you gotta be thinking here, Austria. Got to be thinking. And look at the bowler. He's not happy at all. Of course, he's not. You know who the danger man is.
Yeah, but look, I tell you what, he was ball watching a bit, but I think
It
could be an IQ 200 moment because he knows if he draws the throw, he can get back.
Yeah, he's playing for it. He is playing for it. He knows what he's doing. Gentle jogging. Come on, have a go. He's watching the ball all the time. And as soon as he knows it's coming his way, right, get to my mark and turn and go back.
Yes, you fox. Slower ball. Again, it's a length thing. Even though the line there was the line that he's been feasting on, but even though it was a slower ball, at least it's hard for him to get under that, isn't it? Hungary got a few bats in the shed, but right now they're enjoying the show.
Yeah, it's interesting there that Lewis Deploy just goes over to Dara Peretti and says something to him there. I think he probably says to him, hey, look, play some of your own shots. Don't think about just getting me on strike. Play some shots yourself.
And he does exactly that, but he's found the man and he's gone. So Dara Peretti hits it okay, but couldn't hit it anymore at Zishan Arif. He says, yeah, that's me. And Ashrith, after playing kind of second fiddle role, tries to break out himself as Sahil Zadran picks up the wicket. And Hungary lose the third, 107 for 3.
Yeah, look, when you think of this contest here now, I mean, Austria there, all right, you know, they're up against it. That rate is just under 9. But if they're smart, if they can try and keep Leah's deploy off strike, okay, so you got 2 deploys now there. What a marvellous moment this is. Let's just reflect on this for a moment. So you already know that Limas deploy is out there, and now Zima's deploy is going to join him. 2 brothers batting together, playing for their national team, Hungary. Marvellous moment,
Great
isn't it?
moment. You talked about the family a little bit before. And we're very proud of their Hungarian heritage, that's for sure. And made such a big difference, this group of players. And that's how you get better, by playing with and against players that have played at a higher level. And I found that playing grade cricket in Australia, when international guys would come back, guys that have played test cricket, guys that have played a lot of franchise cricket and first-class cricket, just to see how they went about it. And you notice here from Leas Deploy, who's a professional cricketer, for him this is a game of cricket. He does the same sorts of things, the same processes, has the same kind of conversations. He's a leader,
Yeah,
even
very much so.
even when he's playing first-class cricket.
When he's a captain, he's
Yeah.
a captain's county.
That's right.
Yeah, professional cricket. So, okay, yeah. So Austria, right? They've got to work at the others.
All right, Zemus, who got the left-handed batting gene, but not the left-handed bowling gene in the family, because he's a right-arm leg spinner. He gets off the mark with a single.
Yeah, I mean, a wicket here now. I mean, if they can get Limas deploy here now, wicket here, it could change things. I mean, it's a big call, but that's what they need. Get the wicket here now, and then they can make, well, Hungary sweat a little, and they'll certainly go a little bit quieter in their dugout.
Zadran. Again. Wow. Don't think this is out, but it's a clever bit of play from Sahel.
Yeah, he's watching like a hawk, isn't he, as he gets a bit fingertip on this, but he saves the run. It's a dot ball.
I often come back to full and straight is a good default to someone, whether they're new or whether they're in, whether they're smashing you. You see it here, there's a clear line between bowling better balls and not getting hit as much. And that's another well-executed Yorker from Zadran, but he can't afford to get it wrong. Again, almost the Yorker, but nothing that Leas could get under comfortably. So he just pushes, gets a single, retains the strike. So Zadran, he bowled pretty well, I think, actually, in this game. He'll take 1 for 19, and 7 overs in, it's 109 for 3.
It's a very good over. Really is good. Only the, I think, 5 runs come off that, so he does bowl really well. He keeps it nice and tight. That's what they do. Look, another couple of overs like that makes it interesting. What also will be interesting is Ireland take it on Finland.
Look at the order Ireland 11 have put out with Lynch down at 9, Tim Tector at 10. What they're saying is we're going to change things up a bit. The captain, Sam Hartman's enlisted to open with McNally. Ho is a guy I really want to see bat. The word on him is he smacks it, and we haven't really had a chance to see it. Finland, though, and we know they're going to be in the eliminator tomorrow. They would love to spring an upset in match 10. Starting pretty shortly. Right now, this ball might have been hit into the future, because that's absolutely cracked. And this is what we're talking about. You give him length, he's going to use it, deploy up into the 80s.
Yeah, they go back to Karanbir Singh. Now, I was before saying I'd like to see Karanbir have a bowl, but I don't think he's fit. He's got a bit of a niggle on his side. But that one gets smashed away. He's got to get this ball. Look, we saw him bowl yesterday. Short of a length, bowl that heavy ball outside the off stump, get the ball to rise outside the off. That's what he's got to be trying to do. Go slower. Will it carry? Oh, no, it gets put down. I can't believe it. It's Aqib Iqbal puts it down, and down goes the match. It's as simple as that. That's the match.
That hurts, really does. Aqib's got a magnificent pair of hands. And I know he's got a bit of work to do, but he just doesn't drop these normally. And that would have made it 24 off 16 with the new batter facing up, and you just never know.
Yeah.
It's hard to believe that we'll see Leas give another chance. As it is, it's a single, moves to 83. Back to Zemus. And he'll just flick it away, and all the way, Maximo. Wound open, salt poured in, as the deploys look like they're going to get Hungary over the line.
Yeah, I mean, watch where this ball is. And, yeah, can't be bowled in there. The number of deliveries that have been bowled in that zone to the left-handers. Lima's deploy, well, he's had a feast on it. And now Zima's deploy says, yeah, I'll have them as well. Austria will have to go back and look at this. And they're going to have to look at this well, and they're going to have to sort this out. You're bowling runs. You're just bowling runs. And, you know, maybe you get a chance to look at Lima's deploys wagon wheel. And I like to see where he's hit most of these runs. I can tell you where he's hit them most is where he's been bowled at, down the leg side.
On borrowed time now, Austria, as Zemus steps, hits, launches, Maximo! Well, I know what little brothers are like, and he'd probably enjoy the fact he might cost his big bro 100 here. Maybe getting him back for all those years growing up playing against each other. I don't think they're really too concerned at the moment. Hungary cruising towards that double chance.
Yeah, you can see there that one or two of the players, Zishan Arif there, just trying to fire up Karimbeer Singh again. He's down, he's feeding down. He knows that that catch being dropped by Aqib Iqbal really cost him the match, and he's just, well, probably not bowling with too much heart at the moment. Short, and this is going to be another one that goes to the boundary, and it will go all the way. Manos, arriba, 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 porque eso es 6 más. And they are just, well, almost there now, aren't they? As the score moves on to 134. So one big hit will do it.
Yeah, look, Austria, I'm not going to say the fielding's cost them the game, because that's probably a bit dramatic, but certainly have created opportunities they haven't taken. They'll be disappointed. We will see them tomorrow. Don't forget, it looks like they're going to start the day with an eliminator against Finland. And don't forget, Finland actually beat them not too long ago in a 10-over match in Italy. Right now, it's 5 to win, and it's going, it's game over. Maximo! It's Zemus who steals the show in the last few balls as he finishes 25 off just 5. Deployed for Team Hungary, and they will finish with a 3-1 record, and they'll get the double chance.
Yeah, they will get the double chance, so fantastic from them. They've won 3 of their matches, dropped only the one, and that was to Ireland, so they'll have the double chance tomorrow. And of course, they've got some work to do, haven't they? Because Ireland did outplay and outclass them in the fixture earlier today, when Hungary made just 94 for 5 and Ireland knocked them off with 33 balls to go. So they've got some work to do here, but they've earned the right to have the double chance to get into the final tomorrow. And, well, I think at the moment they're the team that nobody probably wants to play, because they've got the talented players and they've got that man there who has just been absolutely sensational. Over 300 runs. Well, they're having a look at his bat. I can tell you something, it's not just the bat, it's the man who's using the bat. Vinod Ravindran, well, he made a cracking start, didn't he? He played some lovely shots before he was called out. He got a quick by 17. That was a nice sharp catch taken there by Zidran. But then Rasik was to go pretty early as well. He only made one before he went. But the chance, the man that they had to take was deployed. But look where they're bowling to him. And they just didn't get it right. It's easy pickings. They were loving it. They were making a lot of noise. And the noise volumes kept going higher and higher as the ball kept, well, being hit higher and higher as well.
Yeah, you're right. And we said if Leas Deploy bats the innings, then they're going to get there. Look, wasn't without a few close calls, though. He lost Razik at the other end there. First ball from Akbarjan, I think, was bang on target. But then Dara Peretti played a pretty good hand as well, just kept giving him the strike bat. It was a partnership in the true sense of the word, I think, as we were trying to find balls all over this Carter Oval. Again, that one from Dara Peretti was knocked over the line essentially. But Hungary, it's amazing how having some very good players in your lineup kind of lifts everyone up a notch. And I've played in teams like that where a couple of the big guys come back and suddenly everyone else is more confident. Maybe individuals feeling the pressure a bit less. And so, well, scoreboard copped another one. It's had a bit of a tough couple of days, as we saw it knocked out last night. Right now, the Austrian bowling was knocked out. As it looked at one stage, he might be on for 100. In the end, he wasn't even able to get that opportunity, mostly because of his little bro, Zemus, who finished with a bang, 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 25 for him, including 4 Maximos. And Hungary get it in 8 overs with 12 balls to spare. This is what's coming up in match 10. We're approximately 20 minutes away from coming back for that one. Ireland 11 winning the toss and batting. And I think they do want to mix up their order a little bit. Harbinson listed open with McNally, Hoey at 3, Macbeth at 4. Finland, though, I mean, they have a bit of a free roll in that game. And I suppose mathematically, they could probably take top spot off Team Ireland if they were to beat them and beat them pretty well. But as it is, I think Finland pretty happy just to be part of finals day, and you never know what might happen. Looking at the score, well, Leas de Bloy continues his amazing time here at the Cardamar Oval. 83 off 29 for Leas with 9 Maximos and 5 4s. Had some help from his little bro Zemus at the end, 25 of just 5. 4 of those 5 balls left the park. Ravindran off to a good start with 17. Dara Peretti with 10, but that doesn't really tell the whole story. I thought they were involved in a pretty good partnership. As far as the bowling for Austria, fortunately, they just couldn't get the big man out.
Yeah, they didn't bowl well, and they know that. They won't need us to tell them that. I think their coaches will know that. They'll go back, and the coach will say, right, look at the line where you guys bowled. You were too short, too much down the leg side. You just haven't got it right to the left hand. They've got some work to do. I think Akbarjan was probably, for me, the pick of the bowlers. Who took 1 for 17. Sahil Zadran bowled pretty well as well, with not too much luck. I mean, there were chances there. Karanbir Singh could have had the big wicket, and if that catch was taken, you never know how things could have been. But it wasn't to be. Austria, they got 138. We thought they needed 150. Maybe on reflection, they needed more than 150 because Leas de Bloy was in good form. 83 not out. Well, he didn't get a century, but the two deploys together, well, they put a century up together, didn't they?
I want to combine them, but like I said, classic punking from the little bro. As Leas looked on for 100. In the end, he falls well short. Anyway, we'll take a break. We'll be back in about 20, and match 10 will be on the way. The Irish and the Finns going head-to-head under lights at the Cardamar Oval. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. We'll see you at the other side of this break for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía, and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Ven conmigo a cruzar su calle, a vivir su ambiente. Ven conmigo a vivir la vida intensamente. Conmigo ven, conmigo ven.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Oval on the Costa del Sol. Time to flick on the lights and get ready for the night game. Match number 10 coming up in Group D between the Ireland 11 and Finland. I'm at the merch tent here and there's some really cool stuff. There's some of the caps from the ECL, historical ECLs as well, some of the shirts, also some other stuff like these beautiful coffee cups and the world's tiniest grizzly balls. And I tell you what, maybe the bowlers need to start bowling with these to give themselves a bit of a chance. Anyway, let's get out to the middle now because a little bit earlier, Rob Kemming had the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss between the Irish and the Finns in match 10.
Your call. Dream11. We'll have a bat. Ireland will bet.
So the news from the toss is that Ireland 11 have won the toss and they have elected to bat first. So obviously I think they want to get the chance to bat under lights. If they do make the final tomorrow, this will be the start time of the game. And Ireland 11, they really just want to kind of nail down a top spot here and also, I suppose, go into a few plans which they'll have lined up for tomorrow. Of course, this time tomorrow we'll be starting the final of Group D, some Saturday night fever. For Finland, I think they'll be pretty relieved to get the 2 points on the board. Looks like they will now take part and they're kind of heading for the eliminator tomorrow. Won't get any better practice than this at all. We're going to say big thank you to Ash and to Jay as well from the Blue Crew. You'll be seeing a bit of them on the field as well next week and as well as everyone here who makes it happen. Well, I've got a little bat to go with a little ball now. And that's not really a little man, it's a big man that'll take you to the first ball. Rico 4, I can tell you the Irish, they've won the toss and they are going to have a hit. Over to you, let's get ready to turn the lights on and let's get ready for match 10.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Yep, look at that. The most stunning view around this ground and I love this time of night as well. The Cartama Oval looking electrifying, isn't it? Under lights now, as the area around Cartama turns to darkness. And this is the time when the top players from Europe go and do their business out there in the middle. And I think we might see a few changes from the Irish here. They know that they've got the double chance sealed up. Finland, I think they know that they've got a tough battle against Austria. That's going to be their match. They're going to be playing in that eliminator. But this is what the win predictor is predicting, a 92% victory opposed to the 8% for Finland. Ireland haven't really had a chance to bat first that much. They batted first against Austria in the very first match of the group, put 150 on the board, but then they were chasing 52 against Turkey. They got there with 37 balls to go. Then earlier today they were chasing 95 against Hungary and they got there with 33 balls to go. So when they've been doing chasing, they've only required half or less than half the amount of time to do it. So they've been pretty awesome in the chase. Let's see if they can get big runs on the board again when they're batting first. It will be the captain, Sam Harbinson, to open up with the bat, and John McNally is going to be with him. So we are seeing those changes. I don't mind that at all. It's an opportunity for some of the other batters to get an opportunity going into finals day tomorrow. It's going to be Amjad Shah who's going to open up the bowling. So a battle of the two captains to start this night contest. Here's the fight in the night. And here it comes. Here's the first delivery from the Wild Thing. High up in the air, chase is on from the fielders. And anywhere to get there? Oh, so close. I think there's fingertips. And it's going to just bounce before the boundary. So that was a real teaser. A big chase on here. I think when we look at this again, does he get any hands to this? This is Pravin Kumar. Yeah, he does. I think he's here. Well, this is where I think Pravin The best case scenario for him was to get that under control and try and flick it back to the fielder. And this is played beautifully out on the offside. The chase is on, and well, he can't stop it. I hope the fielder's okay there, because he goes off country into the road, doesn't he? Watch this, tries to flick it back, but unfortunately, oh, that could have been nasty, couldn't it? It's a brave effort, and chased hard. Looks like he's okay. That was Raz Mohammed. Beautiful timing there from Sam Harbinson. And he wants this one, so it runs hard. He sort of hits it more or less straight to the fielder, but he wants it. Backs himself to get there, and he does get there. Very positive start from the Irish, and that's one thing that we're going to see them do. It's almost like tip and run, isn't it? And amongst that, they'll get the big shots in again. John McNally. So they're going to go and strike. Hello to Simon Walsh. And Julian Dawson is in the chat as well. Here comes Amjad Sher once again to the left-handed McNally. He sort of, I think he changes his mind there, John McNally. I think he looks set to play on the onside, and then at the last minute changes his mind. Has a little bit of a woofed at this, and as a result of that, you can see Amjad Shah making a change in the field straight away. He wants to have another man. He sort of, well, he doesn't know where he wants to go now. Now you see Jordan O'Brien deploying him in the backward point area. So backward point, and they got sort of like a wide, close third man in place as well. And smack. Oh, well. It's a chance, I think. It's another half a chance. I think that's Atif Rashid that makes the attempt here. Let's keep an eye on this. Well, he doesn't get anything on there. It's a great effort, but it's a teaser, isn't it? Both batters finding their rhythm early. As John McNally opens his account with a boundary. 13 off the over. And it's the night time. Things go wild in the night. Can the wild thing go wild in the night as well? And it's good delivery. Good finish to the over from the captain of Finland, Amjad Shah. 13 come off the first. Gives us an opportunity to have a look where we are thus far in this Dream11 European Cricket Championship. Spain were the winners of Group A, and in the same week Group B was decided. Jersey were the winners there. Both teams undefeated all the way through. Italy earlier on this week were the champions, crowned of course the winners on Wednesday. They dropped only one match. That was early on when they lost out, being beaten by Denmark, who chased 100 to be victorious against them. But Italy were to get their revenge in the final, beating Denmark, chasing the 111 required with 14 balls to go. These two teams, well, one of them will have a difficult road to the final. That's a delightful shot, nicely played, one bounce, 4 runs. Well, a little bit of hype there from the Irish boys, and nice to see that the hype is colour coordinated. A bit of hype there in the middle as well. As another fine shot played by the captains, Sam Harbinson. Yeah, so we know that Finland, they're going to have to do it the hard way. They're going to have to play Austria in a very tough eliminator tomorrow. Whereas Ireland, they will face Hungary, a team that they beat earlier today quite convincingly in the first qualifier. Remember, that one will be the second match tomorrow, and the team that wins that will make and book their place in the Group D final. The loser will have the difficult task of having to play either Finland or Austria, whoever wins the first eliminator. So the easier path definitely could be there for Ireland, the difficult one ahead for Finland, but they'll certainly can get good practice in here tonight. Oh, very unlucky is Nicholas there. Salonen getting the ball in the right area, very thick inside edge. I was talking to him earlier, he says he feels far more comfortable when the hair is free, so when that ponytail is moving around. But has it tied up for the moment. He says he likes the feel of it just being free, makes him feel free. So let it free, that's what I say, then undo it. Solomon comes in again to Sam Harbinson, who's made an aggressive start. Plays this right on the onside, once again testing the fielders. There's the throw. I think the way they're batting and the understanding between Sam and John here is that, well, we hit it, we're running. We're going to back ourselves, no hesitation. And if we don't hesitate, we'll get there. And at the moment, that seems to be working well for them. Hit hard, and he's going to go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Inna sona. Shaka Lagia. Well, he gets this sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. And yep, just leave those alone. That's good advice. I don't know who the young man is. Leave those alone, especially in the darkness. Salonen needs to come back. And yeah, he bowls well. It'll just be a single. That'll be the end of the second over. 16 come from it. And Ireland, a good positive start from them, running well and hitting the ball well as well. There'll be 29 without loss after 2 overs. Loving that side. We get a chance maybe sometimes to just have a look at the standings here. Normally after the second over, there we go, a quick look. Ireland, of course, sitting pretty, so whatever happens in this fixture, they will be getting that second chance against Hungary. Finland, even if they were to win this, they can only go to 4 points. So it looks like the fixtures for tomorrow have already been decided. So this is really, I suppose for both teams, just a bit of a, I suppose, a serious knock around. I mean, Ireland, it's an opportunity for them to give other batters an opportunity. That's what they seem to be doing here. The captain giving himself and John McNally the opportunity. Finland are looking to continue from the good work that they did earlier in that win against Turkey. Scored 144 for 7, and Turkey were restricted to 97. Raz Mohammed is the bowler. Just strays down the leg side, and that's a powerful stroke. It gets this in between the 2 men on the boundary there on the leg side, gets it between long on and mid wicket. Nicely played shot. Of course, we are still inside the power play. So even though 2 men have been deployed in that area, can't stop it. Now you can see Jordan O'Brien wants to move the long on a little bit wider. And this one is going to disappear. It's a lovely stroke. 6 more as the umpire puts them up in the air like he just don't care. Says Carreras Mas. And Sam Harbinson enjoying himself out there in the middle. One man has been enjoying himself a lot today. He's been all over the place, hasn't he? As Mr. Maximo, he's been there with the kids. He's been there in the fan zone. He's been right up there in the ECN studio as well. And he joins me right up here in our commentary position, Mr. Maximo.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. And you're right, I have been around because there's been a lot going on today. I'd say the kids were fantastic from their Vayet Adahar school, and also just chatting with some of the spectators. Beautiful evening to watch some cricket. Here's Raz Mohammed.
Oh, misses out on this, does Harbinson.
I will say something here, and it's kind of the same conundrum that Spain had earlier in the week as well in a similar fixture, is that I think it's good they're giving different guys a hit, but if I was Lynch and Tector, I'd love to have a bat under the lights before tomorrow night, potentially in the final. So I probably would have still gone with those 2. Maybe just said, look, we're going to retire out after 3 overs, even though it's pretty new age thinking. This one sneaks past Harbinson. He's made a bright start. Yeah, so that's just one thing I might have factored in there.
Yeah, I remember myself thinking the same thing. Of course, it made no difference really to Spain. They still went on and went. You know what I found really interesting before the start of this match?
Yeah.
Now, we know who won the toss. We know that Ireland were going to bat first. What were they doing? Fielding.
Yeah.
They were fielding.
Yeah, true.
They weren't, the batters weren't hitting the ball. They were fielding. And they spent a good, 30 minutes almost out there
Well done, old boy.
getting balls hit at them, ground fielding, catching. And I just get the feeling here that the coaches are saying, right, you know, where we probably lost it last time around was in the field. So every time we get the opportunity to be out there in the darkness, we're going to field, we're going to field. And that's what they were doing. And I thought that was quite unusual, as it is the end of the over. It is the end of the power play, 41 without loss.
Yeah, you're spot on there, Rico. 13, 16, 12, 3 solid overs. Yeah, it's kind of different playing under lights, and even these kind of lights. A little bit unique here at the Cardamom Oval. And some players, not just under these lights, under any lights, some players find it easier, some don't. But I suppose it's a reality you're going to have to deal with if you're going to win the group. You're going to have to win the final under lights. Zia Rahman to bowl over number 4 here for the Finns. Right on Brian. It's a tough take. It was between the batter and the stumps. Unfortunately, can't quite judge it. That's 4 byes to start the over.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? It's a good length delivery. There's a few, actually, in this zone that have gone through Sam Harbinson. That one not just only misses the stumps, but misses the keeper, goes all the way through. Rahman, he's disappointed. So 4 byes go onto the board.
Yeah, just kind of got there a little bit too late, didn't he there, O'Brien? I do like the fact he's up to the stumps. Well, no, he's not, because he's, what did you say, chickened out, but he's gone back. And, well, this has gone up in the air, and it's not anywhere near where he meant it. And it's going to end up winning the race, and then...
Oh, no.
The fence wins the battle as well.
Oh, no, this wild thing's lurking on the other side in the darkness there. And I think the fielder here is, well, let's hope he gets back. But first of all, it's a funky shot. And just watch this. You talk about disappearing into the night. That is Nelan Cherry. Well, Nelan Cherry's a big man. He's got big ludus. I think he's able to look after himself.
Now you see him, now you don't, basically.
He is back, though. And, well, Harbinson getting a little bit of funky. Showtime at the Cardamom Oval. And now, well, that's well bowled. Good delivery. They'll take the single. There's Rahman not able to stop this, but he sees Harbinson charging at him, and he gets that full length, sort of wide out of the off-stump Yorker going. And Harbinson just gets the toe end of the bat onto it, takes a single. 50 on the board now.
Yeah,
look, in this 4th over.
Finland couldn't get a better training session for tomorrow than this game against the Irish, that's for sure. 50 partnership up as well, of course.
It's a nice looking shot.
Hey, I was going to mention as well that Ireland looking very good in this group. Corey wrote them off the night before, stirring up the Irish viewers. I see Simon Walsh in there as well right now, and Matt Hodgson as well.
Is that what we've been for the rest of the day?
And I'm just going to say this, coincidence? Corey has the day off tomorrow on finals day, so we can't stick the boot in if they do win. Anyway, French Cup's fielded this time. But yeah, Corey with the day off. Coincidence? Anyway, right now, 11 kind of cruising. And Finland, you can see the effort there from Nelan Cherry as well. I think the fence was more worried seeing Fahim coming its way.
He's a big guy. And that is going a long way. Oh my, that is huge. And sort of halfway up the top of the hill. I don't think that was going to be found. I mean, the ball boy's being very brave going into the wilderness, but that has gone right into the middle in there. That ain't coming back. Get another one. I'm telling you, get another one. That is a biggie.
That is absolutely huge. Hit on the up and just kept going up, didn't it? Absolutely pounded. End of the over as well. 11, 57 without loss after 4.
Tremendous strike. And well, both these batters going along quite nicely. John McNally hasn't really got going as well as his captain, Sam Harbinson, who's on 40 of 70. But still, John has hit 1 big 6 and 1 4 to his name. And I think this is just good, important practice for him. But yeah, good point from you. I wonder if they'll just continue going, or I wonder if at a certain point the captain decides, right, it's time to retire out so somebody else can get used to batting under the lights. It'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, probably not thinking that way, but strategically, I think it's probably the way to go.
Oh, wow. I said that he hadn't really got going, John McNally. Well, now he adds a second 6 to his tally. That is big, and I think that has a few people in the fan zone running around.
Decent crowd in tonight as well. They were sent scampering there. Yeah, honestly, if I was in charge of the Irish innings, I'd say, look, you guys, you've done great. Might give McNally a few more because he's only faced 8. I think Harbinson's got exactly what he wants out of it. Maybe let him get his 50, he whacks a couple more. You know, it's a long game they're playing here, and mathematically they could lose top spot. They're not going to lose top spot in reality.
No, they can't lose it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. This is only a few meters away from the fielder, Arvind Mohan, but this has been crunched. Oh, wow. This was going like a torpedo.
Yeah, this has hit so hard, and pretty good work from the umpire to get out the way there as well. What I meant is they could technically lose it if they got absolutely thrashed in this game, but I don't think that's going to happen. Oh, picks out the fielder this time. But what about Hungary with 3 wins and 1 loss? Again, looks like it'll be another one of these groups, a bit like Group A and Group B, where if this goes to form, then Ireland will have 4 wins, and Hungary in second place will have 3. The next team has 2, the next team has 1, and 1 goes winless. So no one tied on points.
Crushed. Oh, the sound of this. This is hit hard, and it's hit pretty flat as well. This is an incredible shot. I tell you what, that sounded like something like a cannon being fired, didn't it? What a lovely shot, and just look at the technique there. Superb hitting from Sam Harbinson at the moment, and he's looking to bring up a very quick fire half century.
That was pure, wasn't it, from Harbinson?
And he's going to do it, and he's going to do it in style. Bolle, kinna sona, sale jani bolo, shaba, shaba. Sam Harbinson up the half century puri kalli, 52 of just 19 deliveries. What a knock.
Yeah, it's sensational batting from Sam, and he probably shoots a few little winks in his teammates' direction. Look, it's great batting, but also it's a bit of bowling machine about this bowling, isn't it? Kind of running in, I don't really know what the plan is. Haven't really seen a slower ball attempted, or I suppose Yorker hasn't been hit. This over's gone magical, and there's still one to come.
And it was the attempted slow delivery, but it makes no difference. It might have been slow out of the hand. It certainly wasn't slow off the bat, as that one goes for 6 as well. Well, that over goes for 29 and almost becomes supersonic. So, well, Kumar being taken to the cleaners.
Yeah, and yeah, you got a feel for the bowler there, but the stroke making was just too good from the skipper, Sam Harbinson, so far. Well, never mind retiring him out. He probably is sniffing 100 here. Now, speaking of hundreds, let's talk thousands, and specifically this number, 44,182. That is our target as our contribution to the Share the Meal project by the UN World Food Programme. You can donate by scanning that QR code right now. Look, do your research on it. It's a great program. They've helped over 160 million people last year alone, and for as little as 70 cents, you can make a difference to someone's life and give them a meal.
Yeah, and so join forces with us, the cricket community all around the world, coming together for a very good cause.
It sure is. Right now, it's the Irish team that are kind of feasting on this bowling from Finland, who will be part of finals day tomorrow. We know that, but this is probably a bit of a reality check for them about where they're at and where they need to get, and where they need to get quickly. Although, having said that, we know that they'll play Austria. Well, it seems that way anyway. They'll play Austria in the 3 versus 4 tomorrow, and they do have some form against Austria, beating them in a fairly recent ECI match in Rome. Pitched up and dragged out to beat the wicket for a single. So Zia Uraman, I think he's had some good moments with the ball. It is really, really tough when you're bowling to guys that just putting you out of the park if you miss at all. Sometimes you get tense and you get even less accurate and less able to hit your spots. But it's a good challenge, like I said, for the Finnish bowlers.
Well, there was the biggest sort of growl that we've heard. And Roman, I think he's done this before, hasn't he? He gets the big row in for the slower ball. The thing is, though, I don't really know what bowlers do, because surely the batter hears the row and thinks, yeah, slower ball coming, and he puts this away without any trouble at all.
Yeah, what a shot. And it was hardly a gap at all, but he still found it. He plundered it.
And this time it's without the roar. It's the silent slower ball, but it's still picked, it's still put away, it's still a boundary. And I think you can see there that Amjad Chair just having a chat with the fielder and saying, look, you need to be here, you need to be there. He's saying, I can't be everywhere. And he wasn't able to stop it.
Couple to come in this over.
And it's almost a chance, but, well, that's dropped over the line, so he gets the throw in pretty quickly here. Is this 6 or 4?
Yeah.
That's Nicholas Sutherland.
It's one of them. I think it's probably 6 off the hand.
I think that is 6, you know. He's very disappointed with himself. I think they'll probably have a look at this again, but I think this drops over the line. Let's see this one more time, see if we can slow it down. And Sutherland now being asked, but just watch where this bounces.
Kind of in the way. I think it's 6. Well, I'd probably get a freeze on that. See when it bounces, because his leg's kind of in the way.
Well, Sutherland knows. He's the
6.
man who's got to turn around and say that's 6.
It looks like 6 to me.
Yeah, that's 6. For me, it's a 6, but Sutherland's got to turn around and say it's 6 runs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's, for me, it's gone over the line. I don't think we've got another angle of that, but yeah, that's definitely carried. I know his foot's kind of in the way, but for me, it has gone all the way, and it's signal 6 now, maximo time. Just a bit of a talking point in the comment section about whether retiring someone out is disrespectful to the other team. Well, not really. I mean, it's not in my view anyway, because it's strategic. And you're giving up a wicket. You're not retiring someone not out, like a village game where they might come back to bat at the end. A big swing and a miss. O'Brien does the rest. End of the over. 100 up as well for Dream11. 102 without loss. Yeah, so what we're talking about is it's really nothing to do with the other team. It's about you having a limited opportunity to get batting into your batting unit. And so I'm not saying whether you should or you shouldn't. Some people would say, yeah, it's a smart thing to do considering where you're at in the game. But it's something that really is a bit unique to this form of the game as well, where you only have 60 deliveries. So it's, yeah, I don't think there's a matter of being disrespectful. It's just whether it's best for your team.
I don't think it is at all. It's tactic, and don't forget, we've seen it used a number of times where it's backfired.
Oh yeah.
You know, you try a batter out and wickets start falling. Definitely. You know, so it's a gamble you take. And no, I don't think it's disrespectful at all.
Everything's situational. Again, you and I have seen a lot of this form of the game. Some would argue too much, but yeah, often it's done because someone's not really firing, but equally it can be done to give someone else an opportunity. And it's not just because you feel sorry for them, they haven't had a bat. It's because you think that tomorrow under lights, they might need to come out in a pressure situation and they'll be better for that experience. So that's kind of what it's about. It's really nothing to do with the other team at all. And it's becoming more and more common retiring out. And I think it makes sense because if a guy's not really firing, you don't want him chewing up balls, especially if you've got other batting resources in the shed. But it's a good conversation.
I'm not sure. You can see the captain moving his troops around, trying to set, hopefully, the fielder's in the right place to get a wicket. And, well, you're not going to get one if you're bowling into the pads. That's been picked up beautifully. There's going to be 6 more. Manos arriba, 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 arbitro. Porque eso es 6 más. बहुत अच्छी बैटिंग कर रहे हैं दोनों ओपनिंग बैट्समैन अपनी 100 पार्टनरशिप पूरी कर ली. आज का स्वाद आ गया. ਅੱਜ ਤਾਂ ਨਾ दिन ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਸੋਹਣੀ ਬੈਟਿੰਗ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੀ ਹੈ. ਟੀਮਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਰਨ ਬਣਾਇਆ. ਹੁਣ ਆਇਰਲੈਂਡ ਦਾ ਚਾਂਸ ਹੈ ਵੱਡਾ ਸਕੋਰ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਦਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਫਿਨਲੈਂਡ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ.
Well, that was timed so sweetly by McNally, who's moved to 45.
Okay, chance in the air. And goes down.
Never looked confident under that, did he? And so yeah, McNally gets a life on 45. In fact, he'll get a bonus run. Again, pretty much went straight up. So sometimes the flat ones can be hard to pick up, but you could just see that the fielder never really settled under that high ball.
No, he never gets. He needed to take another step and get a firm base. He wasn't able to do it. So then they throw the ball away as well. So you see McNally after being dropped is going to get a couple as well. So being dropped on 45.
Gets the strike back. O'Brien has worn a few, but makes a good stop there. Share with a change of pace, and again, something I don't think we've seen necessarily from some of the other bowlers as they've been whacked around. Amjad Sher, you've got to love him as well, though. He's always competed for Finland every time I've watched him. Now he's got the captaincy. He has the respect of the player group. Still haven't really seen him go off with the bat.
One hand off the bat, and well, how about that? That is just incredible. McNally, well, he says, I'm going to bring me 50 up, but I'm going to do it one-handed. This is a one-handed blast. It was almost like a backhand, wasn't it? A backhand that brings up his 50, and 53 of 19.
That's incredible. And looking at his wagon wheel, you see he's been really strong through the offside and the cover region. It was actually the bottom hand that came off there. So he's actually hit that top-handed, just eased it over the fence. What timing from McNally. A maiden ECN 50 for him.
Well, that ball is being sent back because whatever it hit.
Look at this shot. Look.
Yeah.
It's almost like he's fooled in the flight, but still goes through with it anyway. Tell you what, the Bugs are having a good night tonight. I'm just worried about putting our light on here, Rico. I'm going to lay low.
Yeah,
put the fly wire up.
Let's keep it off for as long as we can. It's much better. As well, we saw some more spicy action there in the fan zone.
There's some good points as well in the comment section. What if you retire him out to give someone a hit and they get ripped first ball under the lights? It's probably ruined their confidence rather than built it up. Anyway, last ball of the seventh.
Yeah, good finish. Sneaks this one in. So Underchai's got a little bit of a dejected look about him, hasn't he? But no, he's got to use this match and make it as much as a positive outing as they can. I mean, all of this is going to be valuable match time for them for tomorrow. As we have a look at what's coming up tomorrow, I suppose we could even fill in some names on that, really.
We will fill it in after the game, but in Finland, I think they're a shoe-in for 4th place. And unless we see something ridiculous, then it will be Ireland 11 first, taking on Hungary second in qualifier 1. And we'll start the day with that eliminator. Only one of Austria or Finland will survive. Of course, the winner of qualifier 1 straight through to match 14, the Group D final. And they'll play the winner of qualifier 2. And that's all starting at the same time tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, and 3 p.m. in India. Let's go back to Salonen now in over number 8.
It's going to be a wide ball, isn't it? He fires us in down on the leg side.
Well, no one's picked that up. I know Jordan O'Brien didn't really pick it up. I know you didn't pick it up, but I heard the sound of ball on fence. It just dips on him at the last moment, see? And that's why it goes under the gloves. And Jordan has been pretty solid under there. But that's 5 bonus runs that Ireland probably don't need at this stage, but they'll get them anyway.
Yeah, Minimo ends up going sort of through the legs there. I think that started to swing really late as well. That's what I think O'Brien
more than anything, yeah.
Dipped and swung. So Salonen, not the start that he wanted to, second over.
I've got to also update you with a bit of food chat after this. I haven't done that in a while. Oh, it's going to be 4 more, and it's short down the leg side. Not the best start for the over from Salonen. And this time, it's the batter hitting the ball. It still ends up rattling the fence 4 more.
Yeah, just straying down the leg side, isn't he? He's got to get this ball back outside the offside. I know that Corey sometimes feels that the ball does just a little bit more in the night. Maybe it tweaks a bit more, you get a bit more bounce on it, but you've got to get the ball in the right areas for it to work. Let's see if Salonen can do that.
So, normally last game of the day, we'll have a few random questions. So if you'd like to put a few random questions in the comment section, please do. Also, kind of traditionally last game of the day, we go to food chat.
Yeah.
Now, that 163 not out by Leas Deploy, that was an incredible performance. And you and Corey had the best spot in the house, really, up here in the Dream Box. I'll give you that.
We certainly did.
But I was a close second. I'll tell you what I was doing. This is a bounce of it because it's down the leg side. It's called a wide. I enjoyed it, watching it on my personal device while knocking over my arroz negro, or the black paella, which is my favourite dish to have here on the Costa del Sol from my favourite restaurant. Had the last game off, went down there, and I enjoyed it. And I was talking a lot at my phone, and I wonder what the diners around me were thinking. I was saying, what is going on? It's, yeah, the black paella. Now, someone will tell you, technically it's not black paella, they call it black rice or arroz negro, right? But, yeah, my favourite, and that's why I nicked off early, so I could have it last night before it closed.
Yeah, use, of course, the squid ink, don't they?
Squid
Give
ink,
it its colour. Yeah, I know that's your favourite. I think that. So okay, I'm going to put what takes priority then? If you had the choice of that or the carbonara, what are you going for? And you can't have both.
Ooh.
Yeah.
The black paella. I have to be honest, because you can kind of get carbonara anywhere, even if it's not authentic Italian. You know, I've got a soft spot for the carbonara. I have a 3-a-day habit when I'm in Italy. But the black paella, fresh seafood here, of course. You see the fishing boats coming in and out all the time.
You can't beat the piri prawns they can get. That is, for me, that still is sensational, especially here in Malaga. He picks this up beautifully, takes it right off the stumps and sends it a long way. This is what really is heartbreaking, really, for a bowler. Is not the worst of deliveries from Salinan, but still it gets mashed away from Sam Harbinson. And you're right, you know, as we're talking, he is getting closer to that, dare I say it, that century.
Oh, he fixed him. Only 13 balls left. He'll have to have a lot of the strike, I think. Salinan, I think, wasn't a bad option, but he just got the line wrong there. Got a little bit too close to Harbinson.
How about this? Yesterday, we saw the highest first wicket international opening partnership. These two are on to beat it. Can you imagine that? We see that beaten here.
Something under lights, hey? Yeah. It's Salinan has to try and finish well. Things have kind of gotten away from him a little bit. This over, started with the 5 wides. It's gone for 18. Could go magical. Last ball of the 8th coming up.
Plays it into the deck, gets a single. I suppose that's a good thing if the plan is for him, the captain, to get his century, because he will stay on strike. And at the end of the 8th over, 12 balls to go, and Ireland are on 136 without loss.
Got some random questions coming in from a few of our viewers. Started asking, how can there be such a big difference in the quality of players, so many levels of players on show? Well, that is European cricket, more than anywhere else in the world. People often ask me, from back in Australia where I grew up and where I played a lot of cricket, you know, what's the level like? And I said, it's not that easy to say, because in Perth, where I'm from, there's probably 15 levels of cricket, maybe more, if you include social cricket. So, and you're generally playing with people around the same level as you. As we see the 9th over start, pretty nice looking cover drive. And, a pretty nice bit of fielding there from Padal. They will sneak back for 2. So yeah, that's why European cricket, there's less levels of European cricket in most of these countries anyway.
Yeah.
So the people are together in one team.
Yeah, and you've got to remember that, obviously, in the likes of what we're seeing here, Ireland, and you'll see later from the UK as well, and some of the other countries we've seen that are playing very well. Well, cricket is in the schools as well. The youth are playing it, aren't they? We're in a lot of these European countries. You know, the likes of Finland here. I mean, cricket is not being played in the schools in Finland, not all schools anyway. Tries to get funky. Well, what does he get on this? The chase is on. The wicketkeeper O'Brien is after it. He makes a little knockback, and they'll come back for a couple.
Yeah, Jordan flicks off both gloves. Probably wants to ditch the extra weight, even though I think he probably was going to throw right-handed. I think that hits a bit of the leg. Does that give him leg? Let's give him runs. So
no,
maybe hit the side of the bat.
Yeah, maybe. The side of the bat. Good stop there.
All the way to the line. Nice work, Jordan.
Jordan O'Brien. Yeah, well, there you go. Somebody's going to have to sort that rope out.
Ruins the rope, though. So 10 to go, 140 up for Ireland. A few more random questions to come. So I've got another one here, and one is from Kroom. It's a random question. Where's the coldest place you've commentated or played cricket? I know what you're going to say, because it's a day with me, but I think I have one that's colder that I did without you.
Okay. What do you think I'm going to say? What do you think I'm going to say?
Bulgaria, day 1, ECS 2022.
Without fail. It was snowing.
The first day, it was 1. And the second day, we had to delay this. We had to put the games off because of snow.
Yeah, it was snowing. So, yeah, that is the story.
Everyone remembers the snow, but first day, we played 4 games, I think it was. We had 4 games, and the maximum was listed as 5. I don't think it got above 3, and for most of the day, it was 1.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
There was the wind
And
chill
remember, we
factor
took the
as well.
covers off, and there was ice on the pitch, not water.
Ice.
You can't sweep ice away that easily.
We had to, you talk about scraping your windscreen. Well, we had to scrape the pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. And mind you, I've got to say, Gibraltar was pretty cold as well because of the wind.
That's pretty good bowling by Raz, keeping it simple. I'll just get a single here. For me, though, of course, if you want to say the first time I ever commentated on ECN, and this is before, let's just say it was big time, I commentated in cricket on ice, which I was playing in as well in 2019, and the maximum temperature was -8. So in starts of the day, it's normally -16, -18. And that was cold. So that's my coldest playing and commentating. You also asked the hottest when you've been playing. I remember I kept in Perth in a grade game once in a final, which had extra overs. So it was 110 overs. I kept most of it up to the stumps. It was 44 degrees out in the hills. And you know the worst bit about this ground? It's Midland Guildford, which is the home to some quite famous players, like Simon Kadich, for example, former Australian cricketer. Oh, shot straight down the ground, nailed, 6, Maximo. McNally and Harbinson, and they're not going anywhere. They're still there, almost going to bring up the 150 partnership as we hit the end of the 9th over, and it's 149 without loss.
Nice shot, 6 runs.
So I've got to tell you the worst thing about this ground. It's beautiful ground, Lilac Hill.
Yeah.
Often the international teams would come and they'd turn it into a stadium and they could get about 10,000 people in against kind of like a WA11. But it's right on the Swan River. There's these party boats going past and everyone is in their swimwear. They're having a great time. Occasionally they would probably show you a bit more than they were meant to on some of these parties, but they look like they're having a great time. And I'm sat there with all my kit on,
Sweating buckets.
44 degrees, going, have I made the right life choices here? And they look like they're having a great time. So yeah, that's probably the hottest. I mean, you played a lot in England, obviously. You ever played in extremely hot conditions?
I mean, you did get hot, humid temperatures in the UK, but I suppose the hottest that I played, that's when we went to tour to Barbados. That was pretty hot, that tour. I mean, it was great, different type of heat. Enjoyed it very much. But yeah, I suppose that was the hottest. And I suppose here, for us, I suppose I mean, we've had some hot temperatures to various places we've been, but I think that one time when we were in, I think it was Milan, it was really hot.
Milan was very hot. Oh yeah, they were scorching that July in Italy. 150 partnerships come up between these two. If they wanted to get some batting into these two, mission accomplished. Island 11, probably the hottest I can remember, especially because it had to do the trophy presentation and the suit and everything. That was in Malta in 2021, where it was like about 42 degrees and humid. This isn't bad bowling at all. At least Kumar seems to have a bit more of a plan this time. Jams in the Yorker. Harbinson can only get one.
The last 2 overs, actually, I have to say fair play to Finland. They bowled very well. I think Raz Mohammed bowled pretty well. Just that last ball was smashed for a big 6. And here, also Pravin Kumar, so it's been pretty good. Remember, there were 136 at the end of the 8.
Yeah, so they hit and run here. Throw for fun. I suppose it was fun. Might have been close, but it'll be a single. Yeah, so as we go into the break, if you are in the comments section, please send us some random questions. We'll try and answer them during the second half of this game as well. Of course, things are going to go up a notch tomorrow with Group D Finals Day, of course, where 4 teams will start the day. Only 1 will finish still in the competition.
Yeah, I think on touching on that though, the difference with the UK and the weather was, I mean, playing there in the UK, groundsmen were very keen to call off games when you had, well, different weather, especially when you had something like snow. This one, no ball.
Well, if he got bad on this, I don't know where it would have ended up, because he's gone reverse, and then he realised the ball's probably come straight at his body. And then it's a classic. I call it seen the shot on TV, although Harbinson probably can play it, but I don't think you practice playing it to full toss that high. In fact, it was called a no ball. So a free hit coming up with 2 to come.
Yeah, free hit. I mean, looking to send this one to the moon, won't he? Sam Harbinson.
He's sticking a right-handed here. I'll give you the tip. Here we go.
Yeah, once again, yeah, well bowled. You can hear O'Brien saying they have bowled very well towards the end there. I have to say, I thought that they were going to go maybe close to that 178, but they've restricted them well.
Yeah, for sure. Finland, of course. They've done enough to qualify. They can only really take it one game at a time, to use the old cliche. Have to get past Austria first up tomorrow. All right, here we go, last ball.
And it's going to disappear. It's a big one, straight down the ground, so they're going to finish on 161. A fantastic hit for McNally, and what a good partnership. Well, we saw a cracking opening partnership yesterday, a record-breaking one, 178. Well, we've seen another one here today, 161, and it was from the captain of Ireland, Sam Harbinson, and John McNally. Good knock. Is it an opportunity lost for others to have a go? Maybe, I suppose. We'll never know. We'll know when we see what things happen, and how things pan out tomorrow. I, though, suspect that it was an opportunity maybe for these two, maybe at the 6-over mark or even the 7-over mark, just to perhaps retire out to give two other batters an opportunity. It wasn't to be, but you see here, well, this is a bit of highlights that they'll be looking at over and over again and sending to a few people, because it was a very good partnership. 161 and not broken. So Finland, they've got some work to do with the bat.
Yeah, for sure. They're at Ireland 11. They certainly found a couple that do look comfortable under lights, as Harbinson and McNally went on their merry way. Unfortunately for Nell and Cherry, he went on his way over the fence. Now you see him, now you don't. But they played some cracking strokes, and I think Ireland 11, again, they've done everything asked of them so far. Again, they're going to have a big clash in the 1 versus 2 against Hungary tomorrow for that automatic spot. Finals day is where it all went wrong last year for the Ireland 11. I'll be very keen to make sure it doesn't happen again. For Finland, well, they just didn't really have the answers. I think at times they played better than others. I think sometimes they had a plan, sometimes they didn't. But with stroke making like this, you can understand how the Green Machine were very hard to stop. A one-hander there to bring up McNally's 50.
Yeah, it's quite a crazy shot, wasn't it? And even Salonen, who normally bowls so well, even he wasn't able to get the line right today. He's tried down the leg side a fair bit. But some of the hitting was pure. And they certainly were going well. I mean, 86 at the halfway point. And then they got to the score 136 after 8. And I thought, okay, we're looking at maybe a big finish here. I thought that for a moment, the 178 that we saw yesterday could get beaten. But fair play to the likes of Ras Mohammed and Pravin Kumar. They bowled pretty well the last 2 overs, but Ireland, I mean, look, that's a formidable total.
Yeah, and have a look at who they didn't bat. Still a bit disappointed to get Mahoe. I really was looking forward to seeing Gavin tattoo a few around the ground, but he has pad rash and he'll be taking them off. And I'm sure he's probably muttering a few things about batting in the top 3, but not getting a hit. As far as the bowling went, hard to pick a favourite. Ras Mohammed, I think, did some pretty good things, though, number for 25. I think it's just a matter that sometimes they hit their spot, sometimes they didn't. And when they didn't, there were pretty devastating consequences on the scoreboard. We'll take a break and we'll be back in a few minutes and we'll see what Finland can do with the stick. It'll be a big challenge against a very, very talented Irish bowling lineup. Again, we'll see exactly who gets the ball for the Irish. So back very shortly, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. See you soon for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
The European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream11, HCL Software, Junta de Andalucía and Stake.com, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Bienvenido, hello cricket lovers, and welcome back to the magnificent Cardam Oval here in Andalusia, on the Costa del Sol here in Spain, as we get ready to resume the night fixture here, match number 10 between Finland and Ireland. Ireland, they've had a knock, and well, their captain Sam Harbison and John McNally were in fine form. Both men unbeaten. Now, Harbison 81, McNally on 69, 161. The partnership unbroken. And that means that Finland, they've got to 162 to win this match. But I think more importantly for Finland, they need to be thinking about getting good practice and good form going into what probably will be the crunch match and maybe the biggest match, perhaps, of their cricketing history, as they take on Austria tomorrow in what will be the group eliminator. So it's all about preparation for that, and to see if their key batters can make good starts. They're going to be up against the bowling of Tim Tector to start off with. So here we go. Here's the reply from Finland, first ball, and that's been played rather well, and straight though to the hands of the fielder. No mistake from Carson McCulloch. Keeps his eyes on that one as Padal gets off the mark. This is a guy, I've said this a few times, Van Raj Padal, he has played some very nice shots and he's made some quick fire openings, but hasn't gone on to score a big score. I wonder if he's going to be able to do that this time round. Arvind Mohan is out there with him. So it's an opportunity that I think they really could do with getting these two batters to score some runs going into a big day tomorrow. Goes for the big shot here on the try to get this elevated over square leg. Doesn't get the connection right. It's the ball to go after, I suppose. It's there for the taking. So Tim Tector to Mohan once more, and similar kind of delivery. I think he's hoping that Mohan goes for the same shot. It was a little bit quicker as well through the air. Mohan reads it well and plays it nice and correctly, but no run. This one, just doesn't get anything on this. It would have been just missing leg, but it was certainly maybe worth an appeal, but nothing from the Irish there at all. I realise that it's not going to hit the stump. Just watch this again. He goes all the way back, so I think many teams may have been appealing for that one. Oh, well. Beats him in the flight, so that is the end of the over. Well, if you got your eyes set on winning this one, that's not the start that you wanted. Only 2 runs come of it. That is the end of the first over. So 2 without loss. A nice tidy over there from Tim Tector. Now, who did they go from here, and what options and variations do they use? So Gerard Wilson will bowl over number 2. So he'll be bowling to Mohan. Yes, it's time to welcome back into the commentary box to Mr. Maximo. Well, Maxi, what do you think Finland are looking to achieve here? If they're not getting the win, what are they looking to do?
Bat well. Same thing Ireland were trying to achieve. Have more guys feeling comfortable. This isn't a great start from Jared. He loses it down the leg side. Now they are hopeful to get Jared on the player mic at some point during this innings as well. Of course, he captained the side last year. Played really well in the final, but unfortunately it wasn't their night. Spain, the hosts, knocked them out of the running. And I'm sure 24 hours from now, Ireland will be desperate to avoid the same thing happening this year. Also think Ireland probably keen to try out a couple of different bowling options they've been thinking of to see what might work, but also using people in slightly different roles, like using Wilson up front here. Typically, we've seen him bowling a little bit later in the innings. But yeah, Finland, just want to. I mean, they still got to think positively. They've got to think, well, they've got to win 3 matches tomorrow. If they win the first 2, then they'll be under lights in the final, and you got to bat well under lights. Yeah, far-fetched as it may seem, but you can't predict this form of the game. Seamus Lynch, who we didn't see with the bat in the first innings. In fact, we only saw 2 of the Irish batters as the captain Harbinson, along with McNally, put on a bit of a show. 161 for the first wicket, unbroken.
Yeah, Seamus Lynch, remember, he's not from last year, though. He's 69 of 18 when Ireland did beat Spain, didn't they, in the first qualifier. That gets played beautifully. That's a lovely shot. That would go all the way. It's Manos. Arriba, arriba, arriba from the arbitro. Nicely done. Nice hit. And look at the 2 batters there talking to each other, saying, come on, stay focused, stay concentrated. You've just hit a big 6 here now. Don't throw it away. Me and you, we want to get a good partnership here.
What a shot. And when you've played out your own personal maiden, it's probably a good way to get off the mark. Hey, I'm taking random questions. I'll take them in the chat. I'll also take them on my Instagram at Mr. Maximo if anyone wants to send me a message. And Rico's looking fantastic in his Dr. Full jacket as well. As Mohan can't do too much with this. Corey was talking about it a fair bit, about having to play against a different length that you might practice against. So again, when you're practicing, a lot of the time you're practicing driving, coming forward, and even in the country that a lot of these guys come from, they might just not have bowlers quite like what they're having to face from Ireland. So
yeah,
it's a big challenge, but it's one that the players are being faced with here at the Euros of Cricket.
No, he's going to get lucky with this one, isn't he? Hay poquito de suerte ahí, porque eso es 6 carreras. Well, you're going to swing hard. And that's what he does. He gets another Maximo.
Well, he gives himself the chance, I suppose, by playing the stroke. But that one's lost into the night. You need one of those mining helmets, won't you, that you strap onto your head and turn the torch on to find that one. Because that won't be easy to get in the dark. But good result for Finland. They get 6 runs.
Yeah, nicely played. But yeah, no, Corey was absolutely right. And you made a very good point that, you know, a lot of the balls that these guys, that these seamers, the quick bowlers bowl, that ball is coming up sort of round about, sort of in between your waist and your chest height. Yeah, you don't play too many deliveries in that area. So it's a big adjustment being having to made for the batters. Slow delivery. No is the call.
Yeah, called on the field. So again, anything that's full, waist high or above gets called. And so that's jarred Mohan, I think. I don't think it got him in the glove. I think he hit it. But yeah, sometimes just the vibrations on the bat cause a bit of a shockwave to go into the hands. And I don't have a problem with that call. Suddenly making the call from square leg.
Yeah, so the Charles Croucher saying that was the no ball because of the height. The batter knows he's got a free hit now. And Mohan, can he get another Maximo to his name? Well, this one was a spicy one. It's called a wide.
Obviously that one that got hooked up and out of the ground wasn't considered a bouncer. This one is, but it's too short over the head and called wide for height.
I wonder if it was. I mean, if he's standing upright, it's close call. Close call. It is a close call, but square leg umpire, I think, has given the signal to Charles Croucher, so they've called it.
Yeah, fair enough. So the free hit remains in place. Mohan will be trying to do something with it.
It's played away and will get fielded there on the 45 on the leg side. So it'll just be a single and it will be the end of the over. So 18 on the ball for Finland, but without loss.
Yeah, so Mike's kind of following the trend of some of the questions in the first innings. As you have a look at the table, did a few numbers. As long as Finland don't chase this down in 4 overs or less, that's the way it's going to stay. So I think you can pretty much lock those in now. That Ireland will top the table, Hungary second, Austria third, and Finland fourth. Turkey, of course, we already knew that they aren't going to make it through to finals day tomorrow, unable to secure a win in these 2 days. So weirdest place you've played cricket, okay? weirdest place. So we talked about hottest or coldest places. Weirdest for me, I'll pick another one, but obviously the weirdest place I've played is cricket on ice on a frozen lake.
Yeah.
That's completely weird. But yeah, sometimes you used to get pretty creative. Here's Carson McCulloch coming in over number 3. Missed out by Mohan. He hasn't hit too many so far. I suppose when I was a kid, we used to play anywhere. A hotel room was great when I was actually on cricket tour. We'd play with like a stress ball, you know, those real soft balls, and we'd play with flip-flops, all kinds of things as bats or bottles, things like that. Mohan slightly better because it is hit, but he won't get a run. So we used to play anywhere. I used to play a lot of, we called it wall cricket, and that's where I got used to wicket keep. I'd bowl and wicket keep and put one of my brothers in with a little stick as the bat. So I got used to taking little deflections that way.
Yeah.
Improvise a little bit. A lot of kids these days don't have the space.
Up in the air, should be a chance, should be taken, and will be taken. A really good catch, and nicely done. Had to make the ground, did Sam Harbinson, and he does. Gets there, holds on to the catch, and you can see there that McCulloch picks up a wicket. Carson McCulloch, he has little troughs, doesn't he, on this ground. Sometimes he's like really good, and he gets sensational bowling figures, but other times he sort of gets taken to the cleaners. He'd be happy to pick up that wicket.
That ball gets a bit big on Mohan, and he's also trying to go inside out as the angle's kind of cramping him for a bit of room. Harbinson has the $1 million smile of a guy who's having a great night, though, as he takes a good catch running backwards. Mohan goes for 13. 2 of those were Maximo's. The other deliveries he faced, he couldn't do too much with them. He's the first to fall. It's 18 for 1. But yeah, we used to try and play cricket anywhere. On school camp even, we tried to work out, you know, little areas we could play cricket. It's one of those things that I've seen all sorts of cricket. I've seen cricket from Pakistan, for example, where they're playing on the side of like a mountain and it's completely angled. Things like this. How about you? Did you ever play anywhere strange?
I suppose it's not strange, but I suppose it is a bit weird because you're playing it in the country, i.e. Spain, on a public beach where people don't know what you're playing. So cricket on the beach, and of course you then make up different little rules. So local rules on the beach. So if you take a catch and you end up doing a somersault or something, you give yourself some bonus points. Well, this would be a chase, but they should stop this, and they do. And that's great fielding.
Great fielding.
Sort of Liam Doherty knows the only thing he's looking to do here is get his body behind this so the ball doesn't go to the boundary, and that's exactly what he does. Look at this. This is a proper body check.
He's conscious of the rope, making sure he doesn't touch it either. So that's excellent work. You knock on in the Rugby World Cup, though.
Yeah. So yeah, at the beach. So, and of course, it's fantastic taking catches in the sea when you can dive and you land with a splash. It's just a lot of fun.
I did it fairly recently, I can tell you in a minute. As McCulloch comes in, he really slows this one down. It's a dot ball. He's actually playing with the Kirby family. Dane of Roma Capinelli and his son Gyan, who was actually here for the under-15s tournament. Dane's also the coach of Vatican City, but we played on the beach and we were hitting them into the water and trying to give catches to people in the waves. It's always funny to watch them getting wiped out. Reminded me a little bit of a time back in Australia near the beach, growing up in Perth. As we get to the end of the 3rd over, McCulloch doesn't go for too many, just the 3 of that one. And the score is 21 for 1.
Yeah,
but just what you were saying, Rico, about Spain. So when I was first on the tour in 2021 full time, we did play a game in Barcelona, not at the main baseball stadium, but nearby there's a ground. And we were playing at some of the players. Incredible. The boundary behind was only about 15 metres, and it was just a concrete wall, so that you didn't even get 4 or 6 for that. I think you got 2. Now, it was great to keep up to the stumps because you couldn't even have 4 buys. The most you could have was 2.
Yeah.
We had 1 set of stumps. We had a bit of carpet rolled out. We had a concrete block as the bowler's end stumps. I got given wicket-keeping gloves. One of them didn't have a thumb on one hand, but we had these brand new balls that we donated, I think, for these Sunday games.
I bet they were flying.
Yeah, and so imagine playing on, and it was gravel, so it was just
no grass. I know what you mean. Yeah, I think that is where the new pitch, the new stadium is going to be built. Actually,
it was such a great experience, but also felt like it was pretty dangerous. Although I did actually get a direct hit run out on the concrete block, and when I say concrete block, it was about 20 centimetres high. Oh, that was a lot of fun that day. That's a cracking shot. And it's into the gaps, 4 runs. It's a fraction for short from McNally, who's brought his own bat and ball tonight, hasn't he? He got a bat, he's getting a ball. And he's also getting whacked here. That's a really nice shot by Jordan O'Brien.
Yeah, he's a good player, isn't he? Jordan O'Brien. I think for me, he's the guy that's got to be coming up. He's got to be open to batting. I think he's somebody who can bat all the way through. And this would be good for him to continue in the good form that he's in at the moment. Hey, I mean, you're talking about playing cricket in Barcelona. What about when we played there with the kids?
Yeah.
The kids were always hungry to play cricket with us.
Yeah,
and what a lovely story that was. We always used to go to this little, it was like a little square, wasn't it? A little plaza.
Round the corner from the hotel. I
That's
couldn't believe it. The first night I spent in Barcelona, went for a walk, went to get a coffee, maybe something to eat.
Yeah.
And a bunch of teenagers playing. They didn't have wickets. We ended up donating them wickets by the end.
Yeah, we gave them the spring stumps, didn't we? And well, I hope, you know, if we ever get a chance, well, we will get a chance later in the year. Love to go back there and see if they're still playing and see the stumps are there. This is high up in the air, but this is going to avoid the fielders. And 4 runs. They're pretty wide, aren't they? Long on and long off. We know that already. So he hits this nice and straight, and he's going to get another boundary. It's a nice hit.
Placement is everything here. And we see a lot of teams squeezing those mid-on, mid-off positions and not letting anything through. It's a bit more good luck than good management for Jordan O'Brien. I believe one of his nicknames is Jobby because of his initials. Anyway, this one straight down to the fielder, and this should be gone, and it is gone. So, unfortunately, the job's finished a bit too quick for Jordan as McNally gets his wicket and Finland lose another one. It's 30 for 2.
Yeah, good wicket to get, isn't it, for the Irish, as we know that Jordan O'Brien can be a pretty devastating batter. It's a good catch in the end, because I think looking at the reaction from the fielder, I think what he was saying there, he was looking to take that sort of standing up, sort of round about chest height, and then when he does find it again, he's having to dive forward, but good, clean hands.
I thought he made a meal of it, to be honest, but did just enough. But Jordan ends up going boundary and out for 11, but he'll want to bring his A game tomorrow to keep Finland in the hunt. As he goes, it's 30 for 2.
Yeah, Melly takes the catch. Melly on his belly with the catch. That will be the end of O'Brien. So
Loving
McNally takes it.
The comments here. Oktai in Sweden saying we should go to Umeå in Sweden where they can play cricket at midnight without the floodlights because it never gets dark. I have heard that. It's right up in the north of Sweden. I know there's a plane that goes there from Stockholm, but you can also drive. I think it takes about 8 hours. I like this one from Mike saying that they played a game every year in a local prison against the inmates. Now, let's talk about this. That sounds like, I thought I played some tough cricket. I bet that's tough.
Okay, here we go. I tell you who is tough. This guy with the bat, Nellen Cherry.
Yeah, he's on my team.
Oh, well.
Wide first up.
It will be a wide.
I have actually heard in an Australian football team, there's a prison team that plays in local competition. And they get to, it's kind of a way to try and reintegrate them into society. So I think people that are almost out or whatever. But I'm telling you something, they get to come out for the day and they're meant to just come play the game, whatever, but they end up stretching the time. They got a lot of forfeits going in their favour because let's just say Australian football is pretty rough to start with, right? Oh, that's a shot and a half from Nellen Cherry as he lifts it up and over. Maximo! Well, those Ludus getting swung, and that is 6 over the fence.
Yeah, look at the arms on this guy, everybody. Well, the Nellen Cherry is the name. Forget the cherries, that's Ludus. There's no cherries in there. This guy can hit the ball big. And, well, let's see. Let's have some fun. Let's see if he stays out there for about 15, 20 deliveries. Because he can certainly hit the ball.
Brilliant start. Reaching for this and just sneaks inside the wide line. Yeah, so Australian football, typically you kind of man up one-on-one. So imagine being next to your opponent, the ball's down the other end, and he'd be saying to you, you know what, I'm in for a while, I don't mind doing another couple of years. You know, that's the kind of thing you're going to get.
So on the cricket front, we could have like the
same thing with cricket.
The cricket version of The Great Escape, couldn't we?
That's one game I would have kept my mouth shut if I was playing against the prison team, that's for sure.
Oh dear. You wouldn't appeal, would you? There'd be no howls that you said, nah, I think he's all right.
Well, it probably would be one game where they'd never get out, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, loving the random discussions here last game of the night. If you'd like to contribute and get involved in the comment section, ECN European Cricket Network.
rather long over this for McNally, isn't it? And nice to see. I mean, one thing that's been good, hasn't it? It's all the timings from all the teams. We never come really close to the wire with the times. I think, is it only the one match where we saw penalty runs being applied? Was that back in Group A? Oh, well, it gets thrown to the wrong end in the end. Then Cherry could have been in the spot of bother.
I'm learning about this prison game. Apparently the officers were the umpires and the prisoners would be on their best behaviour so they could play. Well, at the moment, Finland kind of in cricket prison because they're not going anywhere. They're 38 for 2 after 4.
We can have a look at just how much work is to be done here by Finland if they're going to get anywhere close to the red line where they need to be. And if they are going to get there, we're going to have to see basically magical over after magical. They're going to have to be going at over 20. And speaking of 20, the man with 20 on his back is going to have a bowl. Well, we haven't seen him bat, but Gavin Hoey is going to have a bowl.
We need more Hoey in our lives. We're going to get some now. Bad cut, knocked down. Bit of work to do. The work's done by Scott Macbeth. They keep it to 2. I was meant to tell you as well yesterday, late in the piece, the 1000th Maximo of this year's ECC was struck. So we've had over 1,000 sixes. Ball striking has been unprecedented, really, even by ECN standards.
Yeah, we've had over 300 plus, haven't we, every week, which has been incredible. And this one may be catchable, though. It will be. So that's going to be the wicket of Padahal. He's been starved off the strike. It's quite amazing that was only the 4th ball that he faces, actually. So Veneraj Padahal probably gets a little bit bored and says, I'm getting a bit rusty.
Yeah.
Goes for this one, but doesn't get it right. And it's going to be a wicket for Gavin Hoey.
Yeah, this is what makes Hoey so dangerous. I don't think anyone's quite sure which way it's turning. It just plays the drive, hopes it hits the middle of the bat, doesn't quite. Comfortable catch. That's what they practice for. Padahal can't move the needle too much. Third man to fall at 40 for 3. Nice catch by John McNally. Down long off.
Yeah, McNally does well, doesn't he? And, well, Padahal, maybe tomorrow is going to be his big day. He's always shown some good form, but he's not been able to transfer it to a big score on the board. 40 for 3. And it is the player coach, Matthew Jenkins, that comes out.
Speak for bounce first up. Jenkinson, very experienced cricketer. Can keep trying to retire, but they just keep needing him, I think. Have his 50th birthday later in the year. Lovely guy as well, puts a lot into the team. And then sweeps it. And like I said, if you can't pick it, sweep it. And almost gets it all the way. The offload comes, but Jenkinson off the mark with a couple. Yeah, Hoey probably got a bit of a suntan where he had the pads on in the first innings, because I think he had the pads on the whole 10 overs, didn't get a hit. But well, at least we do get to see his leg spin, and he's a very, very skillful bowler. He's kind of a bowler unlike anything we've seen so far in the tournament, I think.
Another bit of exhibition fielding there from the Irish. And it's a bit Fuller asking the question.
Might have just flicked the pad, but barely deflected. And a bit of a half-hearted appeal for LBW. He gets good bounce, doesn't he, as well? And the ability to turn it both ways. He's got a good top spinner. He's even got a bouncer. And I think we clocked at about 102 miles an hour earlier on as well. Went over everyone. But he's just going to be a handful to get away consistently.
Oh, he misses it. This is a missed dumping from Seamus Lynch. He's going to be bitterly disappointed he's missed out on this. I mean, he's a quality keeper, we know that, but he gets this one completely wrong. Let's have a look at this again. Look, he's a long way out of his crease, but he's not able to take the ball.
He gets a bit snatchy there. Probably had more time than he realised there, Seamus, but it will take us to the end of the over. 42 for 3 after 5. Any sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Got Rico full with me. And look, I want to say a big thank you to everyone that's tuning in. Tomorrow, finals day is going to be huge. Something huge as well, because I know that we're trying to get Jared Wilson mic'd up, and he might be able to have a chat with us before too long. And look, one final time, if you are enjoying the action, if you do have the ability to, we'd love for you to help with the Share the Mill project by scanning the QR code on the screen. But let's get back to the action out there in the middle. Time for over number 6, and Frost will come on. First ball down to deep mid wicket is Jared Wilson, who does the fielding. Well, Jared, can you hear me?
Can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
Very good to hear from you, Jared, as always. I'll let you concentrate for a second, because you might be in the action. In fact, you are. No pressure, straight to you and caught. Well, Jared, I knew I couldn't jinx you, as you got a very safe pair of hands. Well done. That'll be another wicket. It's 43 for 4. And well, Jared gives us a chance to ask you how your tournament's been going.
Yeah, no, it's been going really well. Yeah, obviously we came here a couple of days ago and was straight in, and it was great to come on down and participate in this tournament again. It's obviously world class, and yeah, great to be a part of it.
Yeah, well, we've been really impressed with your fielding as a team, and well, that was no exception, as despite having me in your ear trying to create a bit of pressure, you're still good enough to hold on to it. Jenkinson goes for 2. It's 43 for 4. But of course, Jared, you've been up here in the commentary box with me before as well, so you've had this view. Obviously, you must enjoy coming back. And of course, last year, not making it to championship week, that must be a big motivator to make sure you make it to the big dance this year.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's obviously a major goal for us to get to finals week. And as disappointing as it was to not make the finals week last time, it was great to see Spain push on.
It's going to be high for me, that one, yeah, but keep going. Yeah, I'm going to ask you... Sorry, Jared, I was going to ask you also about the fact that you don't have the burden of captaincy this year, so you're kind of enjoying the fact that you can kind of just concentrate on your game a little bit more? One jumps a bit.
Yeah, 2 seconds. Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, the culture that we have amongst the team here is probably like, we want to go to finals week, and no matter what we do, and no matter how we do it, as long as we get there. So, yeah, I think we're all rooting for each other to do well. And if Sam's obviously got that leadership ability, and we as a team believe that he's the one to lead us to finals week, certainly.
A bit more work to do here. Got the ball following you in a bit of a hot spot.
Putting me under pressure, Vinny.
Well fielded there, Gerard Rico here. First of all, I think that must be the first time that we've had somebody mic'd up and literally seconds later in the action to take a catch. So well done, under pressure.
No, thank you.
This will be the end of the over. Frost doesn't go for too many. And the score is 45 for 4 after 6. I was going to say, Jared, I was going to call big mine in your ear just to put you off, but I think you knew that was heading straight to you.
Yeah, but my question, I mean, you had a sensational series last year. It was a great championship. I mean, I remember Seamus Lynch's 69 of 18 to beat Spain in the first qualifier, but unfortunately Spain got that win towards the end despite your efforts. I mean, your knock was superb in that final, 68-26. But tell me, what was it like to go back to Ireland? Did you find that a lot of people were watching and they were excited about the T10 format and exciting for you to be here this time around?
Yeah, definitely. I'll answer that question in 2 seconds.
It's Carson. Well, that's not yours. In fact, don't know whose it is. It's going to fall safely. And in the end, it's a single.
Yeah, no, just to answer that question, like Pete was saying that some of the national lads were messaging him and saying, like, this is great, and they wish it was around when they were playing. And like, obviously it's a first class tournament, and last year was the first time it came.
That's not yours. That's going straight down to Liam. He's got that one covered, just a single.
Yeah, no, just to carry on there. So yeah, a lot of the people back in Ireland are obviously following here and watching, even, as I say, the Irish national lads. So everyone's keeping a keen track. Well done, Carson. Yeah, they're keeping an eye on this tournament. Obviously, the live stream is just phenomenal. It's world class, to be fair, and great to be a part of it. And everyone back home in Ireland is watching. Would love to know the viewership. Do you guys have that stat with you?
Now this one is going to go over everybody. Maximal. The Wild Thing gets one away, and they'll want to see more of that, the Finnish fans, because Amjad is a very good strike of a cricket ball. Well, Jared, I know I've had a lot of people contacting me from Ireland saying they're enjoying watching the team. My good friend Andrew Leonard, who I commentated with earlier in the year, he's watching. I know I've had people like Mark Adair messaging me, wishing you guys all the best. I'll let you get back to your job now. Best of luck for finals day tomorrow, and potentially we might even get you up here in the box. I'm sure you'd enjoy that.
No, cool guys. Thanks for having me.
Well, just in time for him to get another laser beam.
Oh, well.
Jared.
Look, if you're still mic'd up, talk to us about this much, because how much of that did you see? That was an absolute rocket.
That was instinct, purely instinct.
Well, Jared.
Carson's face was like, how did you get that?
That was sensational. I tell you what, every time we get a player mic'd up, they perform in the field with the ball. What a catch this is. Look at this again. This was going like a rocket. What a catch.
Talk me through this one, Jared. I mean, how much of you was thinking finals day is a big day tomorrow? You don't need any broken fingers you're leading into it. You just robbed the Finnish team of a Maximo. And we've got 2 catches in the over. Well, 2 catches in, a couple really for Jared Wilson and Amjad. 54 for 5. Well, Jared, I'm going to say well done. May the ball keep following you as long as this tournament goes, and best of luck once again.
Yeah, no, thanks guys for having me, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Jared Wilson, what a catch. That was such an awkward height as well. It was kind of shoulder height, trying to work out how to do it. I would have probably put my fingers the other way. He's lucky to have 10 good ones after that. Immensely skillful fielding. Here's McCulloch. He'll stop this ball as well. Rashid can't get off the mark. And Finland now with 3 overs remaining in the night. They're 54 for 5. Hey, why don't we have a look then? We can confirm now. We know that there's no real permutations other than this. We've got Austria-Finland coming up in the eliminator. We've got Ireland 11 versus Hungary in qualifier 1. Of course, the winner of that 1 versus 2 straight through to the final. The loser will have to go through either the winner of Austria or Finland. Remember, Finland, I know they've finished comfortably 4th and not really close to 3rd on form, but they did beat Austria fairly recently in the ECIs. Ireland 11 Hungary, again, you know, that the deploy factor has just thrown this group for a loop, hasn't it? But that all starts tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. GMT, 11:30 Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India as Tim Tector gets a second over.
He goes for it, and the muscles from Helsinki hits another one. Well, Nelan Cherry, this is just sheer power as he hits this one off the back foot, and he gets it perfectly right and over the field. I mean, that's an amazing hit, Vinny. There's hardly any movement from him at all. It's all upper body. What a hit.
Yeah, he is so strong. It was just a little bit of a pickup, and yeah, good use of the arms, his natural attributes. As Tector's something a bit different. I like that they're bowling him here because it's certainly an option you could throw in. He's bowling mostly back of the hand slower balls, and he's already pretty slow. But Rashid, he times this one up nicely into the gap, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, nice hit from Rashid. It's a little bit too short, isn't it? And he's able to get this in the gap, where, of course, Wilson is, and next to him is Liam Doherty. And this one is a skyer, and he gets taken, so it's going to be a boundary for Rashid, and then he's going to go. So Tim Tector gets the wicket. Rashid will go for 4, and Finland lose another. They're now 65 for 6. 2 balls to go in this, the 8th over. Isn't that marvellous? I mean, I like the way that you know, we're always bringing up new things and new ways to get up close with the players, and I'm loving that. It gives us an opportunity to, well, maybe have an over or 2 with the player out there in the middle. And well, what a fantastic moment that also was, though, for Jared Wilson. Being mic'd up, being under pressure, but taking 2 blinders.
And to be honest, the Finns need a break. I mean, I won't say I tried to put him off, but I won't say I didn't shut up when the ball was on the way the first time. But look, he's a professional kind of cricketer, Jared Wilson. Really lovely guy. Again, maybe we'll be able to get him up for a guest commentary stint again, because I know we had him up in the box here last year during Championship Week, I believe. Yeah, but Jared, as mentioned in the chat, bookends his commentary, on-field commentary, with catches. 2 very good ones. Tector, now the proud holder of a wicket, and he might have 2 here. Now, I think this is Tector's ball. Again, probably thinking about making it to finals day in one piece. That was probably a good option because he didn't really know who was coming the other way. It was Liam Doherty. But in the end, it falls safely.
Yeah, it just drops in between the two. Luckily enough, there's avoided collision. Oh, wow. Well, how about this? This guy is something else, isn't he? The Laddu's getting action, and again, and the man who's got the biggest arms on the European Cricket Network that we've ever seen smashes another big six.
I don't know. Finland need to try something, don't they? If they're going to get through the eliminator tomorrow, as we get to the end of another over. And the score is 72 for 6. But I don't know, do you take matters into your own hands? Why wait till you're in trouble before sending Nell and Cherry out there with a couple of early wickets?
Yeah.
Do you throw them up the top? Do you? I don't know. I just feel like they need
I think
to do
O'Brien
something
definitely
different.
goes to the top for me. I think
Yeah.
that's for sure. I mean, I would stick with Patahal there. I just don't think he's, you know, he's
You don't
he's
open
made
him, where's he
starts. He
batting?
just
Yeah.
needs to stay there a bit longer. This one, oh, that one is a catch that goes down, isn't it? It hits the hands hard, and it's Carson McCulloch out there. Let's have a chance to look at this again. It's been hit pretty hard.
That was one of those
by
ones that
Rahman.
it's around the height. I might not see it again, but around the height that can be difficult to pick up.
Oh, well, where's this one going? It's going to be 4 more. Well, he throws everything into it, doesn't he? There's no holding back. If he's going to hit it, Nell and Cherry, he hits it, and he hits it hard. And, well, this time he's dancing as he's hitting this one. Look at
Well, the
that.
thing is, that wasn't picked up at all on the boundary. And it's just like sometimes you lose balls in the sun during the day, you lose balls in the lights at night. It's a fact that it can happen. And it's not a great place to be when you know it's coming your direction, but you can't quite locate it.
Well, he's going to get 6 more. Well, Nell and Cherry is delivering the goods at the moment. Well, he's having a personal highlight out there. Well, he looks like a man that likes to party in the night, and he's doing some partying out there at the moment, isn't he, Nell and Cherry? 33 of Dow's deliveries, and, well, he goes for this one as well. Gear. Shaka lagya. Raat de vich patake chal pe. Nell and Cherry ne chala dete patake. Well, this is good hitting. The fireworks have started here. Macbeth, well, Nell and Cherry is taking a liking to Macbeth. He goes for 17 of 4 deliveries.
Not going to stop yet either. 2 to come.
And he's going to be done. Clever bowling. Nicely done. Nell and Cherry will go. And this time, no mistakes behind the stumps there from Seamus Lynch. Knocks the bails off. So, well, it was nice to see a little bit of explosive action there from Fahim Nell and Cherry, but he's going to go for 39 of ball number 14.
Yeah, and so the thing here for Lynch is he knows this time he doesn't have to rush. I think the one earlier he rushed when he probably didn't have to, but I think he just telegraphs that he's coming a little bit early, and Lynch, as easy as you like, that's one of those stumpings that you know if you catch it, you got the stumping. So, yeah, 2 types of stumping as a keeper. The type you have to rush and the type you don't. Nell and Cherry, he's built like a guy that used to keep me out of the nightclubs back in the day, and he certainly hit a few long balls there. 5 Maximos for him, but he's going to have to go, and it's 90 for 7.
No real competition between Nell and Cherry, and the man who comes out next with the bat, it's Nicholas Salonen. Nell and Cherry just dwarfs him, doesn't he? Nice to see that he's got his hair loose there. You can see it coming out the back of the helmet.
Cracked one earlier, Nick. What can he do this time?
It's in the air. Is it going to be taken? It will be taken. So it's a good catch. It's going to be a first baller for Salonen, and he's going to have to disappear. And, well, we know that the Ducks like to party in the dark as well, and, well, they like to go golden. And this one is going to be a golden. He chases the wide one. Of course, no weight into the shot. Really good catch taken there by the captain, Sam Harbinson. He's had a very good night as well. And unfortunately, Nicholas Salonen is going to get a golden. So Derek is doing a little bit of dancing. Hey, what's happened to Derek? Golden Derek's got a real glow about him.
Yeah.
There's a tint of purple around him as well.
Shines more around the night. I think that's what it is. Salonen, it's disappointing for him, of course, to go for golden. Maybe he can save some runs for tomorrow. Great catch by Harbinson under lights. Picked it up really quickly. Some of his teammates have struggled picking up the ball under lights, but he knew exactly what he had to do, knew where he had to be.
You know?
Yeah, it is. Oh, no. Oh, the first one was stumped off for wide. So I want to say technically not.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, all academic now. That's the Cosman Zavoy situation.
Yeah, remember that, yeah.
As that'll be the end of the over. Macbeth saves his figures, 2 for 19 for him. It's 91 for 8 after 9.
Yeah, let's see if they can, get to 100 against the Irish. That'd be an achievement here for Finland. So let's see if they can do that here. It's a quick check of the bowling figures. All the bowlers, apart from Jared Wilson, has picked up a wicket, so maybe give the ball to Gerard. What do you reckon? Gerard, who was talking with us, doesn't look like they're going to do that. Looks like Mike Frost is going to bowl, and it's been a bit of a frosty night, isn't it, for Finland? Mind you, you'd think they'd be used to a frosty night in Finland.
That's true. Got a question here from Sada asking about the viewing numbers of this tournament. Yeah, it's quite astronomical, actually. Add up all the different partners we have. Typical viewing numbers, although it's very hard because we're on so many different channels around the world. But, probably peaks around the 50 million mark or something like that, which is crazy. When you think about the size of the cricket-loving population in the world, it means it's a lot of eyeballs on this tournament. Side edge and no run as things are winding down. Last over of the day. But yeah, reminder to everyone, we'll be starting up again tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, 3 p.m. in India. Finals day turns into finals night. And we'll have one more name added to that list of teams that will return for Championship Week.
Oh, wow. Gets him on the culo. This quite easily could have gone back into the stump. So they're trying to get to the 100 mark, but swinging and missing 2 dots.
I love the variety, though, of the Irish attack. And they've got all the pieces, don't they? They can call them at any time, depending on the situation. Frost's a pretty good bowler.
Will be our man Wilson out there doing the fielding. Keep an eye on this.
Left arm spin, right arm spin, finger spin, wrist spin. Even someone like Tector, that's someone different again. I don't know if he'll bowl tomorrow, but he's very capable of doing that. If you're looking, he's like an Abdullah Akbarjan kind of pace bowler. This is knocked down, second last ball of the day. So you got that, and then you got some genuine paces in there as well. I know that Ollie's had tonight off, Ollie Riley. I think maybe just to freshen up for tomorrow. Ireland, put it this way, I'll remember from last year, the job's not done until it's done.
Yeah.
And they've got pretty big obstacles still in their way.
Oh, wow, okay. I mean, he comes a long way down on this, but I wonder if they'll have a look at this. Oh. And, well, they might have a look at 2 things. Yeah, they're going to have a look at 2 things maybe here. I think first the height of the ball, and then maybe this run out. So is there going to be another ball to come? Let's see.
Yeah.
It comes a long way down.
Yeah, I think that's probably okay when it reaches him. It's coming down pretty quickly.
Down, yeah. So now let's have a look at the run out here. So we'll see whether it's going to be. Let's have a look here. So asking the question.
Oh, there's the bat.
Yeah, I think he just gets in.
Just in.
So it will be not out, and that will then also be the end of this contest. So Finland, they're beaten quite comfortably by Ireland. Ireland really just batted them out of the game today, but that's always nice. Look, the Irish boys congratulate each other. That's nice, isn't it? I'm liking that. That's the first time I think I've seen that, with they sort of form a little line there, congratulate themselves.
Because they're all waiting on a decision. Normally everyone's kind of spread out, so they all get to congratulate each other in the middle of the Kartama Oval. And these 2 teams will return tomorrow, because finals day will get underway with Austria-Finland first up in the Eliminator. And then, of course, Qualifier 1, featuring the top 2 teams from the group stage, Ireland 11 and Hungary, coming your way. And Ireland 11, they've brought everything before them so far. They're undefeated, they're 4-0. They had that big game against Hungary earlier on. It was, I suppose, a bit of a fizzer in the end, but those 2 teams will meet tomorrow in Qualifier 1. But we will start with Austria and Finland. And Austria, they had a very, very long talk at the end of their game tonight against Hungary. And they are very focused. Probably that will all be about, look, what's done is done. We're still in the competition. With 3 wins away. Ireland 11 and Hungary, though, will just need to win 2 matches tomorrow if they're to make it through. Finland as well, throw them into the mix. Now, I still think they hit their straps and chasing a large total of 162 for victory. It was always going to be tough, And Ireland 11 tried a few bowlers here, and really, it was a bit of a training run for both teams, I think, ahead of the big dance tomorrow.
Yeah, but the standards are what are going to be important, are they? And Ireland, they're maintaining those standards. I mean, once again, we saw very good fielding from them, some really good catching as well. That was a good one. It was dying a little bit on the fielder, but he gets in, takes the catch there. And just, it's little things like that they do so well. And of course, while we were talking to Gerard Wilson, he also took 2 catches. Before then, that was John McNally taking one. And, well, they just make it look easy, don't they? They do make it look easy. Well, this was...
How about Wilson?
Yeah, this is when we were talking to Wilson. Well, if you thought that was good, well, we thought we were done and dusted with it, didn't we? And, well, we weren't, because he then takes this. That was just... I mean, he makes that look simple. That ball was travelling.
Yeah, it's brilliant fielding from Jared. He was hearing voices in his head. He was having grizzly balls coming his way in the night, but he didn't shy away. Again, Ireland, even with this game well beyond doubt, they didn't want to drop their standards, did they? We saw some sensational catches. I think Harbison's caught really well. He's led the side well. Big innings from him as well here in match 10. And yeah, at the end of the piece, we saw a bit of big hitting from Nellen Cherry, took out the long handle, and unfortunately it wasn't long enough to reach that one. He was stumped off for wide. Harbison. Oh, it was time for lights, camera, action for the Irish skipper. And in the end, they're feeling good about themselves. But, I mean, those guys that were here last year, I know it'll still sting for them that they didn't get the job done on finals day. They put themselves in the best position possible, 4-0, but still plenty more to be done. Nellen Cherry, he was a bit of a star there. He hit 5 maximos in his 39 off 13 balls. Apart from that, just Mohan and Jordan O'Brien get to double figures. And Finland, in the end, I suppose, just petered out and ended up 95 for 8 off their 10 overs. But Finland, they're staying alive. They're in the competition. They won the game against Turkey earlier on. They will be in the finals tomorrow. Ireland 11 will too. They use 7 bowlers. Again, I love the variety of their attack.
Yeah, I do. Good variety. I mean, Carson McCulloch, much better from him this time. Picked up 2 wickets as well. Scott Macbeth, he bowled very well as well. But yeah, all the bowlers are bowled well. Nobody really went for too many. So, I mean, they're just looking good. I mean, you'd expect them to be a professional outfit. And when you see them, not only when you see them on the field of play, and that was the point that I mentioned to you earlier, Vinny, is that even before they went out there, before the start of the match, I mean, we know they were batting first, but they spent over 25 minutes training and fielding, catching the ball. They weren't, oh, we're batting first, we're going to hit a few. No, they weren't bowling, they were just practicing. They were making sure that they got their eyes and they got their body prepared for this night cricket, and that's what they did. And you could see the benefits of that. They practiced, and when it came out there, when it counted, they held on to those catches.
That's right, and you're probably not going to catch all of them, but you'll catch most of them, I think, if you do your work. And look, if 1 or 2 go down, again, you just hope that doesn't derail the whole team. And certainly from Ireland, the kind of feeling there is that they were pretty comfortable on the lights, not only with the bat, but also in the field, taking some really good catches there. Well, we're going to close up now, but I just want to say a big thank you to all of you out there for supporting European cricket once again, and this Euros of Cricket. It is such an incredible tournament. And in fact, after tomorrow, we're exactly halfway through the tournament. Already over halfway through the group stage, of course, but 4-week tournament. Tomorrow is the last day of week number 2. I want to say a big thank you to Corey as well, who left us a little bit early on the day. He has tomorrow off, but I'm sure some of the Irish fans will be looking for him anyway. He'll be back on Monday to start Group E. So Rico and I will be taking you through the action tomorrow. If you are watching on YouTube, it'd be great if you like the video and you tell your family and friends about the European Cricket Network. And we're getting so close to 370,000 subscribers as well.
On that tomorrow.
So it would be great to bring that up pretty quickly. Also, our social media at European Cricket, great place to catch up on some of the action. Also, don't forget EuropeanCricket.com. EuropeanCricket.com. The website is the home of European Cricket. You can look at all the stats, fixtures and standings, and also you can look ahead to the groups that are coming up. Rico, another great day. It does kind of fall in a certain pecking order, but we know that order can be upended on finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, wonderful day today. I know finals day is coming up tomorrow, but today, what a wonderful day. It was World Smile Day. We certainly had plenty to smile about. I know you back home had plenty to smile about. It's been fantastic for me. A lot of highlights. We saw once again excellent batting. I mean, the deploy What's he on now? I think I've got it written down somewhere. 339 runs in just 4 innings. Another 83 from him today. So we saw great batting. We saw some good bowling as well. We saw some fantastic catching. For me, I think it has to be that team catch when Doherty and Wilson came together. That's a highlight for me. Talking of highlights, well, you get a chance to see those at the end of this.
Well, in the famous words of Eminem, cricket's one of those games you only get one shot, one opportunity with the bat. So I guess we'll see if he can make it count tomorrow. I know lots of storylines. We're going to leave you now with some highlights of the day. Thanks to our wonderful crew at Spring Productions, and we hope you can join us tomorrow. For now, have a happy evening, have a safe evening from everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of Rico Full and all the crew here at the ground. Hope to see you tomorrow for finals day for more Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Hasta mañana.
Adiós, mi familia. Hasta mañana.